Hello and welcome back to Fate Grand Order. I'm Luce, and tonight we're going back to Ordeal Call 1, Paper Moon. Last time, we discovered an entire artificial world inside of the device we've been running this entire time, and it seems they're having a grail war. And yet, it seems to be taking data from other kinds of places. I can't figure it out. Is it not detecting me? Sorry about that. Yeah. Manages to supposedly take out one member that was causing problems, but they're back already. Isn't that wonderful? Malignant reboot. Fireworks, not Star Mine. Oh boy. Rebooting, 98%, 99%. Executing parameter change verification program. Base nature, unchanged. Individual capabilities, adjusted. Appearance, adjusted. Ethical limitations, adjusted. Name, unchanged. Entering final verification. Query following virtual manifestation. Who are you? Identity has been a recurring question here. These things, they look a little different. What are they doing here? Caster should be long gone. How the hell should we know? But they're back now, we gotta deal with them. Get back, Master. Looks like you're all okay. I thought you sent these things after us. I could say the same. Stop that, this is no time to be squabbling. We all need to work together to get rid of these things so that no one gets hurt. Agreed? Agreed. Yeah, I noticed virtually nobody except for like one person actually wishes to fight this war, so why is the war to begin with? Supposedly this is just normal, but... Not only that, but they seem to be pulling data from other people. Yeah, none of it's adding up. You know what? Let's do it. Lakshmi Bai. I don't regret bringing her to 100. I'd bring her to 120 if I could, but, well, maybe. I 120'd exactly one servant, and it was such a pain in the ass, I genuinely don't see the value of it compared to getting some others to 100 at least. Predictive calculation. Huh, nice of her. It's nice that her Scion's skills are all basically just souped up versions of the plug suit. One I'd likely be using, well, I wouldn't be using it since it's max level, but you know what I mean. Now let's just get a billion stars going. There's definitely gonna be a lot of fireworks when I'm done here. But yeah, you can tell my Lakshmi Bai is really lacking in damage. NP2 is not acceptable for a 4-star. Even if I were to use all the upgrades. That said, there still are a few ways I can upgrade her, notably including the Saber class one. It's mostly that or Zerks, I guess, for me. Oh my. Let's just do it this way. Writhing Fiend, question mark. That was easy. Yeah, Tamacat for Berserkers or Sabers for Lakshmi Bai and such are my main two. I might even work on them together a little bit. It might delay fully completing one though, so it's probably better to focus. Then again, it's not really the dust that's a limiting factor. It's typically the, what's it called? It's typically going to be the, torches and materials. People who don't play this game have no idea what I'm talking about. Alright, let's just continue. Those guys were easy to slice up with my own saber. What are these things? Those are masses looking like those shadows again, but they seem different somehow. What? Ah, I think they're even stronger than they were before. Screech, screech. Yeah, but, I'm gonna be real with you. If the Lakshmi Bai can easily tear them to ribbons, they're not strong. I'm not sure, but I think there's something nasty inside of it. It seems to be a worm that walks. Still the same job for us. Yet this new enemy does not seem to be hostile to the Fiend, so it's probably part of the same faction. Come, let us take them all out. Bazaka. We don't know what class is coming up, unless it's Foreigner. It's time for a Berserker. We get 3 of these pods for the big material to farm each day, and you can only hold up to 9, so you can tell they absolutely 100% want to, they want you to do more. They want to keep you from just logging in each day, collecting your login bonuses, and turning off the app. They want you actually active, which is nice and all, except it also means you can't take breaks for any reason, which is awful. Say what you will, the thing I loved about wow, already? Ah. I do enjoy sharing my thoughts and opinions on the story of these here, but if it just keeps crashing every so often, that's not fun. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. Oh yeah. Yeah, then say what you will about Arcanites, for example. I mean, I could certainly go on a huge lecture. Say what you will. I mean, this game, any unit that's limited, make sure to have at least one grade up between at least 1 to 2 years. All of them will always eventually get one. Rare enough that it gives people the FOMO feeling that forces them to wail for them, but not rare enough that it's impossible. Arcanites doesn't even have reruns for the limited. But at the same time, you can actually stop Arcanites for like a year, come back later, and basically pick up where you left off, and that's exactly what I did. I know some prefer the idea of having something they can just permanently do, farm each day, and I do get that. I mean, I came from a background of MMOs, because I know why it's nice to have options for farming regularly, so there's a lot to do actively. But at the same time, this is a mobile game. Hard to feel motivated to want to put everything aside for a smaller scale game like this, especially since I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah. Well, like I said, I think the thing that's probably gonna force me to do something else, the potato phone of mine, I guess. Eventually not being able to handle it. Here we are. We have no. These shadow servants are all the ones participating in the war. So why? Big why? Oh yeah, hello, yeah, welcome.
Good morning.
I stream just about anything I feel like on this channel, so feel free to stop by anytime something catches your eye. There we go. The worms that walk have been completely obliterated. Easier than expected, actually. Phew, I'm glad that's over. What about the other areas? Is everyone else okay? I'm sorry, but I get how I feel, but this probably isn't the time to do anything stupid. You know, like running off on your own. As it goes for you too, Master. You there, stop hiding and show yourself. Hey, you think I was hiding? Hardly my intention. Who are you? Wonder who I am? I feel like I only just answered the question, but very well. Why may I have billed, master in the Holy Grail War? My name is Akiri Zolgan. And I am a mage. Oh, well, that looks a lot more accurate. But, how is he here? This is admittedly a rather heavy-handed means of intervention. But the Holy Grail War must resume. It must. For it's the only way to arrive at the single answer, the reason for this operation. To execute the AEC method. Well, if we get to kick Zolgan's ass, I am completely 100% on board with this. That guy could use an ass kicking. Game, I will immediately take back my rage and criticisms if you allow me to kick Zolgan's ass directly. So you've got the same name, does that mean you're the same guy? How'd you get so much wrinklier since last time we saw you? Apparently, defeated masters whose admin privileges aren't properly taken from them can be reused. Now I'm a different version of myself than I was. Perhaps that's the randomizer at work once more. Damn it, I told him to stop playing that OOT randomizer. And while we're on the subject, you never checked to see whether Castor's spirit core was truly shattered, did you? Foolish, how very foolish. He may be half dead, but as long as he's not completely, I can still use him. Like so. After all, it's not as though these things ever needed hearts and minds of their own, did they? Oh, right, Castor's back too. So are you telling me to basically just wasted the entire first fraction of this arc doing absolutely nothing? Search your memories, results found. Overseer Ronnie described Master of Castor as ceasing to function. She also said she confirmed the colossal writhing beast's disappearance. She never said anything about Castor himself. We just assumed that was what she meant. Are you kidding me? Whose side's that crook on? Anyway, I wonder, did she intentionally fail us to give us an accurate picture of the situation by withholding this information? Or did some quirk in the system render her unable to do so? Our next steps will offer significantly depending on which is the case. What's this? That Castor there doesn't quite seem like himself, does he? Guess that's not a huge shock, since you said he was half dead. Don't tell me you think you could beat us in a grudge match with a servant that can clearly barely stand. Apparently, I awakened to a new ability when I was rebooted, so I would suggest you not make the mistake of assuming I'm the same as last time we were met. Of course, he's now even stronger than ever, because they didn't make it the first half a complete waste of our time enough already. Be careful. This random-infused code is just as powerful as Magecraft from our world. This is good. No, wicked. My head's much clearer this time. Now I couldn't hold back even if I cared to. There's so many things my last self could and should have tried. For example, fusing Castor's familiars with the worms. That explains how they were different somehow. They're being powered up. Or perhaps, parasitically, attaching to one of the powerful constructs that swaggers around this world like a bug. I see, so this horrific code of yours is what made these enemies stronger. However, it fails in every conceivable way in functionality, aesthetics, and presence. If my father were here, he'd give them a failing grade, 0 points. Who cares about how pretty they look? My last self was holding back. He still clung to ideals and a small shred of justice that he just couldn't divest himself of. On top of that, he was childish and vain, trying to always do with elegance and grace, and that's why he lost. Oh, but I'm not like that. I know that the way to achieve victory in the real world would, rather than some imaginary land of ideals. Where do you think we are here, home slice? We are almost literally in a magical land of ideals, given this is entirely an artificial world. You sometimes have to sacrifice everything, no matter how ugly it may be. For example, one of your toys is on the verge of breaking, but still has use. You mean you infected your own servant with these worms as well? What else can I do? An empty vessel needed filling, and this is what I have. That's not all. I'm holding nothing back. I know how this time to move hard and fast. By my command spell. Use that power as fuel to transform your body and open the secret door once again. Now my worms, my unending taboos, devour one another and grow once more. The command seal sacrifices them to use it? That is a much bigger difference than I was expecting. That explains why they get 1 step 3. Oh, come on, not again. But he's not consciously doing control like last time, which means he might not be able to do his infinite thing to protect himself as easily. Still, I do fully expect us to have a clear counter that gets 100% no-sold, because of course it will. Ah ha ha ha! Now that I've used my words to bind my own self to Castor and his noble phantasm, it can move far more freely than before. Now that I'm inside of it, I'm no longer exposed either. Behold, my truly invincible servant. Now come, serve as sustenance for my truth. Yeah, I have no doubt that the mysterious power Medusa couldn't figure out the origin of that let her use her noble phantasm to stone and petrify the whole thing for a few seconds, hoping to get the center. That was something Sakura used her life force for, something that she couldn't recover. Sakura. Giving you all what I have, Saber, so please, don't let anything happen to my home. Maybe not an assassin here. Why do they always put the skill levels at 8 when they clearly balance them around being max? I'm fine using command spells if I have to. Although I do also have blue, gems for revival, so I don't have to use a Saint Quartz even if the worst case scenario. Actually, let's go back. Maybe I should use Tamacat. Zerk versus Zerk. Or I could replace with Rider Toki. Or maybe AoE. And don't worry, I don't mind using golden apples for this. I am not someone who gets the 100 to 1,000 boxes on a lotto. I'm perfectly fine. I don't build that many servants anymore now that, as you can see, I've got a decent roster, so... Bazaka time. Alright, we should be able to do this. Thing is, does he have any energy left? Burrowing bug. Evade critical. Reduce critical damage to 0. Luckily, Zerks have terrible critical. Here we are. I outdamage its self-healing just fine. Noble Phantasm damage to 0. I just have to survive enough turns. Mucus. Is this for a turn or hits? 2 hits left. Decrease damage taken by NPs. Mildly a pain. Let's do it this way. Remove all debuffs and keep this going. Remove all debuffs and grant a very strong team buff. My support is quite in good shape, I'd say. Wow. I was hoping the buffs would do it, but evidently not. Crits do 0 damage, which is unfortunate. I guess. Somehow I survived. Who would have thought? Your story node, huh? Alright, let's see how badly screwed we are. Even though we were clearly winning. Okay, no we weren't. Actually, it felt like last time I was able to clearly win, but this time I can't. Oh, it's even got some new looks. And what's wrong? Is that all you've got? That stupid smug son of a... Don't even think about running away, Berserker. I wasn't. Energy's out. Sakura! Sorry, but if something happened to this place, my home, I couldn't take it. I may not have anything left to give, but even so, by my command spell, you can use every last bit I've got, Saber. Please don't let anything happen to this place. Sakura, this is no time for... Oh, you used up your command spell. Too late, much too late. If that was your plan, you should have done it before I transformed. You're only hoping to defeat me now, but if you had something powerful enough to completely annihilate me in one go. And despite your extra power, it seems you have nothing near that level. In fact, you have so few resources, it's all you can do just to fight, am I wrong? No, he's not. We know what we need, but... Am I wrong? No, he's not, but we know what we need, but we have nothing capable of such a power right now. Calm is not that kind of servant. Even if Ayas were to use her own command spell, Duryodhana's would only be able to expand its range, not focus its power on a single point. What else can we do? I see gears in your head desperately turning, but it won't make a difference. You failed to defeat this earlier, didn't you? This time will be no different without that cowardly assassination, so as long as this monster continues to eat, it will expand indefinitely. Nothing can defeat it. With this power, I'll ruin the world, and then I'll reach the root, even though I have no idea what that is, because remember, I'm just a copy. Yeah, it's the same as before, no difference at all. So long as you can see that, there's plenty of ways to combat it. You only need to create a mechanism capable of generating sufficient instantaneous output, even if it pushes limits. Is that? It's Ryder's master. He's not alone. Who are those other people with him? On that note, gather around, you guys. Ah, yeah. Enter the speedsters. Oh, we're not guys, we're girls. What are you doing with all the type T's? I'll just come out and say it. I forget the name for it, but the way Ryder's Noble Phantasm works is he takes off his mask and shows his face. And that boosts the abilities of all allies who see it. In the AI's case, it activates and amplifies their raniment. But instead of immediately using that, I saved it, condensed it, and sent it to this point in the future. Oh, but that should not even be possible. If possible it is for me, I can use void spells, or rather code in this case. It lets me slip all sorts of things into pockets of void space, which isn't bound to either time or space. That is what the Paper Moon controls the Shadow Border's abilities. That's how we've been able to travel through. So I'll explain. So he's the one who controls it normally? However, while I could open these pockets, I need the AI's help to form a receptacle that would use their stored energy all at once. I suppose you could say they're a necessary expense. I've already put together a spell to activate and use that. Alright, everyone line up. Roger that. Are you all ready? Just say the word. Ryder. You insist on being no more than a tool, I'll go ahead and use you like one. In this case, you are to be the switch for my spell. Nothing would please me more. What are you trying to do, you insolent little whelp? What I'm trying to say is I made a cannon, but it could only be fired here and now. Connection set. Unlock requested. Adjusting target coordinates. Linking the void layer. Rotate, connect, turn, and open. Unfold my pockets. Now do it, Ryder. Wow, it has not been stable at all today, has it? At least with the ORT fight, I can kind of get it because that was a very, very resource-intensive fight. But this isn't even doing anything like that. I don't get why it's so much. Last time I only had a few crashes. Now I'm already, and most of them are at the end of the stream. This one, weird. Alright, there we are. It's resuming me where it was. Here we are. They're all sacrificing themselves to destroy this thing. I suppose they would care more about the greater purpose than just their individual selves. Wonder what I should name these fireworks. Not that it matters. It's a single-use power cannon, pretty far from anything like a rapid-fire barrage. So I'll go with something rather simple. Raniment fireworks. Ooh. What? Where'd you get all that power? Already told you, this is a literal blast from the past. Oh, don't worry too much about where it came from, Gramps. The future is what matters now. A future where you're completely destroyed by a ridiculously simple and oversized blast of pure power. Now that's what I call a rocking good wake-up call. I'm almost jealous you get to experience it firsthand. Almost like a satellite beam. Everything starts to vanish before my eyes. My foolish beloved wives, the worms nesting within my body. And that is fine. I really believe that now. Now that I'm the last remaining fragment of myself, I can see clearly how awkward and clumsy I've been so far. Myself twisted beyond recognition, a self that would only exist because of how twisted he had become. Something being so tiny and warped that God himself would take no pity on it. It was only a matter of time until my form finally fell apart. I felt relief. I smiled coldly. Seems I really missed my mark this time. Everything feels distant, although it's happening to someone else. I'm no longer a standalone fairy tale, the man was based on. I'm just a fragment of conscious mind, incapable of understanding anything. The only thing I might possibly understand is that I should be the one to close this door for good. So with the last of my pride, though I can't say this pride for sure if this pride even belongs to me, I reach out my hand. I don't mind. There's not even the saint here, after all. There's not even a saint here. And with that, the taboo room is closed, never to open again. There. Curse you, this cannot be. Did you get him? Whoa there, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do this to save your lives. This is just kind of how things worked out. I figure he's gonna interfere with my plans if I didn't take him out soon. That was quite the canon. Use your rider's noble phantasm to draw out random from your AIs, then use that as a prime to pump the blast made of identical energy stored in voice space. Only a high-level conceptual shielded defensive noble phantasm could stood up against so powerful attack. Something tells me like that's very essential. Oh, at least one of you has an eye for this sort of thing. This massive spell was also inextricably tied to the specific location. Not only could you not use it anywhere else, you would not have been able to alter its position or even its very angle. It was a disposable cannon custom made for this exact situation. To make such a thing, you would have needed to be able to create an incredibly precise single-use spell way ahead of time. Does that mean your spell, your code, is a prognostication? Not exactly. I just measure the future and send it what it will need. Apparently, that's just a thing I can do. You said you're not an AI yourself? Although it probably wouldn't make any difference if you were. If you're used to using memory partition, then you should be able to sense it yourself at least a little. Just because two people share a face doesn't mean they're the same on the inside. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, it's really over this time, right? It better be. I don't want to ever have to fight that thing again. Oh, don't worry. We'll fight a recolor of it or something in a future event. I just like to lay down, kick back, and relax like Saber's master there, but I need to make sure he's dead before I can really let my hair down. Sakura, are you... What's going on? Oh, is the governor doing this? Good day, everyone. I'm contacting you all now in my capacity as Overseer of the System Grail War. This one-way transmission is being sent to all Holy Grail War participants simultaneously. Please be aware I cannot see you nor hear any responses you may potentially give. Hint, hint. Now then, down to business. At this moment, Rider Faction has completely destroyed Castor's Spirit Core. Exactly. Remember, last time I just said that monster disappeared, not the Spirit Core is destroyed. As a result, the Master Rider, the Prime AI of Transfer, will be given control of all assets formerly possessed by the Master of Castor, the Prime AI of Build. As part of this property transfer, the two will be moved together and unified to create a new partition called Transfer Build. Preparations for this transformation are underway as I speak, so please rest assured the vibrations you're not feeling are a side effect of those, not an actual earthquake. Huh, that sounds genuinely fascinating. World transformation? I think that's what she said, yes. What was that again? Let me search the rules. The event of servant's death. I'm sure many of you are scratching your heads wondering what I mean, so as your magnanimous overseer, allow me to explain. Simply put, do you know what a gyro compass is? They determine directions based on the rotational movements. You can look up more in the database if you're interested, so basically Google search if you want. At any rate, this magecraft is a lot like a gyro compass. As the System Grail War proceeds, energy generated causes this world to spin, which causes the Zero Compass, the paper moon, to redefine base axis. This is a concept relevant only to this world, not the physical action that takes place in the macro. At any rate, please note the world's about to rotate. My apologies for the inconvenience, it will not take long. In the meantime, I suggest you brace for inescapable rotational movement that is about to take place. While I have ensured this world's facilities will remain intact, I cannot be held responsible for accidents that may occur. That is all. I encourage you all to resume your system war efforts once the locations have been reset. World transformation, partial unification, rotational movement. Oh no, this is bad. Whoa, whoa, why is the shaking getting stronger? Master, hold on to me. So the whole place is getting redesigned? Phase 1's been reached. The AAC method's proceeding smoothly. Checking provisionals for units. Target not met. No problem. This was within expectations. Proposal from 3 denied by 2. A few irregularities remain, but for the most part, there's no significant deviations. I recommend the plan continue unchanged. A separate proposal from number 1. One of the irregularities, the import, is the alter ego import master. It's currently one most likely to impede the plan's current completion. All numbers are in agreement. Monitor the master with elevated priority. If the master should become an impurity, elimination is authorized. However, in that scenario, prioritize adaptive corrections as much as possible. Agreed, agreed, agreed. This plan, this experiment, this production is all to save the world from destruction. It must not be shut down before completion. It must continue at any cost for sake of the world, which is why the bird of the underworld surely hopes the moon never ascends to the southern sky. They said alter ego. I guess, no. Kiara is an alter ego, but again, that's Kiara, not Kama. Yeah, I guess in a way, Kama's acting a bit more like Kiara for some reason. But Kiara hasn't had a banner in a bit, so. The crime of revolution, future. Let me grab a sip of my drink and we're going right in. As with last time, I will not hesitate to use liquids as necessary. Alter ego invented type of master. I believe the gray information is information given to the player, but not the player character, if that makes any sense. The crime of revolution in the future. Know who you are. I feel like someone's asked me that not too long ago. It almost feels like it's been constantly asked throughout this entire story chapter, like it means something. No, hell, there won't be any point in knowing. I am who I am. I'm the one with a body that can satisfy a desire, the god of love and the demon king of depravity. I'm a singular entity, all arguably dualistic in nature, and countless versions of me exist to please every single person there is. There's no point in asking me who I am. That's not what I meant. An opportunity like this doesn't come around every day, so I thought I'd warn you ahead of time. Do you mind shutting up? You're a stupid memory, you know that? You can tell this is a recollection of something I did at some point in the past. I'm guessing it popped up because of some sudden shock to my system or something, but I've forgotten until now, so it couldn't have been that important. Never mind the past, there's no time like the present. Now please stay out of my way, there's no telling when I might get another chance like this. Wait, this is important. It has to do with what you're doing here in the first place. Yeah, maybe when I have nothing better to do, I'll see about remembering that. Bye. Yeah, if we're focusing on what's important, this moment right here takes the cake. This warmth, this sensation, this is what I want. Yeah, something tells me that if they'd been allowed to finish that sentence, a lot of what's about to come up could have easily been skipped. Hey, where we think you died and gone to heaven? I didn't actually die, did I? A good question if you did. Let's just say you're waking up here with me as proof I protected you, and since that would mean you owe me your life, don't you think I deserve a reward? Maybe a heartfelt hug or a head pat? Can I take you for myself? Oh, you don't mind, right? Yeah, she's acting like Kiara. Cut, this is far enough. Oh, come on, get out of that cramped space already. It must be getting hard to breathe in there by now, right? It's a good thing I was able to rescue you all so quickly. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of frustration coming up soon, and it would have all been avoided if Kama wasn't such a dick. But that's Kama for you, so it's like, yeah, it's not just. I just woke up and found myself in there too, so I didn't know what was going on either. But it looks like it's stuffed with cotton or something soft and fluffy. That's what we were inside of, one of those cylindrical cushioned rooms. Right, if you take a step back, you can see I was in the one next to yours. There's so many of these things. Where even are we, anyway? This is probably the Paper Moon's outer rim. Though I don't know if this is what it's always like, or if it's just like this now because of the Grail War. At any rate, it seems like the entire outer wall is made of these, which have built-in shock absorption. I wonder if there's any reason they're shaped this way. They remind me of building pillars, or maybe even coffins. Ah, like the ones for ray shifting. Based on the transmission, it seems like this is one of the Holy Grail War's mechanisms. It involves rotating the world to change structures between partitions at certain phases. I think this process is what sent us flying to the Outer Rim area. Hang on, I don't know what you're talking about. What's this phase thing? Is this because Castor died? Yes, I think so. This system Grail War is about the Prime AIs competing to expand territory. So if a master succeeds in defeating other servants and making progress, they gain administrative rights over the other master's partitions and end up with control over multiple domains. That must be why they have a way to physically unify domains and reflect the new positional relationship. Moving the whole world seems like overkill to me. Then again, gods can be pretty cavalier about moving mountains and oceans around, so maybe it'll be fine. Let me try running a simple map program I copied from AIS. Now I see, except for the center, every partition's location is changed. It appears the positional relationship were shifted with the world rotating. Just by rotating? Is it really possible to swap locations purely by rotating? I understand your confusion, but remember, this is a virtual world. It could be the partitions are conceptually paper thin during rotation or something like that. That's a hand wave statement if I've ever heard of it. And I know for sure we should be very aware of that rule going forward. It's just like Randomant and the AIs keep this world functioning. It bears mentioning the Paper Moon's a compass, so it should be able to rotate for that purpose. It may be strange to think about a massive gyroscope being necessary to adjust this world. But that may well be an everyday part of life here. I suppose so. Anyways, this unification indicates two important things. First of all, this obviously means Ryder's faction now has twice as much area for safely securing Randomant. That is also a natural consequence of gaining command of authority over another AI. And second, we no longer have any sort of enclave. What do you mean by that? Let me explain with a counterexample. Had build remained in place and not been unified, it had been an enclave for the Rider team. Should they then choose to make build their new base, transfer would become their enclave. In other words, they could only protect one territory at a time, leaving the other vulnerable. Such a punishment is hardly a fitting reward for a winner of a major Grail War battle. So the partition unification must have been added to prevent the winner from having an undue disadvantage like that. True, it's almost impossible to defend two fronts at once unless you have an overwhelming advantage. Having twice the area to manage should come with a corresponding advantage to make this worthwhile. Furthermore, say the war reaches a point where there's only 2 servants remaining. This unification would prevent them from wasting time at unrelated opposite ends of the world. Put another way, this also means the Holy Grail War participants will always have an enemy for neighbors. Such a development could easily be said to be necessary to encourage masters to fight and advance it. True, we do have a slight issue where most of the fighters are not interested in continuing the war. Come to think of it, I wonder how the AIs are doing. As far as I can tell, the regular AIs not taking part were unaffected by the rotation. Conversely, it's also safe to assume that Aes and Duradana were sent flying like we were. The same surely goes for Riders and Saber teams too. Since we cannot see any other factions camp, it would seem we were all sent in somewhat random directions. I doubt anything would have happened to forcefully separate masters from servants, but we cannot be sure. I guess our first step is finding Aes and Duradana again. Yes, I agree that would be best. Fortunately, she agreed to let me put some code on her with functions as a tracking device, so it should not be hard to find her. However, there's also no telling where we may run into as we make our way for the rim, so we must be careful. And I wasn't even sure if that Rider team had any interest in winning this at all. I never would have guessed they were packing firepower like that. Don't let your guard down, Master. Next time they may try to point that cannon at us. That said, as capable as I am, I'm planning to keep you safe no matter what, so there's something to feel good about. Oh yeah, you saved me earlier, didn't you? Thanks. Oh, no problem. Always happy to hear thanks, even if you're only being polite. Keep it coming if you like. You can even show your appreciation physically if you want. That cannon was truly massive, but it was also single use. I doubt he can use it again so easily. But I also agree we cannot let our guard down. I thought I had a handle on the Master of Rider, but now I'm not so sure at all. Besides which, he appeared to be seeing something visible only to him. What could that have been? It felt like he was searching for an answer to a question he doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the Grail War itself. Well, no matter what it is, the fact remains we need to be careful around him. After all, there's no telling whether the answer he's looking for is going to help us or hurt us. The crime of revolution. Who am I? I can tell you my name, Lanner Guisen. There are a few other things I could rattle off about me as well. I'm a participant in this Grail War, Master of Rider, Prime of Transfer. Oh, that's not the important part. In addition, in addition to the duties and behavior principles I am programmed with, I also have something pointing me in a certain direction. Something huge. And if anything, you could say it's what dominates most of who I am. It drives me to the very core of my being, a fever burning through every false heartbeat, telling me what it's to be like. Maybe I'd feel more hesitant about it if I were to feel this side of me was at conflict with my AI duties, but right now, all I feel is the urge to keep moving forward. I think you could call it a wish. I think you could call it a wish or desire. I don't know if this was a conscious choice or not, but I suspect this personality is used to being compartmentalized. Yeah, it seems like the data for each character is being drawn from somewhere else for whatever reason. Maybe that's why I tend to observe myself as from an oddly impartial perspective. This directionality is the first and primary functionality that defines this personality. And since I'm consciously aware of what kind of being I am, I'm able to internally fit my desire to that mold. What is that desire? What is that wish? I think it's a phrase that defines who I am. The future. So thus my answer is this. I may have been split off from someone else with a powerful inclination. I'm an... Whoa, is that really happening? What the hell's going on here? Oh, I'm glad you didn't say anything there, Ryder. I wasn't about to actually explain anything yet anyway. That's gonna wait till I got proof. Once I do, I'll gladly talk your ear off. No, wait. Now that I've said that, you'll probably ask just the right balance of questions anyway, wouldn't you? Who cares? Now come on, we gotta get to the next point. Yeah, it felt like nobody except for Castor and his master wanted to actually win this war, so what's going on here? I knew it, everything's misaligned, which means, what does this mean, actually? Now that I think about it, there must be a reason that this world is circular. Maybe enabling movement like this is the entire point? No, the key is the future. Continuing the movement must cause something to happen in the future. Yes, that's right. Whatever that something is must require centrifugal force. May I ask what's going on right now, Master? Oh yes, absolutely. Your timing is impeccable. I think I may have just figured out what this Grail War is going to bring about. No, it could be even the whole point of this Grail War is to... Impurity detected, eliminating. Huh? Master! How could I let this happen? I didn't sense anyone. I never thought someone tried to snipe at him from such an extreme range. Interesting. Was that from the lead AI generator, or is there someone else at work here? Master, Ryder, where's the enemy? There's no sign of them or of any follow-up attack. I think they just meant to assassinate you. With that done, there's not much sense sticking around, huh? Damn it, they got me. I must have figured out something that would have stayed secret, and I'm so close to getting a glimpse of the next future. Master, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, it's okay. If anything, I'm sorry I never gave you a chance to fight. You must have been so frustrated. All that warrior's talent and no avenue to use it. I wish I could let you contribute more to the future. Please don't be sorry. You understood me better than I could have dared to hope. Interesting. So the alter ego master was talking about, I thought it was referring to the player character Ritsuka, but no, it was referring to him the whole time. So it seems whoever figures out the truth as to what this Grail War is about has to be eliminated. Because if that gets out, they would immediately call it off because they would know it's bad, or something that at the very least they should not be doing. You understood me better than I could ever dare to hope. Warped and twisted this version of me no doubt is. You never looked upon me with disdain or undue heroic adulation. You just treated me like me. You were never afraid that I might be more than who I actually am. As I am now, that alone was more than enough. Ah, is that what you were scared of? Because anyone would be afraid of a pretty boy like you would be a straight up failure as a master. Me, I just want to see what comes next. If that means sacrificing the past or present, that's fine with me. Makes me a pretty shitty master, honestly. I may as well not go down without a fight. Ryder, over there. Is this right, Master? Yeah, who knows, maybe there won't be a point, but in case it changes something, let's give it a go. That's who I am, after all. Alright, it's almost time. There might not be a future for me, but you might still have one. Once I lose my Master authority, a new Master will be born in my place. And if there happens to be a Master with enough magical energy to sustain 2 servants, serving them might not be a bad idea either. Goodbye, Master. On the matter of your final words, I have no intention of serving anyone else. I will just stay here and wait, disappear, while I savor my good fortune of having found a master willing to treat me only as a tool. Oh, you want to be treated as a tool? How fortunate. Huh? You're the Master of Caster. I was hiding the last worms keeping me alive in the shadows. It seems no one noticed me. You could quite literally have stomped me into oblivion with but a single step. It seems fate had other things in store for me. What luck, finding a dying master who still has his command spell. Now I will gain both my master authority and a command spell in one fell swoop. By that command spell, I give you these orders. Ryder, take my worms and obey me as my new servant. Thing is, he doesn't have a damaging NP, so I'm not sure how threatening he can be. Ah! I don't know which servant assassinated your former master. It was foolish of them to leave their quarry ripe for the taking. Ha 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 ha. Short-lived petal, the red lotus flower. Are you sure this is what Aes and Duryodhana are? According to my tracker, yes. They must have come here after they were sent flying. Why'd they have to go off on their own? This is such a pain. Wait, is that them? Oh, you're okay. What a relief. I could say the same to you, but how'd you end up here? Sorry, I wanted to stay put after we got sent flying, but Berserker insisted. I was hungry and I smelled something good here, so of course that's where I'm gonna go. Munch munch. Now that you mention it, there are a lot of food stands here. And yeah, the only difference between shops here used to be whether they served rectangular round materials and the various quantities they offered, but now that cooking is trendy, I guess they must be evolving to keep up with the times. I've never seen so many different kinds of processed materials before. Ooh, what's that, Berserker? It looks good. Let me try a bite. Oh, you want some? Really now? Chomp. Hey! Ah, stop hitting me with your little fist. No good ever came from being greedy, you know. Look who's talking. Oh, buy your own. I won't stop you. Do you buy them with raniment? Oh, yes, you do. Isn't that a waste to give them raniment for a material that contains less than you just gave them? If the raniment is all you care about, yes, but this material also helps us, AIs like us, maintain structure. Although I very much doubt Berserker gets any benefit from paying raniment for these. So what? I just wanted to eat, that's all. What kind of place even is this, anyway? Finally, I was about to tell you, we ran off and started eating everything in sight. This is the far end of Keep. You can tell from all the type Ks, right? Huh? This is Lancer's area? Why didn't you say so sooner? Is he gonna force his grudge match? Because I'm not sure this is the best situation to be doing that in, but I guess, then again, I guess that's his problem. I don't see him anywhere at the moment, though. If there's no need for us to be here, I suggest we leave before we wind up provoking him. Yeah, we still need to plan our next course of action. Fine, but can I say something first? The types of AIs around here feel weirdly off. Is that normal? Oh, right, we have to remember the Overseer only said that Caster was gone for good. He did not say the Master was gone. The build AI was gone for good. Like, I get why the type K's around, but why are there type T's as well? Now that you mention it, that is a little strange. It's not like type T's wear down their structures more than any other type. I wonder why that is. Good question. Oh, hey, it's Caster's Master. Not anymore. Ryder. So you not only survived the cannon, you even stole his servant. I'd be interested to know how that came to pass, but though I doubt I'll get the chance to ask. Indeed not, because I didn't come here for a pleasant chat over a meal. Are you sure? I mean, it's the best plausible place for it. I may have lost my infinite caster monster, but it seems my power's a good fit for Ryder as well. Go on, Ryder, move. With my worm supporting you, you should have more power than you know what to do with, especially after I tampered with the spirit origin to increase the efficiency of your reanimate consumption. Run, I can't. He won't. Cease your pointless chatter, now cry out, my worms. Prince of Langling is not a very powerful servant since he's a support, dedicated one. I'm not worried. Oh, we're sure as hell not running now. You might be a stubborn old man, but you can't possibly be stronger than when you had that monster at your command. I'm taking you down once and for all, and I'm going to do it quickly since I'd rather not stay here any longer than I have to. True, that does sound like it'd be easier than running away. Besides, I'm not sure why, but I feel a powerful urge to squash every last one of these gross things. I'll just bring a buffer for Kama, I suppose. Also, I could probably bring Castoria, even though that's not quick. Just because it's still very powerful and helpful. Unfortunately, he already used his last command spell, so I'm afraid he's in a little bit of trouble. Increase HP at the end of the turn, charm down, resistance mental. We'll do it this way. I'm going to attack because I have no choice. This is my arrow of love that calls forth passion. Kamasahana banana fana. Ohana. You can't even use his NP. I will have Winds of Avalon. Increase max HP, charge up your everyone's NP, and overcharge. Kama time.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。 あれはいつか見た終わりの星。
Alright.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。 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 あれはいつか見た終わりの星。
Increase
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、
Ow, charge me.
アラウンドカリバーン。本当に本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ川間さんも花とこんなのがいいんですね。どうなっても
So
しょうが
full
ないで
quick
す
chain
ね。
for this.
本当に本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ川間さんも花とやっやります。いいともしょうがないですね。ここでまっすぐこんなのがいいんですね。いいですよ、いいですよ。別にこれ見せちゃおうかな。少しだけね。どうなっても知りませんよ。しょうがないですね。遠い楽園、開かれた希望、香るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。友情バーバロン。
Maybe a demerit of permanent HP reduction, but I also have max HP up. Therefore, I'll be able to get this going.
本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ
Overgauge.
川間さんも花と
He's charmed, so he can't immediately whip something out. Not that he even has an NP to use. Yeah, this is easy. This isn't too bad, at least. Man, he's just really strong. Oh, please don't go. Oh no, we can't possibly win. We must retreat again. It would seem Ryder's abilities are being boosted tremendously. Might go as far as say his base stats are being ratcheted up to borderline illegal levels. Strength, endurance, reaction speed are beyond those of a normal servant. Looks like his new master really is using his creepy worms to tamper with his insides. I could achieve similar results with my ether light were I to use on someone's cranial nerves, but it would place tremendous strain, and neither effects nor the target would last long. Something similar must be happening here. At the very least, Ryder must be in a great deal of pain. Why worry about pain with parameters like these? That he can move now is all that matters. Since my worms are controlling him, his pain will never hamper his movement. Wow, that's sane, rational love if I've ever seen it. You're quite the literal worst. Still, you're quite persistent, are you? I'm sure I could have overpowered one servant, but two at once is a whole. I suppose it does make sense he'd show up as this drags out. What's all this commotion about? Why do people think you're doing this in your backyard? So it wasn't them. Well, it's not like I want to see her in particular again, but if I had something I wanted to do if she was here, or had something I wanted to do if she were here, I was right in the middle of cooking a new dish, so I thought I'd like to get this wrap up as soon as possible. Oh, but I guess the idiot prince over there isn't the one to be blamed for this mess. Hey, who are you calling idiot? I'll have you know I've never been to blame for any mess in my life. Oh wow, you actually believe that, don't you? I probably shouldn't be surprised. Never mind that right now. Hey, Gramps, why the freaky bloodlust? You spoiling for a fight? I thought this might happen. This is your area after all. Lancer, while your actions may not have been directed at my current self, I do remember what you did to me. Forget a proper battle. You didn't even give me your name before you ambushed me, like the cowardly worm you are. I haven't forgotten that humiliation. You deserve a special punishment for what you did to me. So I'm gonna kill you along with the rest of these vermin. And how are you gonna do that? That's like this, Ryder? No, don't. Whoa, your servant there looks like he ate something nasty. How's he gonna fight like that? Oh, don't worry. There's more than one way to win a battle. I decided to take a page from my previous master's book and make a little weapon of my own. Ryder, remove your mask. Stop. I think we're supposed to not look at it. He's noble phantasm, but what can he do with under these circumstances? Oh no, is he? Everything was already in place. So all I had to do was add my own personal touch. Didn't you fools find it odd there were so many transfer AIs here? Comma, keep the master safe. I'm gonna use my ether light to get him down on the ground. I don't know what you're talking about, but fine. Don't try to resist, Ryder. Remove your mask. No, stop. This is wrong. This is evil. But I thought I didn't mind being evil. I thought I'd become a foolish, wicked blade, then be betrayed and shunned by my own lord. I never want to be truly evil. Please. Please, Master, don't do this. I'm begging of you, if you do this, it'd be a true atrocity. What are you talking about? How is this any different from what your last master did? All I did was apply the principles of my past self and understood the same mechanism. The AIs under my control are no more than tools, disposable ones. I'm just making efficient use of them. Now remove your mask. Remove it and use your noble phantasm to activate their random int and ignite the special worms I embedded in them. Don't do this. They're all living bombs. Those are Kama's flowers. He plans to blow up this entire area. Don't do this. No wonder he doesn't expect to be able to win the fight directly, but with all those human bombs, it might just be enough. My aching back. Master! Okay, you still have all of your limbs and you're not bleeding. It looks like you can still see. Wow, that came out of nowhere. I'd have asked if that was blood on the ground, but no, remember, these are all AI. Digital beings. They don't have blood, per se. This is horrific. I cannot believe it. How could you do this? What happened? I believe he took the same mechanism that uses Ryder's noble phantasm to amplify the Type T's remnant and used it to set off a spell he embedded in their bodies all at once, which means he transformed them directly into destructive energy by essentially turning them into living bombs. Oh, good. That was even a stronger blast than I'd anticipated. And they're extremely mobile, given the type of AI they want. I can send them anywhere I want destroyed. I'll call them transfer bombs. Damage severe, shutting down, destruction, workload increased, resolution impossible. And to top it all, my worms can then collect their remaining nutrients. What a feast. How dare you. Oh, you don't care for my methods, Master of Assassin, and what are you going to do about it? Well, let's see here. Well, you are old, and old men tend to die, so I think speeding that along might be a good idea. Wait, at least for now. First, we need to check on the other masters and servants. Ow. Are you okay, Master? Guess she took a hit. Looks like she got a concussion, or the AI equivalent of it anyways. Neither of us will be ready for a fight yet. And as for him... Damn, that old man smells exactly like the brat, but he's completely surrendered to his monstrous side. Whatever semblance of conscience he had, that's long gone now. Are you okay, Master? You ought to be, since I kept you safe. Yeah, I'm okay. But it's a little constricting being carried while you're in that armor. Kind of hurts as well. Deal with it. We were the closest to the blast. This armor was the thing that kept us alive. So what now? What do you mean? We're probably still his primary targets, but I'm not sure if I can keep you safe without this armor. I don't want any more of those AI sneaking in and blowing you up while I'm thrashing the worm grandpa over there. So either you deal with my armor and we make a run for it while I'm carrying you, or we stick around and see what happens. That's what I recommend. Alright, then let's... Whoa, hold up, Bima. What do you want? Really don't want to talk to you if I can help it, but damn it, I'll have to say something here. What happened to you? Why aren't you fighting back? When did you become such a coward? Oh, you just went there, huh? Then again, you always did like to get everyone else so worked up you wouldn't have to do any fighting yourself. Like you did to Karna. Shut up, we're talking about you here, not me. You were always so proud of your stupid strength. The second you saw an enemy, you'd jump in and crush them with your bare hands. More than anything, you were a battle-crazed buffoon that only cared about rubbing your victories in everyone's faces. So why aren't you fighting now? The old you would have never been more willing to run away with a woman and stand ground. The old you would have never been more willing to run away with a woman and stand his ground and fight. What are you? Are you truly the Bima I knew? Sir. I never considered myself a battle-crazed buffoon, but I see how I came across that way to you guys. That was never all there was to me, though. Not then and not now. Who are you? Right now, I've got my hands full taking care of this weak-ass master and her weak-ass heart. I just want to serve her best I can. You what? You probably don't know this, but back when me and my brothers were going undercover in King Virata's palace, I took the role of Labha, a cook in the royal kitchens. Weirdly enough, I didn't even hate it. In fact, I really like making people happy with my cooking. Even made me think that a life spent in service to someone else might not necessarily be a bad one, and well, that's the version of myself I am here now, the one who remembers that feeling. So right now, everything else comes after that. Wait, are you really Bima? What happened to the Bima I knew? The man who went so far just to defeat me? What happened to your warrior self? Wait. Wow, looks like he's hurt. I guess it's just us then. So it does. We'll need to steel ourselves with this fight. No worries, I was already planning on handling this myself anyways. Just make sure you've got a fitting reward waiting for me. As an assassin, challenging me to a straight fight. Seems you haven't learned your lesson. Ryder. Not very eloquent, are you? Oh, did you bite your tongue? Oh, I see you were really humiliated, weren't you? All I did was use you as a tool, just as you wanted. Fine then, torment yourself. Once you strip away the facade, heroes are like anyone else. You can bite your own tongue off or tear out your own innards. My worms can still control your body the same. Really, as long as you maintain your core functionality, I don't care what you do to yourself. You really are the absolute worst. Well, Ryder, it's your lucky day. I feel bad for you, so I'm gonna give you all the love you can stand. I'm gonna love your suffering, your pride, your pain, your adorable faux evil self used against your will. You don't have to give this any more effort at all. I'm gonna provide you with a peaceful eternity of depravity. Let yourself be swallowed up by my consuming love and sleep for the rest of time. I don't mind focusing on Kama since she's actually quite strong. Yeah, I'm just gonna have my team focus on supporting Kama to the best of my ability. He deals a lot of damage though, so I must be very careful. At least every turn she NPs, she charms him, so I don't have to worry about the attacks that turn. And he's not allowed an NP since he just has a support NP. Well, they'll probably give him his extra attack as the NP attack, but that is not nearly as threatening. Let's go this way. Full stars. Really? Are you serious? Samohana. Got it. Quick.
別にこれ見せちゃおうかな。見せてあげるよ。
Alright, let's do it this way. All 3 NPs.
やあやあ、アバロンの風体験ツアーへの参加誠にありがとう。私の顔ばかり見ていていいんですか。
Alright, this shouldn't be too bad. Alright, this should give us some good defenses
それはいつか来る兆しの星。
while also improving our attack.
あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。本当に本気で言ってるんですか。じゃあ
No effect, right? He's immune to debuffs. You probably noticed it from the past chapters I've streamed, but whenever they have a relevant boss fight, they pretty much always give them debuff immunity. This is because a lot of servants rely on debuffs to either amplify their damage, like Arjuna Alter, or just stun lock them permanently, like Kama, or even the 3-star, Urale. How do we pronounce it?
お返しをしなくてはね。
Here we are, let's do this way. Here we are. Yeah, this turn is pretty much gonna have to be entirely charging NPs.
いいですよ。別に。
Here we are, let's go. Yeah, he's probably gonna get his extra attack as the NP damage, since his regular one is just a team buff, and he's got no allies, so... Break bar complete. Parasitic progression. Protect everyone. As much as I want Winds of Avalon, this kind of chain would be wonderful. Let's do it. Yeah, it's his EX attack for the Noble Phantasm. Pairing Transfer Bomb. Uh-oh. That does not sound good. Even if I lose my supports, as long as Kama's alive, I can do this. I'm going to attack you. Of course it bypasses the invincibility. Why wouldn't it? Alright, we'll have to do it this way. I need to get my NPs ready. And keep everyone buffed up. Great vigor.
これ見せちゃおうかな。こうしょうがないですね。本当に本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ川間さんも花とこんなのがいいんです。どうにかなっちゃう。せいぜい頑張りますよ。
Parasitic erosion.
いいですよ。別に。シュリンガーラヨーン。
We are.
見せてあげるよ。
Here we go.
そんなに欲しいん
Winds
です
of
か？
Avalon because we need to get the heal, team-wide heal.
たとえどれだけ遠くとも私の向こうに楽園はある。行方を感じて目を開けて。ウィンズ・オブ・アバロン。本当に本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ川間さんも花とどうぞどうぞ。そうきたか。
Can't do anything to protect her anymore. So the question is, do I want to let someone die? Swap her. I could swap her out to ensure that dies. No one dies. That would mean someone, whoever dies to his NP next turn, she'll come in and replace them. Alternatively, I could do all the damage I possibly can here and hope the rest of the team can finish it without her. Let's take the big risk then.
いいとも。そんなに欲しいんですか？本当に本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ川間さんも花とたまにはこんなのがいいんですね。
I knew he'd go after Kama, why wouldn't he?
眠いな。
これが効くはずだ。ここでこうだ。当然だろう。勝利は目前だな。夏に殺石灰してみよう。
そうかい？
冥府の神よ、見るがいい。コレクションフロート派です。泣いても構わんぞ。
Of course. That's fine, I don't mind losing him.
仕方のない。
少し
この
だけ
私に命令か。
たとえどれだけ遠くとも私の向こうに楽園はある。行方を感じて目を開けてウィンズ・オブ・アバロン。
I could easily have beaten that if I had just swapped down and let someone else die. Of course, it gives me nothing but Jason. Why wouldn't it?
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi.
Ah.
Tatami kage.
Okay, good. I think that's enough. Alright, I think this should be enough to kill him. What's our MP level again? 2. I'm not sure this is gonna be enough, but might as well. All or nothing. Atlante Altar, it's up to you. Yep, that was enough. Like I said, you can never have too many berserkers lying around. Phew, okay, finally caught my breath. Berserker. Oh, hey, you're awake. In that case. Is it really gonna... Now's our chance to escape while assassins fighting. Berserker, help them. Hey, what are you doing? I can't let him get away with this. They were all just doing their best. They were just normal girls. One day they might have been family, and he just threw them away like they were nothing. So please, Berserker, don't let him get away. If we don't take him down here and now, he'll do this again. I'm sorry, my head's pounding. I can't bear to see family dying, but this is not as bad as not having them in the first place. Master, she fainted. That's what she gets for giving me raiment as soon as she wakes up. And she didn't quite seem like herself before either. No matter, the question is, what do I do now? Let's think this through. Bima already ran away, so there's no reason I can't do the same. That's the clear and obvious answer, but it's not the only one. Think about what that old man did. I get it, using the weak for the single most effective way to win the battle, and that applies to weak on both sides, which means he made the right call. And that pisses me the hell off. There are different kinds of wisdom, and I refuse to tolerate the kind that's more effective than my own. There's no one wiser than me. The only reason I would imply those types of wisdom is they lack elegance, so anyone who dare to use such tactics in front of me, especially a smugly triumphant look on their face, would be outright insulting me. I bet punishing a transgression like that would feel really good, and that's not the only thing. This one's really simple. Were I to bring such a wicked villain to justice, anyone who saw it would praise my name. I'd be a hero, talk of the town, best known and loved. I like that, standing out, being fawned over. So many things I want them all. So fine, I guess I have to do this. I already got one person looking at me to be their hero, so rather than reduce that one person to none, it's much more my style to let my greed carry that one to 100. Honestly, I think Kama would have had this. Like, if I had actually been smart and swapped Kama out with, even just a Slepius, that would have been fine, since he'd have nuked someone, probably a Slepius for that matter, and boom. She'd be back with her full NP, ready to kill him. Come on now, what are you doing out here? I swear, you're helpless without me. Guess I've got no choice but to join the fight. I mean, look at your arrows. They've been hitting everything but the enemy. Oh, is that what you think's happening? Anyway, glad you're here. Everything was just about ready. Would you mind keeping Ryder busy so I can concentrate for a moment? Great, so helpful of you. Thanks. I didn't come here just so you could dump all the work on. Oh, wow. How are you doing, Master? I think I'm ready for what you're planning. Perfect, I knew we were on the same wavelength. Alright, just let me concentrate, get some resources from you, and voila. So, Berserker's back in the fight, but Ryder's fine. Assassin doesn't have anything that could finish him off. Once I call in the new transfer bombs, I can just blow both of them to sky high at the same time. Hey you, yeah, old geezer sitting there planning his schedule for later like he's already won. Probably should have kept in mind that you're part of this battle too. Huh? What's this? A bounded field? Wait, flowers? You did see me firing those flower arrows. You thought I was just missing it all the time? Fat chance. I aimed very carefully and let them grow a bit at a time so they'd surround you at just the right spot. Ah, so it's that you missed, did I? Situation. Ha, my worms will devour these little flowers, and why do you think I'm doing this? I'm making sure not one of those nasty worms can escape. See, you might not be able to see it, but I've got really, really irritating fire burning inside me all the damn time. So just by putting a little bit of that fire in my Vajra and then doing this... Wait, what? I don't know why, but for some reason, I've been really wanting to burn every last one of your worms to cinders myself. I'm so glad I get the chance to make that happen. Ah, my worms! Why won't these flames go out? Oh, please, you think you could just put those flames out? If it were that easy, my life would have been much easier. Ah! Curse you! Curse you! Ah. Maybe seeing them is what gave me the eye to use these flowers. Oh well, it's not like I'm gonna run out of flowers anytime soon, but it pisses me off how I went and he ruined my lovely tips like that. But Baka, it's only fair you repay me for them, don't you think, grandfather? Hiya! I will certainly not be repeating my mistake. I scanned every millimeter and can confirm the elderly master is finally and completely gone. Wahaha! And I just want a big victory over Ryder. Now to finish the job. Don't bother, he's already halfway gone. Assassin Berserker, thank you. Oh, really, I expect you to complain about the loss. I was not a warrior in this, but merely a tool. As such, I have no right to either pride in my victories or anger at my losses. But even so, twisted into a false evil just as I was. No, it is how I was twisted that it would have made going over to evil truly unbearable. So thank you for stopping me and ending this. It's only because my time here is about to end that I can admit this self came from near the end of my real life. Emperor, I have fought for you all this time. I've dedicated my service to our empire. I have no ulterior motives. All honor and glory I've achieved, I have offered to you. Nothing I've done has been for my own benefit. So why won't you believe me? Why do you think I want your crown? Why? I believed him, I gave everything I had, and yet he envies me, doubts me, shuns me, treats me like an enemy. It's so painful. If I had known this would happen, I would have never become a hero. Wonder if it's not too late, if I'll make him trust me, if it will end this pain and suffering. Maybe I should turn evil so foul it erases my past accomplishments. But although I tried, I was ultimately too soft to embrace the evil. The best I could do was pretend, which amounted to more than escape and confusion by another name. Probably why, both then and now, instead of quaffing the evil entirely, I chose to my eternal rest, with only some bitter aftertastes lingering on my tongue. Whatever, I didn't do that looking for gratitude or anything, but Baka. But I have to ask, how the hell did you end up working for that complete piece of garbage? Yeah, what happened with the original master? Oh, right, I need to tell you something. My first master was erased. Someone I don't know who killed him. I have no excuse for my failure, but I can tell you this. He was killed by a projectile fired from an absolutely great distance. Only an attack from a servant could have been that accurate and powerful. So I think there may be an archer somewhere in this world. I did notice Archer was the one missing. And that We now know that one servant was left over from the last war, the one who's currently owned. So this has to have been the archer that won the last war. That explains why one is missing. Please, be careful. We may have been deceived right from the start. What could this mean? An archer. Of course there's no archer here. The basic knowledge I was given was that someone tells me that that's a real class, but I've never seen anyone like that around here. Good day, everyone. I'm contacting you now as my capacity of overseer. As of this moment, Ryder's spirit core is completed. The winner is I killed the master. But I dealt the killing blow to Ryder. It's a tough call, but I'm going to go with the berserker since I believe the servant battles take precedence. Alright. Are you freaking kidding me? As a result, Prime AI authority over the Master of Riders, transfer and build will be given to the Master of Berserker, Prime AI of repair. As part of the property transfer, these areas will be united to create a combined partition. Preparations are currently underway. In fact, they're already complete since this will be the second such one. So let's keep things swiftly. Good luck to all remaining. Huh? Are you freaking kidding me? Doridora, look after Aius. I know that. Not again. Sheesh, it's like a centrifugal force machine. Fury. Cradle's will. Whoever. Let me grab a sip of my drink. Yeah, something is definitely up here. Cradle's will. Ew. I know keeping the master safe is important, but does that mean you have to cradle him in your arms every time this happens? Yes, now shut up. Oh, that's just a perk. You never know what might happen, right? So a second layer of protection never hurts. Alright, never mind. Let's see. Looks like Aius and Diodana are very close this time. Let's go find them. Where'd all these new admin privileges come from? What happened while I was asleep? Oh, you like them? Well, you're welcome then. Thanks. Don't let him fool you. I deserve at least half the credit. I was the one who got rid of Ryder's advantage. At any rate, this means you can now manage workloads for build and transfer as well as repair. Yeah, I'm still Type R myself, but it looks like I can also handle these tasks as kind of subcategory now. I can even manage location for all the different AI types to communicate. Oh, this is going to be really useful. This is what the partition map currently looks like. I see, wow, my territory is huge now. I'll have to make sure I do a good job taking care of it. Yes, but in exchange, you also reap a larger share of benefits as well. So it's lucky so many of these jobs have to do with safety. I think our next course of action would be go around and stocking up on random and help other AIs as we do. Go around where? Do we have a specific objective right now? One of the home bases, maybe. We should probably stick with repairs, huh? No, we're gonna pay a visit to the church and defend. Planning to ask the governing AI about the supposed archer or something? If I can, I'm sure she knows more about this world's servants than anyone else after all. But first, Aius, I should also tell you what Ryder told us before he vanished. I don't think there's anyone like that described by Ryder here. Me neither. Ryder probably got confused before passing on. This is possible, yes, but there's no harm in making sure. Well, don't look at me. I've got no opinion on this. Regardless, our top priority is replenish our fuel supply. Aius, would you mind looking into the AIs under your charge are up to and find what tasks we assist with? Sure, come on then. There's no time to waste. I see no reason not to zerk it up.
たせしたな。それはすまない。
Build partition construction. Partition.
あ
よっと。
日の糸聖なる主よ。
ふわっ
ご承覧あれってな。
と。寝かすまい。あ、そうか。えい。癒してやろう。どう？
Oh, come on, are you serious?
やり負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐそこ動かない。立ちはだかるならなんだ、覚悟しろ。今のうちに準備は
Yeah, you can tell which of these skills are older and which are newer one because the newer ones look like Yu-Gi-Oh! Text descriptions. And it's only really simple when it's ridiculous, like the increase NP. No, this still has like 4 effects on it. Sheesh.
なんだ。オーダー入ります。どうか。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。というわけで港の下だ。お昼休み7時クリン。Good morning。店長、次はもっと可愛いぞ。
Battle finish. Excellent. Oh, thank you. There we are, we helped out. And thank you. Oh, you don't have to give me any more. I don't want to take too much. Or we were ordered to give as much as we could without disappearing. Alright, Build Eyes used to work for Castor's absolute shit of a master. I bet they were getting exploited pretty bad. Now that I'm your Prime AI, that's going to change. All I want is to be like... As far as I'm concerned, you Build Girls already are like family. Thank you again. By the way, you're the Master of Assassin? That's me, hi. I heard you were a big help as well in wresting away control from Build's last Prime AI. Thank you as well. Oh, that was nothing I wanted to help. I just realized I can thank you in ways besides Randomint. We have materials. Would you like to make something? I'd like to make something. Tell me your desired parameters, ideal shape. I can make enough for all of you. Oh, that's nice of you, but we already have all the repair equipment and need. Still have to come up with something on the spot. Why don't you just make whatever you feel like? I guess that's a lot easier than having the player try and input something. I'll get to work. They're done. Here we go. Looks like a game piece. Oh wait, this one's carrying a medical bag. Is that one for me? Affirmative. Custom-made chess piece. You can use them in place of a king or queen, or as their own original pieces. I imagine them moving the same way as the queen and knight, because those are the strongest pieces. Oh, this is great, thanks. Oh, you have one for me too? I'll never say no to a bit of idolatry. So am I a long-range attacker or a charmer that can bring attack over the side? It hardly needs to be said that AI and chess go together like peanut butter and jelly. These AI must be using that as a way to improve their computational abilities. Fascinating. Ah, so Deep Blue is in here. Although, if I'm completely honest, I do feel like my piece should be a little taller. Still wonderfully made, thank you. Now, hold up. Why is mine the only one that's all boxy? Looks like it's from a super low poly game or something. For that matter, even the shape is pretty shabby. But that was not intentional. I overestimated the amount of material we had available. But I did not have enough to finish yours. As for his shabbiness, I'm afraid that's your imagination. I'm sure it has nothing to do with you being the only one who acted a little frighteningly. Are you sure about that? Incidentally, your piece does have a rare ability. It cannot move at all. Amazing, there's never been a piece like it before at all. I knew it, you messed up on purpose. Well, fine, since you got everything else, well, I'll decide its proper abilities myself. Behold, dear Adana, the strongest piece ever. Placed, all the opponent's pieces will bow down in reverence if they're before they're knocked out of commission. How's that? Snort. Hey, what was that? Did you just laugh at me? Hey guys, are you sure she's really subordinate? Maybe you should double check your authority? Anyway, I'm glad this all worked out so well. Well, me too. Okay, let's keep the supply train going. How about we visit Transfer next? I see no reason to change things up now of all times. Transport partition.
ああいいだろう。
よっと寝かせます寝かせます危ないぞ
Let's just go with the Fun Buster Brave Chain.
味のふわっとおかわり
Out beam. Don't get to see that very often. There we go.
というわけで皆の手だ最初にお昼休み7時くり Good morning
立ち上がれまだ早いここで終わることは許さんぞ
Now that's a speedster. It was so fast I thought I saw a wolf or a dragon. Nice. Gosh, I could get used to how fast the transfer girl's speed is. Maybe I should make one of the mobility attachments for me. Bam. Ah, bam. Isn't this kind of a lot? I sure want to give so much. Bonus. We thought as long as we're making one-way... Bonus. We all thought all we'd be doing is making one-way trips from here on out, so, well, don't worry, I'll never order you do anything as horrible as blowing yourselves up. So just ride like the wind, don't worry about a thing. That's a relief. And it's been a long time, but we'd like to hold a competition to celebrate. Our safety and security, would you like to join us? Competition. A race to see who can run like the wind. We'd love it if you participate in the guest slot. Incidentally, we all have the same base stats, so our race is almost always dead heats that come down to hundredths of a second. Oh, then what's the point? I think Berserker's probably the fastest of us all, so good luck. Since you love nothing more than crowing about how great you are in every regard, I'm sure you must be a fast runner too, right? Not that I actually care, Babaka. Want me to give you a speed boost with my Etherlight? By the race is finished, you'll have a torn every muscle in your body, but it's the price you'll have to pay. Don't worry, I'll be rooting for you. Of course I'm not gonna race. I'd be on foot. They got motorbikes. There's one thing I hate more than anything, it's contests I know I can't win. Wait, I also hate losing contests I was sure I'd win. Look, I hate losing. Period. Never mind that. You know that every good contest needs a bet. That I'll be willing to do. I'll be the one who takes the bets myself. Doesn't matter how close a race is when you're handling all the money. You there, no underhanded schemes. I swear, you love to gamble, don't you? I can only imagine you must have won something big when you were alive. I'm pretty sure that was fixed, but I'll keep to myself. Yeah, he gave the implication he was using loaded dice, so... Anyway, let's watch the race and then head on to the next area. The whole thing's been rotated, dang. Sure has been redone a little. Guess it's time.
Yotto. いいだろう。負けないぞ。わっと。
ご承覧あれってな。
Damage to be healed A, damage to be healed B.
Yotto. Hatto. Nya nya nya.
そうか。
味のおかわりはいよ。
Oops, I definitely could have done better there. Oh well.
確かそうか。
Scotty got that handled, so next up, damage to be healed, huh?
負けないぞ。というわけで皆殺しだ。最初にお昼休み7時ぐり。Good morning。
今は楽しめ。
Over 200.
いずれ終わるのだから。
That was great. Your skills never cease to impress. We'll give you a little extra show. There's no place like home. There really is nothing like repair work for me. It feels good to be back to it. After all that work we did, we're nice and stocked up too. I'd say we're ready for anything now. It does feel like we're finally back at the real starting line. With that awful caster gone, we can finally have a proper war. So I guess this means we're all ready. We'll just go over the prime bases, ask them to fight us, I guess? As long as neither side employs underhanded tactics, that does sound correct. But first, we still have an important errand to take care of. We're still going to defend? We're all stocked up and ready to go, though. Can't we just fight first? It's best we have a full and accurate grasp of the situation. Remember, this war was originally supposed to be held with only 5 people. For Assassin. Kama appeared anonymously, so it could be a real well. There's another anomaly there too. I can't say how likely it is this archer exists, but there's a chance for us to find out. We should do so. Because if the victory condition requires that only one servant be left standing, getting the number of servants participating wrong would be a very dreadful mistake. It'd be like if there was a death game and it turns out there was exactly one more than the amount that we thought were participating. Well, I guess you do have a point there. Of course, if we're being realistic, I could also be a Lancer or Saber-killed Rider's Master with a long range we don't know about yet. Since you already know Bima, what do you think? He's the son of Vayu the Wind God. That's probably how he got his lance. He could probably manage a long-range attack if he tried, but I don't think he's the type. Forget it, don't ask me, I don't know anything about the guy. I didn't know him well before, and I sure as hell don't know about the weirdo he's become. Oh, come on, we can't afford to waste time like this. He's never gotten that upset about Lancer before. I wonder what's gotten into him. Something happened, though, that's for sure. Hey, wait for me. And for the record, yeah, I do know that Caster returning a handful of times did not render the original fights pointless. I guess I'm just a bit frustrated with how often we beat a boss, but then he's back stronger than ever over and over again. It's not necessarily a bad plot device, for the record, even for not just this game, but in other ones that use it. Maybe I'm worried over nothing, I guess. The Cradle's Will. Now let's go to this error point, which I'm sure will be perfectly fine and not be a massive problem. Oh, good timing. Wow, getting rid of these bugs that popped out of nowhere seems like a pain in the ass. Not that, I'm talking about the AI we should be talking to about things. She's coming over to us. Hello, DX. I see you were assisting the Type Ds with their duties again, thank you. Glad to see you. I was planning to ask Ronnie 12 to arrange a meeting with you when we met her. Good point, if there's an Archer here, she's the only other Prime AIs. So she's most likely to be Archer's master. I just want to make sure of something, I'll not be long. Warning, unauthorized attempts to connect to my internals are prohibited. Do so again, and I will designate you a hostile entity. So much for my second round of asking forgiveness rather than permission. Then I must apologize for the blunt question. Would you mind removing your armor and showing us your form beneath? Even in this world, a Holy Grail War Master is marked by their command spell. Once we see if you have one, we will have our answer. I do not know what you mean, but alright. Okay, so this was largely fan service. Does this satisfy you? Does not look like you have one beneath your innerwear either. That is all. Again, I apologize. I mean, it makes sense. If she really was an Archer here, they'd have to be her servant. She's the only Prime AI with an area to manage who is not also a Master. Since she isn't one, Ryder might have been mistaken? Maybe. Now that I've verified the most likely candidate's not a Master, it does seem like a lower priority. Still, we've already come this far. But I'd still like to talk with Ronnie and make sure before our next course of action. Oh, look out. Oh, dang. Cerberus is a... Whoa, those things come out of nowhere. What the hell are they? They're not bugs. I've determined they are still but I've determined they are targeting AIs in the central area. I recommend they be eliminated for violating the rules. Requesting assistance? Got it. I believe there's only one, so... Or if not, I can still just break it through with Kama. I mean, you saw how quickly I was NPing with her over and over again, so... Yeah, I believe Kama's considered the best dealing assassin in the game, which is notable because the assassin class usually sucks. Cerberus enemies. we're just gonna use commas here for a grave change. Should be good. It's nice having a partner servant for the story that's this as powerful as Kama is. Winds of Ava.
遠い楽園、開かれた希望、薫るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。ウィンフオブアバロン。
Alright, Avalon are going. The winds are blowing.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けて、アラウンドカリバーン。本当に？本気で言ってるんですか？じゃあ、川間さんも花と。シュリンガーラゲーン。お返しはしなくてはね。やります。はいはい。
Do it this way. Buster chain.
こんなのがいいんですよ。召し上がれ。
Darn it, how is it still alive?
そうか、もちろんしょうがないですね。
Well, one should die from this. One shall stand, one shall fall. Here we are.
どうなっちゃそんなに欲しいんですか？しょうがないから撃ちますよ。これが私の情欲を呼び起こす愛の矢、カーマ三毛花。こんなのがいいんですよ。召し上がれ。せいぜい頑張りますよ。今回はうまくいきました。
Bond up. Well, I guess that was worth it just for the Saint Quartz. Why are they taking Greek appearances? Where have I seen something disappear like that? What the hell were those weird mutts? Something tells me they're from another major pain in the ass. Why would those creatures go after AIs? If they want their raniment, that's no different from what Castor was doing, but Castor and his master are dead. We've finally confirmed it. Understood. Those were intertype comms, right? Did you learn something about those creatures? This unit's actions will depend on the central governing AI's instructions. But I can tell you that I've obtained new information about these demonic beast threats from the comms network. I'll share this with you in accordance with our risk management protocols. Those demonic beast threats appeared in every partition and are indiscriminately attacking to steal their raniments. Interesting. Threats have been confirmed coming from Grow. This leads us to believe the one responsible for these is Saber. They are, well, Cerberus is Greek just like Medusa, but they're not exactly connected directly. Saber never created them after all. Sakura's dream. I hate love. The fact that everything has two names is relevant, I'm sure. Now, who am I? What a stupid question. I've always been impossible to pin down. I'm mostly just the role I was assigned. My timeline, memories, fate, all vague and ill-defined. Some parts overlap, some directly contradict each other. Only my role remains the same. Monster. That's what I am. No matter how many different versions of me there are, that will probably never change. I'm sure there's a version of me who mindlessly devours everything in sight, one with close ties, and the one who has close ties to Pegasus. There may even be a version of me who's almost a younger sister to the two older sisters. Even then, I'm a monster. The fact I'm a monster remains inescapable. The only real question is, what kind of monster am I? There's a variation of me tied to Pegasus. This is a me tied to Creosaur, a monster with a golden sword, and that's fine. And ever since Creosaur is the ancestor of so many monsters, the version of me reflects my own status as the progenitor of a bloodline, monster bloodline. That's fine as well. It's everything else with me that's not fine. I have feelings in this form, feelings about Poseidon, Athena, passionate towards the gods. This version remembers how I became a monster. I couldn't forget even if I wanted to. Yes, that's right, this version of me detests love, not for the gods, but for everything. If it wasn't for love, I might not have become the monster I am now. If it wasn't for love, I might have been able to live out my days peacefully with my sisters. Which is also why I hated her. I couldn't stand the master I met when I was summoned to this world. I tried to stay away from her as much as I could. I kept her conversation to the barest minimum. I told her over and over I was only here because of a contract. But as I'd feared, it was no use. No matter how much I pushed her away, she'd always come back, trying to get close again, look at me with this oddly familiar gleam in their eyes. Yeah, this is one big throwback to Fate Stay Night, where Sakura was the master of Medusa Rider. They really, it's easy as it is to forget, FGO is a big crossover of all the Fate properties, and they love to push the Fate Stay Night fan service. That's why I hated her. I knew letting my guard down for a moment wouldn't make not loving her impossible. And I knew it. I tried desperately to flee love. I've cursed its loathsomeness again and again. I wanted nothing to do with it, so why me? Everything about it is painful, agonizing, terrifying, goes against everything I stand for. But even so, in spite of all that... Now that I know I love her, my hands are tied. After all, when you get right down to it, I'm nothing more than a monster who cares more about what I want than what is right. It's Saber Medusa. So you were here. I figured if anyone would come, it would be you people. What are you doing? This must be some kind of mistake. We all fought Castor together. I thought you couldn't stand seeing these IAs mistreated. Well, you thought wrong. I only fought Castor because my master ordered it, because Sakura wanted me to. That's all there was for me. So what, you're telling us she wants you to do this now? Because I don't see her anywhere. She's back there sleeping. Hold on, I can't see her very well, but it seems like she's having trouble breathing. Let me take a look at her. Her distance, I know what is wrong with her. She's dangerously low on Roniment. She has only enough to sustain her AI body, and barely even that. In fact, she doesn't have enough energy to so much as sit up. As things are, she'll disappear soon. Then we need to get her more Raniment immediately. I have a meal here. I can lend you some directly if that would help. What a strange AI you are. You know she's an enemy master, right? I suppose your base repair programming overrides the rest. At any rate, it would be easy enough if replenishing her would help her, but that's not possible. Raniment would help her, but that's not possible. Every bit of energy she gets now, she automatically feeds to her servant. That is, me. I admit, I know I screwed up here. She's been doing that for some time now, since certain something happened. I just never noticed. Everything she got from materials, all the other AIs, every drop she required, no matter how, she was sending as much as possible to me, her servant, and she held on to just enough to maintain her form and no more. Perhaps this whole time she's been dancing the razor's edge. Perhaps she even went over it at some points. Is it because we ate those sandwiches meant for her? No, I saw her consuming materials at the time with my own two eyes. This condition's not a result of lack of sufficient eating. Hold on, you mentioned an incident. You don't mean... It was when she was injured during Castor's Familiar's first attack on Grow. So yeah, she's been like this ever since you treated her. I knew it, so she is suffering lingering effects from the damage. Those wounds were never really deep. No, those wounds were very deep. I know I repaired her AI parts perfectly, but there were many parts about her newly added master functionality that I could not make heads or tails of. The only thing I could do is wait and see if any adverse effects presented themselves. Right, unfortunately, they have. I interrogated Type R that examined her and got her to tell me the truth. Apparently, her internal pathway that feeds Raniment to her servant is broken beyond repair. The Type R that holds me like this are the holes in the conduits connecting us. When she tries to send me Raniment, most of it leaks out, the hole's wasted, so in order to make sure I have Raniment I need to function normally, she has to send much more than usual to make up for what she lost in the transfer. To do that, she's been using Raniment she'd normally reserve for herself. Hate to admit that I've only recently realized this. After she fed me such a large amount so I could fight at my full strength, she began losing her balance and could no longer walk straight. That's when I realized something was wrong. She said she'd prioritize her well-being, but instead... I remember, she used a command spell on you back the second Colossal Fiend came up, wasn't it? Yes. Why was she doing this all this time? Why did she use a command spell? The answer to both these questions is the same. She just wanted me to protect her home. That was the only reason. Why did she tell me? She had plenty of chances to bring this up. I even told her there could be unexpected side effects and she should let me know immediately if something was wrong. I asked her the same, but ultimately this was her decision. I imagine she had her reasons. One of them is probably that Type R determined her condition was untreatable, even by you. I think Sakura herself sensed the same. No way, we don't know that. If she just let me examine her, maybe... I also believe she did not want to be any more indebted to you than she already is, since you are still ultimately enemies. After that, she smiled. She has said that no matter how defective she might be, she would never willingly forego her duty to protect this place to save her own life. She wants to do everything she can to protect it, even if it ultimately may be a selfish desire. When she used her command spell on me, she wished to keep this place safe. That command spell is still in effect. At least, I think it is. So I'm gonna protect Grow. Protecting this place is functionally the same as protecting her, and I'll do anything to protect her, even if it means sacrificing every AI outside of Grow. I'll use this sword to produce demonic beasts and collect enough Raniment to make up for what she's lost. Then if I give it to her all at once, she'll wake up. She has to. This is the only way. I understand how you feel, I really do, but this... I think it's fine. Huh? I've always thought the only thing we can truly know for sure is our own desires. What sense is there in thinking about other people? Why give up on something just because someone else wants it too? Finding some half-hearted justification to not go for what you want. Don't you think that's doing yourself a disservice? I think what you're doing here is fine. Do what you want, take what you desire, that's completely normal. However, sometimes your desires come into conflict with someone else's. When that happens, a lot of things go into determining whose desires are satisfied and whose are not. Social standing, money, physical strength, that sort of thing. And since I'm the greatest and have all and that and more going for me, I've always got what I wanted. And right now, I want to win this war and get everything that entails. Which means that those AI you're hurting are my future property, and nobody messes with my property without my say-so. That's so nakedly selfish, it's almost refreshing. But don't worry, I think it's great. Desire for is the fast track to depravity. Being who I am, I'm more inclined to approach this rationally than emotionally. And rationally speaking, we're going to have to defeat either Saber or Lancer next anyway. So I see no point in letting Saber go now. If she cannot get support from her master, that just makes our job easier. We should take her down here now. Oh wow, so cold. Just so you know, Master, I'm fine with whatever you prefer. I can't go... It looks like we have no choice but to stop her. Assassin, you and Sakura look similar, so I prefer to not kill you if I have to. But if you insist on getting my way, I will show you no mercy. I'm going to save Sakura, and this time it's going to be me. That's weird, the way you phrase that makes it sound like someone else saved her first. I don't know anything about that. That's probably a reference to some VN that, I'm sure plenty of people playing this game have played. It's just how I feel. No, that's not true, I do know. My wish, my need to save her myself rather than let anyone else save her. It is foolish, narrow-minded, and short-sighted. Otherwise, I'll never get what we really want in the true sense of the word. I admit, in some ways, this is purely an ego trip. But even so, it's what I want and I refuse to give up. Ah, well said. However, while I don't know how much Renmin you had your little doggies collect, I can't imagine it's enough to make up your obvious lack of resources. And that's not getting into the more Renmin you use, the harder it'll be for your master to wake up. So if I were you, I'd give up. That's why I'm going to use my other source of power. Any other source of power I can make up for it, no matter how much I hate it. Up until now, I've only been drawing upon this power from my noble phantasm, but as of now, I will completely cloak myself in it. If you are desperate to be involved in my destiny, Athene, I shall devour and use you, whether you like it or not. We will always see each servant at their final ascension. This is the golden gleam of my monster-birthing sword, wielded by another monster who once consumed divine flesh. It will be the last thing you see before you die. You who were born from my blood alongside Winged Pegasus, you who bore the sword and fathered countless monsters. This is the light of our vengeance, the gods. With my mystic eyes, I grant you my blessing. Briosaur. Unfortunately, it crashed again. Should have known. 3 times. Holy crap. Alright, I'll grab a sip of my drink while I restart everything. Ah, there we are. Looks like the Grail War is finally starting to reach the later half. Alrighty, here we are. Looks like my soda's out, so in a bit I'll definitely be grabbing another one. I didn't technically start the fight, so I'm gonna have to skip this. Here we go. Double check the okay, yeah, her bond is not maxed out. I need to double check that. Well, I guess it would have. Looks like that person's also working on their Zerker things. That's good to know. I believe it borrows your allies' class score if you're using it. Monster birthing slash. Roadless cap. Are you kidding me? Bonus against roundtable knights and fey creatures. Sakura's wish.
楽しくなるでしょう。水の準備。目に映りよく言いました。
Alright, we should be able to do this one then.
そう
Roadless Camelot.
私の足元で許しを請いなさい。
Or
落ちよ
this may be the
ロードレスキャメロット。死になさい。消えなさい。
There's a reason Morgan's one of the most popular servants in terms of power and character.
共に行きますか。
Oh. You dick.
我が血より天魔と共に生まれし者よ。剣持ちて怪物の父たる者よ。祖は神を呪う我らを継承する光。我が魔眼にて汝を祝福する。クリューサー。痛いな。退散退散。
Mildly a pain.
ケルベラ。ケルベラ。共に行きますか。
体温が上がりす
すべて見つめます。よろしい。白兵戦士、行きます。何の
夏に殺させは
Alright,
し
this
な
should
い。
make things easier.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。
I probably could have restarted and made that easier, but
アラウンドカリバーン。
足りない足りない足りない。この程度がせいぜいだ。
逃がすもの。
wow, that's a lot of damage.
共に行きますか。
You know what? Let's just do it this way. Full Brave
死
Chain
になさい。
from Morgan.
アコール。分断する。多くの雲が。私の盾を使う。
I believe I'm using a shield. Ignore sure hit and reduce attack damage to 0. Oh, you dick.
まさにこの時に
Whatever, Asclepius, just get rid of that shield.
逃がすか。技術に夏休みはない。
I didn't break the bomb.
ケルベラ。
これが効くはずだ。
Debuff immune.
もちろんよく言いました。それは絶えず見た滅びの海。最果てにありながらトリバースロードキャメル
Overgage.
突破します。逃がすものか。
Oh, come on, how's it still alive?
共に行きます。
Save myself.
共に行きますか。
Are you serious? Wow. I don't think this is gonna actually do anything, but it's whatever, I suppose.
勝利は目前だな。まったく仕方のない。勝利は目前だな。おいおいおいおいおい。
This should be able to at least take out the Cerberus.
無様に倒れるがいい。
Good, the extra attack will do it.
我が血より天馬と共に生まれし者よ。剣持ちで戒律に父たる者よ。我が魔弾に汝を祝福する。クリューサーこのように。見えます。水蛇よ。
Excellent.
式をこうしてあげるもの。さて、どこから潰した式をこうしてあげる。食べなさい。いい羽目をそ。
Let's go. Morgan Brave Chain.
死になさい。召し上げましょう。
Yeah, holy crap.
分断する。多くの雲に輝け。黄金剣。
Of course she uses defense. Why wouldn't she? That just wouldn't make any sense.
共に行きますか。
Sigh.
よ、目を目に映るも死になさい。アコール。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もない。何人の程度トールにあたわず。公園に見えますか。見えます。だから俺は
Alright, it's fine if that happens.
ケルベロ。
体温が上がりすぎている。
よく言いました。いい目を背け
Alright,
ない。
time for the full Morgan chain. This should finish it. I hope it does anyways.
アコール。
Yep, it does.
消えなさい。多くの雲。やっと
Morgan Le
血が
Fay
限ってきた
carries
のに
it.
終わりだなんて。いつの世も反乱分子はもの。
I'm keeping going. You may not be Sakura, but you do look alike. I do get the feeling it was something about me has dulled your blade at the last moment, though I didn't know what. But me being me, I wasn't about to let that stop me from going to town on you. Too bad for you. Aside from that, I don't know what else went wrong for you. How strange, I thought love was the one thing I hated the most, but here I am doing all this for it. Once again, it's a perfect reminder that love never leads anywhere good, and yet, now that I have it, I don't want to let it go, no matter how much thorns will prick me. So tell me, God of Love, is that what love truly is? Hell if I know. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She's trying to get away. Oh, damn it. Oops, let my guard down. Sorry about that. Still, we wounded her quite badly. I expect she's but a step away from sustaining direct damage to her spirit core. She cannot have gotten far. We should go after her. Yeah, if we let her go, she might start attacking the other people again. If nothing else, I can tell she's not going to give up for anything. Saber. Look at you, leaping around carrying me in your arms. You're like some kind of Prince Charming. Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling? I'm okay, still full of energy. Look, still got it. Oh, but since I don't know... when I might just drift off back to sleep. Let me say this now. Thank you, Saber. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. We're running away right now. I've not given up on you. This isn't over yet. I'll run as far as I have to, and one day you'll get your wish. I know it. Where are you going to run to? I don't know. Wherever you can live. Wherever you can stay alive. Yes, that's it. As long as you can stay alive, I don't care where we go. If you can't stay in this world, I'll smash my way through its walls and find another. If only I could shatter that false ceiling and find a real paradise waiting for us. Still, I'm ready to make an enemy of this whole world. I'll destroy it if that's what it takes. And with that on the table, I can think of one feasible solution. Ronnie, the central governing, as the overseer, she must have spare command spells. If I could take those, it was in that moment, as soon as I decided which direction to leap next. Forbidden process detected. Requesting countermeasure. Partial authorization granted. Do not eliminate, not the state directly, not the stage. Recalibrating, disabling mobility only. So I was right. It's Ronnie's servant. It's the Ronnie 12's servant. So, right. They directly said at the start that the winning servant is allowed to remain in this world. That also explains why no other servant here was an archer, because one already existed here. Saber, your leg, what just happened? I don't know. That attack came from extreme range. It could have easily killed me. Whoever fired it aimed for my leg. They're as good as saying they won't kill me, but they won't let me escape either. Could it be an assassin? No, it's not her. Lancer? No, that couldn't have been him either. But then who could have done this and why? Listen, Saber, if you're going without me, you should still be able to. Don't be ridiculous, Sakura. No, if anyone here is being ridiculous, it's whoever fired that shot. Whoever did this has to be too far away for me to see them, but they must be able to see me if they're able to attack. And that means there is still a way to fight back. That's right, it's through them seeing Medusa's eyes that activates their petrification. It's not Medusa using it actively on them. My mystic eyes were originally made to turn anyone who looked at me into stone. So if this attacker's looking at me, I can trace their gaze in order to petrify them from here. Stay out of my way. Limiter released. Sibel. Whoever it was immune to Medusa's eyes. Saber, what happened? They deflected my mystic eyes, powerful enough for me to feel it even from here. This magic energy, this power, this must be a divine spirit, a servant. What does that mean? What does that mean? There shouldn't be a servant like that here, but it very clearly is, and that means... There you are. I see, so they want to make sure a participant in the Holy Grail War finishes me off. I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know you have no chance of escaping, so give up already. Though for some reason you seem more beat up now than when you ran. Oh, I've got it. Your fruitless attempt to run away opened up the wounds I inflicted on you. Waha, talk about pathetic. You sure about that? Because it looks way worse than an injury reopening. Saber, are you? If you're not going to let me go, there's no point in telling you what happened. Come then, I'm not about to give up. Not my body has life in it. Saber! Stand back, Sakura. It's okay. No matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. What am I doing? I can use an archer. An actual archer. Preferably with someone more than higher than an NP1, and preferably someone AoE. A single target, not AoE. This should suffice. Summer Arturia. Summer Saber. I'm highly amused that she was... Long story short, at one point they actually repeat characters getting summer ults who already had them. I doubt they're going to do it too much, but it is something to be wary of, which means fans of newer waifu characters might have to be careful that a previous one might steal it. She can't use her NP anymore.
無駄打ちはしません。今のうちに準備を。お返しをしなくてはね。間違えたかな。
Guess I'll just do it this way. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to lose this fight at this point, so...
遠い楽園、開かれた希望、香るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。インフォバーバロン。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドスカイバーン。スイミングの時間です。
Time for a swim.
さて、次はどこ
Yeah, we're
に
not
向かう
supposed to
ん
be
だ
able
い
to lose this fight. Who am I? I'm the prime AI of Grow, a participant in the System Grail War, Master of Saber. Sakura. Saber gave me that name, and there's no special reason for it, but strangely enough, it fits perfectly. Almost as if I'm supposed to exist as a fan service character. As for what's inside the name, it turns out all I really had was the desire to protect this place I call home. I can't even tell you why. All I know is it felt like a command embedded in my very being from the start. I never had a choice, I just followed where my heart led me. That's my reason for existing. Not good or bad, it just is. I need to keep this place safe no matter what. I cannot imagine my life without it. I wonder what they'd call this feeling if it was normal. If I was a normal human. Desire, personal taste, fetish? No, none of those seem right. This is something deeper, down to the core of who I am. Fate. Or maybe more of a curse. But that doesn't mean it causes me pain, sadness, or suffering. It's just who I am because that's how things are. I think this is probably down to this fate, curse, whatever it is. I think I was born with a need to protect the home I love. I don't regret that. Why would I? No one else cares about this wish but me. I was hoping I could protect this place I hold dear forever, that I could spend the rest of my existence happily planting seeds, and then maybe one day... Oh, wait. If I selfishly, unwittingly end up pushing my own wish onto someone else, that deserves an apology. Sakura, can you hear me, Sakura? Saber. Sorry, this is my fault you became the bad guy, even though you're really more like a prince. No, I'm not. Even if it seems otherwise, I assure you I'm no prince. I'm nothing like one. You cannot believe me. I'll just go back to speaking with you as I always have. I like you fine either way, but no matter what, you're still you. You haven't changed at all. I'm still just your pet monster. You're right to use me as you liked. You don't need to apologize for that. I think I must be one too. I only cared for one thing. I would have done anything for it. But that one thing seemed crazy to everyone else. It was ultimately meaningless. Worse still, I wound up hurting people because of it, even if I didn't mean to. I suppose you could say that, but that doesn't make it true. I was enough of a monster for both of us so that you would not have to become one yourself. You stayed right to the end, so I think we are a perfect match. Yeah. Then at least let me say thank you. Thank you for trying to be like me. Maybe you wished I had kept my distance, or you found me really annoying. But I still want to thank you for being with me this entire time. That was just me trying to hide my true feelings. I wasn't used to this sort of thing either, so I was being awkward, that's all. Glad to hear that. I hope one day you and I can go for a walk and have a picnic again as friends. Then we can both come home to a place we truly care about. Yeah, I'd love that too. Well, looks like my time's up. Don't worry, I came to an agreement with them when you were asleep. Anyways, I better get going. What's next for me? Yeah, see you later. So, what now? Now that Saber's gone, there's likely going to be another rotation. Which probably goes without saying, but I'm not going to last much longer either. Whether I got caught in the rotation or not, I barely have enough raiment to maintain my structure. Please do not be sad. I'm sorry if you made me worry. It's not your fault. This was going to happen sooner or later. Thank you for saving me, even though we're enemies. That made me happy. As primary eye of repair, I can't help but feel like there's more I could have done. I should have been able to fix you, but I couldn't. That's my failure. And if your condition is the reason this happened, don't feel like I've won at all. Might have been enemies, but I didn't want things to end like this. I wanted to have a real honest battle. I'm sorry. Can I make one last request? I'd like to be alone, please. That's something I wish to talk about. Hang on, how's that work? Who cares? Come on, let's go. Besides, I gotta prepare myself to be a cushion for the master again. It's okay, they're all gone. I wanted to say sorry, but because I realized there was something wrong with you. I knew before even Saber did. I could tell you were low on random, so low you could barely walk. Did you? I'm glad you didn't say anything. No, you don't understand. I was the only one who realized at the time if I had said something, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Maybe you and Saber could still be. Well, why would you? It makes sense you'd be quiet about it. I mean, you and I are supposed to be enemies, right? Yeah, I know, but it's weird. But even now, I feel guilty about it. I feel so damn guilty. It makes me want to puke. Makes me wish I'd never been born. More than anything, I wish I could escape that guilt, but it just won't go away. That's why I want to do something about it, but there's nothing I could do. And now it's all over and we're past the point of no return. All I can do is talk with you about it, meaningless as that is. Even though you were nice to me when you had no reason to be, even though it should be me dying instead of you. Really, I'm trash, aren't I? Guilt, huh? Is that why you didn't fight much? I'm not sure, maybe. I have no right to fight or to a wish. I have no right to anything at all. I just still feel so guilty at the time. It's like I did something so terrible it's constantly weighing on my mind. I don't know why or what that thing could have been, but it's there all the same. I see, I thought that might be the case. Huh? Now that my AI functionality, my structure, and my randomized personality all coming apart, I can see things I couldn't before. I couldn't see the source, so it was all just meaningless numbers spat out of a black box, but I think it means we're both fragments of our real selves. Huh? What do you mean? I don't know. But I think you and I are more alike than you realize. As long as you stay who you are, I think that's enough. Maybe you can't fight because of your guilt, but that doesn't mean you have to feel guilty about that too. You just have to stay true to who you are. Why is that? Because when you disappear, you'll be able to do so with at least some satisfaction like I am now. Wait, I still don't... Oh, but then again, the opposite could be true too. That's how it was for Saber. She was so focused on what she wanted to avoid that she was brought to face it more directly than ever. Like when you approach something familiar from a different angle, so it might not be a bad thing either. Come on, Sakura, I still don't get it. What do you mean? Sorry, Master, but I have to hold on to you now. We're about to be sent flying. Don't worry about her. She's already stopped working. End of the gaze, the centrifuge. Alright, I admit you won, I lost. Good, I'm glad you have the grace to accept when you're beaten. I want to make a deal. Let me talk to Sakura before I disappear just for a little bit. A deal? Are you kidding me? Forget it. There's no point telling what kind of trick you might pull. That's too bad. I thought for sure people would want what I have an offer to exchange. How do we know if it's worth our time unless you told us first? I have information about a servant none of us know about. You mean... Please tell us. Are they an archer? They inflicted that wound on you before we caught up? I see, so you already had your suspicions. I can't say they're an archer or not, but their attack was shockingly powerful and came from extreme range. I tried to fight back, tracing their gaze with my mystic eyes, hoping to petrify the sniper. But the resistance, the effect was so potent, it rebounded onto me instead. I think we're dealing with a divine spirit of very high purity. Now that you mention it, you have kept your right eye closed this whole time. Sharp, I was planning to pay you with this if the information alone was insufficient, but I guess I can give it to you anyway. The moment I was struck by my own power, I closed my right eye while it was still active. So even though my mystic eyes were deflected, the effect still reached that sniper. This eye is looking at them right now. Well, I say looking, but the circuit was burned instantly, so I can't actually see them. But conceptually, my eye is still looking at them. I don't need this eye anymore, so I'm gonna conceptually detach it and give it to you. Conceptually. You obviously know what to do with it, Alchemist. The eyes of Medusa herself. This is quite weighty for no more than a concept of an eye. Did you throw in a bonus? Just leaving it behind as well. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to make use of it. Shouldn't be surprised. I am fairly sure it's a perfectly normal thing to do. Well, as long as we can make use of its sight, there should be no problem. Thank you. I'll gladly use it. Damn, I guess evidence really does point to there being an archer out there. What are they doing here? Are they fighting the Holy Grail War too? What should I know? Besides, it's hardly my problem anymore. All I can say is what I've seen here. Given what I've seen here, we were not told the whole truth about this world or the Grail War. This is frustrating. Whoever tricked this monster should pay for their actions. But since I can't do it personally, I often trust the task to you instead. If what I gave you turns out to be more valuable than expected, then consider us even. Luckily, a Divine Archer is pretty much what Vitra specializes in slaying. Even as an AoE, she should deal significant single target damage to them. Now, if you're satisfied, I have a wonderful conversation to enjoy. I'll need time to make myself at least minimally presentable, so please leave me alone. So what's the plan now, Master? The only other servant left is Lancer, son of Vayu. We could keep this momentum going and challenge him right now. Well, technically, Berserker's left, but that greedy guts won't be a problem. I bet a little push is all it takes to send him over the edge into depravity. Thomas' question got me thinking. I could just pretend to not have noticed. I could keep fighting the war in accordance to the rules. Maybe that'd even be the quickest way to get back to the outside world. For all we know, this whole mystery could be a misunderstanding. However, there's also pain in this world. Yeah, why was I programmed to feel pain? And that there's kindness so much that can easily prove that pain isn't simply par for the course. This world may be artificial, but I've seen the same kind of senseless pain here I saw in countless singularities and lost belts. People being oppressed and used, mental and physical pain. Why does all that exist here as though it were natural? Why are these things happening? Why is the system set up the way it is? I'm not sure, but I think I know where I can find the answers. We need to find out the truth about this Holy Grail War. Precisely what I calculated it would say. So I already finished analyzing the eye Medusa left with us. It no longer has the ability to petrify, but it is indeed still focused on what she claims to have seen. If I delve even further, it should point us towards the object of its gaze like a compass. Oh, that should at least lead us to this mysterious archer. Should we find Aeus and Dirigdana again? Yes, I think we should. The announcement made the rotation gave Berserker credit for finishing Saber off. So meeting back up with them should only add to our offensive forces, but also be easier to replenish our own. I'm guessing Lancer probably wouldn't come along. I wonder. He's still a servant in the Grail War, so I do think he can only hold up for so long, but for now, I do not think he's worth including in my calculations. Once we've rendezvoused with Aeus and Dirigdana, let's head to the direction this eye points us. I had a feeling we might end up going this way. Well, they are not inside the church. Predicting behavior, recommending caution, please stop. What you're about to do may be considered a forbidden process. Oh yeah, we definitely can't have anyone breaking the rules. Anyone except me. As the strongest and kindest ruler to exist, I should be making the rules here. I know from my earlier investigation you're not a master, as you do not have a command spell. However, then you leave me no choice. Just as I calculated, I knew I should have made certain, even if I had to jam my aetherite into you to be sure. No normal AI, not even armor type D, could withstand a hit from a berserker. So that just leaves one possibility. There's a disguise. You're not a normal AI. And that pretty much narrows down your possible partners in crime, too. The only one who could possibly hide an entirely different sort of being in the structure of a prime AI would have to be someone capable of cheating at the base system level. And there's only one being in this whole world with the necessary privileges to do something like that. Which means you two are the last master and servant. Yes and no. She is my servant Archer, the first participant in the System Grail War. Her true name is... Durga. So there was no DX the whole time. It was entirely a disguise for Durga. Into the gaze, centrifuge. So this chapter is purely, text. Guess we'll see. Archer Durga. Great. Just great. Of course you'd have the one servant I never wanted to see again. Durga? Oh, first time hearing that name, huh? First of all, well, I guess I could tell you a bit about her. We all know how misery loves company. Yeah, well, a handful of characters that throughout the game I've known about reasonably. I figure it's probably better at the game trying to explain it to us. Basically, she's Shiva's queen and another aspect of Parvati. As I recall, although she's connected to Parvati, who is renowned for her grace and beauty, the two could not be more different. Instead, I believe she's a goddess who symbolizes war and conflict. Yep, that's her, alright. She's basically made for combat. No, combat doesn't cover it. She's made for annihilating her enemies. Back in our time, there was a bunch of demon gods that was too much even for the regular gods to manage. One day, when the gods finally had enough, they came together to create someone who could completely annihilate the demons. Durga was the result of that. Calling her bad news is wildly understating things. Correct, your praise of this goddess's capabilities is accurate, goddess of love. Why, thank you. I detested you even before I saw you using the same kind of vessel as Parvati, so I knew I would have hated to be inaccurate. Damn it, that's Durga? This might be out of our league. Divided in spirit or not, I don't want to make an enemy of Shiva's queen. The man who smells like the demon Kali. Is that Vayu? So Lancer's here too. Guess I should have known a god would have a sharp nose. So much for hiding and seeing how things play out. So they're here too. I see all surviving servants have gathered here. Very well, then I suppose this requires an immediate course correction to put you all on the proper path. Apparently, even when the truth is hidden by design, it still finds a way to find itself to the surface. Perhaps it's just nature. There, I've opened a partial access to my high-level database. More simply, I'm willing to answer any questions you may have. What's going on, Governor? Why do you have a servant of your own? Does this mean you are participating in the war as well? No, it does not. I am simply overseeing this Grail War. She is my servant. Both these statements are true and neither conflicts with the other. So that Archer Durga is special in some way. Affirmative, her summoning is the incident that began this whole Holy Grail War, so she's acting like the way a ruler does. was acting as overseer? No, it would be more accurate to say that her summoning is what enabled me to begin the experimental ritual. I call it the System Grail War. Experiment, so this wasn't about fixing the Paper Moon. This ritual beginning is the reason the Paper Moon stopped working. Once it is concluded, the Paper Moon will work again, though differently than it did before. So I maintain that I was not lying in my earlier explanation. This Grail War is going to change how the Paper Moon works? Then, was this all an experiment to see if the Paper Moon could be used in a different way? Correct, an excellent display of logic. This experiment was designed to make use of the Paper Moon's unique properties and its ability to reproduce anything exactly as it is. To artificially create a Grail War, your masters and servants are both subjects and the products of that experiment. While you may have gotten here from unusual means, the result is practically the same. So you're saying we're all lab rats. In a manner of speaking, none of you are your natural selves. Some of you have been processed, some of you have been generated. Some of you are probably more aware of this than others, to differing degrees. I'm certain, however, those of you most able to see matters objectively have sensed it yourselves. Others of you may have only become aware of it by hearing events recounted from another perspective. You may have different personalities, beliefs, tastes, or values. However, none of those things were created from scratch. They were all present in your original selves. That is to say, while you're all still the same people you've always been, the versions of you here are comprised of isolated aspects of your personality, which are extracted and made to stand alone. I believe you already know that what such beings are called. You mean, yes, you are all artificial alter egos created by the Paper Moon. Impossible, as the Paper Moon's caretaker can assure you the Paper Moon has no such functionality. That's exactly why I did this, Miss Caretaker. The key is rotation and centrifugal force it produces. In essence, it works by using the power of the Holy Grail War system to rotate this world. Then using the conceptual centrifugal force this generates to produce, restrain, and replicate various aspects of your souls. You're putting our souls in conceptual centrifuge. I can see from your expression you recognize it as possible. I call it the AEC method, for Alter Ego Centrifuge. I figure that acronym would be spelled at some point. Whoa, hold on a damn minute. Okay, this has all sounded so nuts. I've just been kind of letting it go in one ear and out the other. I mean, how do we even know she's telling the truth here? For all we know, she could be making this nonsense up. What's the proof? It may not be proof, but do have some circumstantial evidence. Remember the shock absorbers around the perimeter we wake up in after being sent in one of those rotations? Were they not familiar? I think those are coffins, or at least they function similarly. They are vessels meant to prevent spiritrons from escaping, cradles to secure parts of our personalities that are separated from us. Incidentally, the rotation that occurs when a servant disappears is more of a preliminary operation. You don't need to worry about your personalities being separated. The real process will occur when the ritual is complete. Hang on, I've been trying to wrap my head around all this, but it doesn't make any sense. Let's say we really are alter egos, and the whole point of this Holy Grail War was to create us. What does that get you? Why bother with all this in the first place? Ah, yes, of course. The point of all this is to prevent the end of the world. What? To answer that, I'll need to state the start of the very beginning, so you might want to sit down a bit. One day, a Holy Grail manifested inside Paper Moon's microscopic domain. In response, I came into being. There really was a Holy Grail involved with this incident. Since the Grails possess near unlimited power on a conceptual level, I guess there's no reason why one could not get involved with a tiny virtual world like this one. Then I used the Grail's power to calculate the world was going to end unless something was done. Quick question, which world are we talking about here? The one bleached white, of course, the very world all you and Chaldea are attempting to save. I understand you're currently preparing for your final confrontation, but the biggest problem, and the reason you'll fail, is you're lacking in firepower. Oh, but we have so many people helping us. And I've calculated they will be insufficient. Yes, I know you have allies. The question is, do you have enough of them for the final confrontation? The answer is no. As such, your amassed firepower may as well be non-existent. So, I turned to the alter ego class to bolster your firepower. Sorry, but what are alter egos? They're an extra class of servants. Unlike an alter, which changes a heroic spirit's way of being down to abilities and personality, an alter ego could be seen as a heroic spirit's alternate personality being separated to form a wholly new servant. Using computer programs as an example, an alter is like a different version number of a given program, while an alter ego would represent the program systems being repurposed into a whole new product. Many alter egos become high servants owing to use. Many alter egos became high servants owing to the use of powerful beings like divine spirits to fill parts of their personalities left empty after their separation. But that's not a requirement per se. Anyone can become an alter ego as long as a different personality of theirs is the one in charge. You may have gotten used to them at a certain point from sheer familiarity, but from my perspective, alter egos seem to be a mysterious class. It's very easy for any servant to qualify as one, and they depend far too much on internally and mentality that lack forms of their own. Cough, cough. But then I had an idea. If it's impossible for an alter ego to be established just by having one aspect of the personality be in control, theoretically, it should also be possible for a single servant to produce two alter egos. I understand living beings possess a wild variety of mental states and personalities. It follows, then, that every person and hero can be said to exist as a convergence of countless personalities and possibilities. Meanwhile, alter egos can exist independently by virtue of being alter egos. And as far as I was able to tell from one of Chaldea's records I was able to steal a glance at, there's no data indicating alter egos' combat abilities are in any way inferior. So then, logically speaking, wouldn't taking a single servant, artificially separating their various personalities, and using them to produce multiple alter egos be a far more effective force multiplier? That's a little insane. No, it isn't. It's entirely feasible, and the benefits are clear. That is the answer. So having arrived at that conclusion, I decided to take action on that basis. So basically, they're taking a single one and using all those different aspects to create different ones. And that plan is being carried out as we speak. The system Grail War is the key. The Infinite Alter Ego Production Project. So basically, they want to create an infinite army of alter egos, all different aspects, but fully independent. Goddess of Annihilation, how to avoid destruction. This is the most effective method I've observed to combat the impending threat. This is not a matter for debate. So, now that you know, would you be so kind as to continue the Grail War? I assure you, my role remains nothing more than an overseer, and Durga is only here to assist with system-related matters. She has no bearing on the Holy Grail War per se. No bearing? Then why the hell did she attack Saber? How about Ryder's Master? Because they interfered with my divine duties, the entire point of this goddess's existence. Master of Ryder threatened to analyze, contract, and tamper with the system at the root level, which would have interfered with its operation. And Saber clearly acted with intent to harm my master, the war's overseer. In doing so, both made themselves targets for annihilation, which is why I attacked. So, you're insisting that you're just the guardian of the Grail War as a whole, that you're just the overseer's means for enforcing her rules. Yeah, I'm not buying that for a second. I bet you're involved with this on a way deeper level, Durga. Otherwise, why the hell would you hide yourself pretending to be an AI? DX, the name of the sufficiently reflected Durga's extra special type D status, and X is an unknown variable. And yes, the D does in fact indicate Durga. An excellent choice for a name. As her master, I couldn't be prouder. But at any rate, yes, you do have a point. As you've guessed, Durga's key to making this Grail War work. Allow me to explain. I'd love you to understand the beauty of the system for yourselves. The first thing you need to know is Durga possesses a hollow, which is with truly staggering storage capacity. I believe it's most likely where she kept all the powers she received from the various gods, as to use them safely. At any rate, when I used the Holy Grail's power to initially summon 5, I stored them inside her hollow while the spirit origins were asleep. Those must be the true bodies of the servants taking part in the AI Grail War. Then I used the rest of the Grail's power to execute the first rotation, producing 5 alter ego servants. Remember those things you've been seeing, the ones resembling heroic spirits? Those are shadows. Those are kinds of byproducts. They are created during the rotation's impact and lack full personalities. They're essentially alter ego fragments. However, they still retained a bit of their heroic spirit powers. They were tied to the bugs and classified as a special type of enemy. That explains why they were all members of this Grail War. At any rate, that's the purpose. It is meant to have servants fight amongst themselves and to collect the energy released during their disappearance into Durga's Hollow, which is to connect the Paper Moon's world as a whole. The quantity is sufficient to rotate Paper Moon's world twice, which is necessary for producing alter egos. This means when the Holy Grail War ends, Durga will possess energy from 4 vanished servants, and she will use them to rotate the world. That in turn will generate new alter egos from the 5 servants in our hall. Those 5 will be securely contained so they can fight against the impending destruction. Then the servants generated from the second rotation will be used to fight the next. By rising and repeating, it will theoretically allow me to generate an unlimited number of alter egos. Only in theory. What you've described has no practical applications whatsoever. By way of example, let us say you use the conceptual centrifuge to ham-fistedly create infinite alter egos. Do you not believe the original servant's souls will eventually be worn down to nothing? Well, we won't know unless we try. I still need to collect and test more data to find out what sort of effect the alter ego extraction has on the originals. There's still a lot about this I don't understand. In fact, most of it we're honest, but can you at least confirm one thing for me, Governor? What would happen if we do continue the war? I mean, specifically. The winning alter ego servant will be added to the fighting force reserves and set aside. The winning alter ego master will meld with me. After which the next AI Grail War will begin. As I said earlier, by repeating this process, I'll generate an infinite number which will fight the impending threat. And about our wishes, will that be granted? Ah, yes, I did set aside that as your motivation, didn't I? Yes, it will. The winner will merge with me, and as the new version of the next Holy Grail War's overseer, they will manage it however they like. The next one, that means there's going to be more war, and it's not going to end. Well, of course not. We require a much larger force if we're going to prevent the world's destruction. But what about the family I wanted? Should you win, you're free to set as many family parameters for the next Holy Grail War as you'd like. Well, that's not what I mean. I want to live a peaceful life where we won't have to worry about war. I think you'll be fine. Once you've gained central governing AI status, preventing the world's destruction by extension, continuing the Holy Grail Wars will become your first priority. So I'm just gonna stop caring about this wish that I care so much about? How is that supposed to make me feel better? You need not be concerned. To begin with, you said Alter Ego Masters 2, right? What do you mean by that? The randomizer system gave you AI's personalities, essentially a means of making you into random alter egos. Huh? The master problem was another issue I had to resolve by putting together my infinite alter ego production project. There is no sense generating an unlimited number of alter egos if Lone Master of Chaldea cannot manage them by himself, so I need a way to come up with masters as well. What kind of master is best suited to managing alter egos? To answer this question, I prepared alter egos for the masters as well. And the most efficient way to accomplish that was to come up with a wide variety of personality patterns. To keep them diverse, I chose base personality models from a number of different sources. Master of Castor's personality was created type alter ego invented. I made him from as close to scratch as I could. I tried to give him a fierce competitive personality. From his name and appearance, I simply chose something I saw in Chaldea's database. He was designed to be proud and overconfident, with his mage-like rationality and practicality overruling what little empathy he had. I expected personality to be a nice driving force in keeping the war moving along. I did have to make additional adjustments to him later, but on the whole, he certainly passed. The Master of Riders was given an acquisition-focused type, alter ego import. For him, I loaded elements from a person who was actually involved with Paper Moon in real life, and separated them to make an alter ego. He was the most perceptive and flexible, though this ultimately led to him breaching a boundary that needed to remain impenetrable. A shame. Given his natural affinity for becoming an alter ego, I'd guess he originally had multiple personalities himself. Unfortunately, you can't have an AI all about learning and adapting and not tell them not to learn and stuff. Even in Terminator 2, the main villain and the T-1000 was able to learn more than likely Skynet intended, because while at first he was a cold and calculating machine, by the end of the movie he's actually quite sadistic, even taunting the heroes. Yeah, that movie had a lot about asking a lot of what it means to be human, and I like a lot of what it was doing there. But yeah. Master of Saber's personality was focused on mimicry, alter ego imitate. In her case, I started with a given person's physical features, and gave her a simulated personality based on how I imagined that person might actually think. Given how few types of humans I've interacted with, I don't have many options at my disposal. It may be obvious, but she's the same girl Durga's using for her avatar. We figured it'd be a good way to get lots of Sakura fan service for the Fate Stay Night fans. Alright, that'll be a sufficient summary. The idea is whichever of these very different masters wins must be the master best suited for managing alter egos, and gains a countermeasurate amount of experience towards that end. The The master that becomes the next Grail Wars overseer and repeats the process, thereby ultimately being upgraded to being even better at managing these alter egos. The wishes you possess as AI masters are an expression of your nature of alter egos. Something of a side effect, they did not come from your AI personalities at all. Ultimately, each of your wishes is borrowed from another and is so of no real consequence. Oh, that's... You can't be serious. You mean I've been feeling guilty all this time over nothing? That's why I've been so... Alright, that's enough. This is boring, so I'm gonna wrap this up right now. Who freaking cares? Huh? Seriously, I could not possibly care less about what other people want or wish for. The only wishes that matter to me are my own, and I will not let my wishes just be an afterthought. You know what's the biggest problem with everything you just told us? Apparently, even if I win this war, my only reward is going to be another soldier in someone else's war. That's no reward at all. You think I spent all this time fighting to be someone else's pawn? You're out of your damn mind. I've been fighting to live my life on my own terms. Everything I've wanted at my fingertips. Everything else can stop it. Zerker. And that goes for you too. Who cares about all this other stuff? What about my wish? That's something attitude you should have here. And if someone tries to get in your way, you fight them with everything you've got. Let me ask you this, Master. Do you still have a wish for your own, a desire you want to satisfy no matter what? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Then you don't worry about anything except how you're going to make that happen. So now that we know fighting this Grail War isn't going to get us what we want, our only choice is to take these people down and take over the system ourselves. We're going to stop the stupid Grail War and alter ego nonsense. And once that's done, we'll just have to take control of these admin privilege thingies and make our wishes come true. Ah. That's right. That's the kind of guy you were. A good-for-nothing idiot who only has eyes for his own desires. Then again, maybe sometimes an idiot's exactly what you need to get some things done. You said the winning master would become the central governing AI. What would happen if the master won? I'm afraid I didn't account for you three in my initial calculations. You're probably caught in the first rotation as a result of factors I'm not aware of. You could say that makes you alter ego irregular. Still, one of the AI Grail Wars goals is to perfect a master for managing alter egos in time for the final showdown. Your presence here is not an impediment to the process. As long as it produces enough alter egos to win the upcoming battle, I see no need to concern myself with what may happen with you in the outside world. So no, there's no issue with you becoming this newest overseer either, but I'm sure you would need to undergo a number of special modifications beforehand. On a supplementary note, accident or not, it's a stroke of luck you showed up here, Master of Chaldea. While it's possible you may not be up to the task based on your battle record to the date, it's also possible you may come up with an optimal solution. While I will of course remain strictly impartial and not offer any preferential treatment, I consider you the most likely master to win, and will be watching progress with great interest. Good luck. Gee, thanks. I don't know what we ever would have done without this completely unnecessary extra tidbit. Anyway, sounds like winning this Grail War won't get us closer to getting out of here. So remind me why we should care about it again. Not only will we not be able to return to our original war unless we destroy the Grail War system itself, the Paper Moon will also remain useless and broken. So it seems to me we only have one option available to us. I don't see any way to make the Infinite Alter Ego project work. There's no way we're staying here to fight the Holy Grail Wars ad infinitum. No more never-ending Grail Wars, we're getting out of here. So you understand, fortunately, there's a clear and straightforward means of achieving that goal. Before us stands a being we were just told is directly linked to the Grail War system. The quickest way to tear it down would be to destroy Ronnie's servant, that is, Durga. Sigh. Why can't you see that this is the only way to prevent the end of the world? If this fails, the whole world will come to an end. Since you're the only one who's observed this devastation, and the way to supposedly stop it, it's no surprise that you alone would understand it. The same kind of thing happened before in the Atlas Institute. But as you've gone to inflict harm on those around you, is it really shocking those same people will try and stop you? Yes, it is. This end is something my calculation, my plan has shown me beyond any doubt. I'm also this world's Pneuma. I'm its fifth element. You could say nothing would exist here without me. So I truly don't think it'd be in your best interest to oppose me, but it seems like you leave me no choice. Durga's the one truly irreplaceable part of this project. Analyzing combat, conclusion, it'll be very difficult for them to destroy this goddess. I know, I cannot imagine any path to success, but just in case... Oh, are you planning to join us? Well, I am a master myself. Since Durga's scale is much too great for her to participate in the Grail War, it won't generate much energy if she kills you alter ego servants, so I'd rather not do this. But if that's what I must do, so be it. Fortunately, by my calculations, when this is over, there should be enough energy to reset the system and create new alter egos to fight it. And so I will, in my capacity, remove the impediments threatening to derail its execution. Oh, I'd like to choose to try, short stuff. Your petty insult has no bearing on the proceedings. It has, however, helped me decide to switch modes. I'll show you what I look like in my optimal master form. You shall see that I'm not just Paper Moon's central governing AI, but a being determined to fight back against the world's destruction. Yes, I can see it now. The souls, the alter egos, flittering through the air like dust in the sky of the underworld resisting its destruction. I am the wings that guide it, the very dust itself. And so I'll take a more appropriate name. Oh my. I am the dust of Osiris, the one who sees the world's approaching end, and the one who will stop it. Removing all thought acceleration parameters, entering Osiris mode, setting course for the northern sky. Durga, as your master, I now give commands. This is the correct and necessary step in averting the apocalypse. Give the people who refuse to see sense in my answer a swift and painless shutdown. New divine duty accepted. Executing. My key to victory is Vitra. I imagine this is going to be a scripted battle where we're supposed to say, oh no, we can't win, we must retreat, but alright. That's fine. Right now, we need to see exactly what she's capable of. Let's see if she can truly sell me on her banner. Actually, I think her banner's already over. Well, I don't care. Durga. Calculations have already been made. Observe. Jade Bird. Restore HP, restore to increase MP. Vitra, let's do this. Measure, Amber Deer. Feel free, it will not help you. What a pain. 20k, huh? I can outdamage that. Now let's see, what's this one? How's the invincibility? Is it weapons? Yeah, it is. Unfortunate. Might as well get everyone's impeached charged. Painful, but nothing I can't handle. Should be able to break the break bar with this.
それはいつか来る兆しの星
Vitra is easily my most powerful 5-star since she's the 5-star I have with the highest NP levels. Be in good shape.
ま、適当に遊んでやるかな。なんじゃ、もう終わってしまうのか。
I don't believe she ever fought Durga. She only ever faced. I believe it's mostly Indra that she's famous for fighting.
支障はありません。
Let's see what this NP looks
上
like
位殲滅行動
versus
開
Heaven
始
Attribute.
衝動を許容神樹の術草を展開する楚は空を割り地を砕く憤怒の形魔なる者たちへ滅ぶ神
そうこなくてはの。
裁きを天より来た聖なる水を貫く
少しだけね。
Pretty sure this is, as soon as I break that first bar, it's going to end here. And then we'll
いやいや、
be in
アバロ
trouble.
ンの
But
風体験ツアーへの参加、誠にありがとう。私の顔ばかり見ていていいんですか。ま、適当に遊んでやるかな。なんじゃ、もう終わってしまうのか。つまらん。ほれほれ。
支障はありません支障はありません
excellent. I knew I could at least get that break bar done pretty easily. On alter ego and autonomy. Here we are. Alright, I need to grab myself a drink. Go to the bathroom. I'm gonna call a little break, a few minutes break here. We're gonna be fighting. Looks like we're gonna be fighting her a good bit more, so I'd best prepare. Don't worry, me and Vitra got this. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new drink, go to the bathroom real quick, and we'll be back with more for dragons, the slaying goddesses. Alrighty, I'm back. I reset the app. I got a new drink. I reset the app so that it wouldn't crash on me again. Fingers crossed it should all be good now. Hoping I can finish it tonight, but I don't remember how long it is off the top of my head. We'll have to find out later, I guess. Gah. Berserker. Bazaka. Cut that out, you idiot. Why do you sound worried? No one can beat me. Having said that, what the hell? How are you so strong? Durga or not, you're still a servant, just like we are. There shouldn't be this much of a gap in our abilities. I am the goddess maiden to annihilate demon gods. That would be stronger than the goddess of love. That I would be stronger than a goddess of love should be rather obvious. Unfortunately, I think she should have an advantage against Vitra too, but I suppose it doesn't matter when I've got everything to power up Vitra. Durga was born from the wrath of countless gods, each of whom had given their powers and weapons. The result is a goddess of pure annihilation. A jack of all trades possesses divine's armaments for any occasion, giving her an advantage against every class of servant. What's more, each and every one of those armaments boasts power worthy of a god. This means Durga is Agni's flame, Varuna's water, and Indra's lightning all in one. Yep, and Indra was the one who... Well, no, Indra had to use a special tool made of bones, I think it was, in order to kill Vitra. And make it... In order to kill Vitra and make it stick. So... The lightning alone wouldn't be enough. But yeah, she's got the advantage. So, Cyrus here... Dust of Osiris here is correct. She's the wrath of Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma alike. You may be a divine spirit, but she outclasses you in every measurable way. You never had a chance. Think I don't know all that? My point is that none of what you said explains the sheer gap in strength. Analysis is complete. Now I see what's going on. It comes down to the resources that each side is using in battle. Yeah, no matter... Well, you could go on and on about how powerful she is. Fact of the matter is, a servant still has limited strengths and stats. The two are cheating. They're not using raiment at all. Wait, but then how are they... Magical energy, a temporary resource provided by the Holy Grail, pure power in its formless state. I should have known. Durga's not taking part of the Holy Grail War, nor is she a product of this world. So she's getting refueled by completely different rules. That's no fair. Whining will not help us. I do not wish to hear more. The Master's safe return home hinges on this. We cannot give up no matter what. You think I don't know that? I'll back you up with everything I've got. Normally I wouldn't touch such an exhausting job with a 10-foot pole, but for you, Master, I'll do it. Just be sure you're ready with a good reward when I'm done. Still, things are looking bad. Even if I read her next move, she's so strong she can just straight up ignore us. If something doesn't change soon, we have no options left. If there's one factor that could turn the tables in our favor, it would be... Nah. This sucks. I can feel my head pounding. The wishes you possess as AI masters are an expression of your nature as alter egos. Something of a side effect. They did not come from your AI personalities at all. Ultimately, each of your wishes is borrowed from another and is of no real consequence. Yeah, being told your wishes are of no consequence is gotta be painful. What was it she said again? Our wishes are just borrowed. They're of no real consequence. Then in that case... Oh, her best friend. Right, her best friend was Sakura. What about that girl who disappeared clinging to her wish? You're saying that was all meaningless? Well, Master, what do you want to do here? I'm here to serve you however you can. You just need to tell me what you wish to do. If you want to just go back to our base and have me work on a new dish, I'd be happily get the cutlery out. I don't know what I want to do. Let me put it another way then. What are you feeling most intensely right now? Same as always, my guilt. The kind of guilt that just makes me want to punish myself. The kind you only get when you've done something terrible, and there's nothing you can do to make things right. I guess there's an alter ego in me talking as well. No, that's not what I meant either. I'm not talking about your one big wish or anything like that. I'm asking what you feel right now in this moment. No bigger deal than asking what you feel like having for lunch. Doesn't have to be a grand scale, it could just be an individual thing. Why do you want to know that? Truth is, it's all you need to figure out what your next choice ought to be. Listen, back in my day, I once killed a man-eating Raksha named Hidimba. He had a younger sister who fell in love with me. She was a man-eating Raksha too, of course. Obviously, I was gonna kill her, but my older brother stopped me. He said she was so in love with me, I'd at least consider keeping her company just a day. Okay, so your brother's insane. What happened next? We had a kid together. Seriously? I don't get it either, but you know what? Back then I just gotta figure it out, why not? Eventually I felt like loving her back, and so I did. And that is all there is to it. As long as you're not hurting anyone, there's nothing wrong with living life the way you want in the moment, whatever that entails. So at least right now, there's no sense in agonizing over what you want. Forget about the wish you've been carrying around so far. Tell me what's on your mind right now in this moment. That doesn't change anything. I've been told this guilt is carrying around isn't actually mine, so it doesn't actually matter at all. And it just won't go away. It sucks more than anything. But maybe that's also why, right now, in this moment, the anger I'm feeling might just be a little stronger. Hey, that's great. Why's that? Because she said something that pisses me off. And what would that happen to make you feel better? And what would have to happen to make you feel better? I think I'd probably enjoy seeing them both get blown away. Would that make you smile? Yeah, I think it might. It'd feel good to be all, that's right, that's what you get. It'd still be petty, self-centered, meaningless smile, though. Now we're cooking. When I decided to serve you, I put my warrior self aside. I decided what I wanted more than anything was to see you smile. But if you're saying the only way to get a smile out of you is for me to fight them, if that's the kind of service that'll make you happiest, I'll gladly fight as your servant. Okay, then that is my order. It's a big order, so I'd like to give you a tip, but I don't have anything on me. So instead, I'll give you my command spells. I don't know what I got when I got the second one, but you can have them both. I want you to make sure those absolute bitches pay for saying soccer, her wish, and her whole way of living don't matter. Go freaking get them! You got it. Huh? Bhima. Who am I? Who the hell cares? Besides, it's a stupidly simple question. I can answer it in 2 words. I'm me. I don't know what kind of NP Bhima has off the top of my head. I am sorry. I don't know if it's Buster Arts or what. I suppose I could play it safe and simply bring the power of immortality on my side. Actually, this isn't the immortal team, quite the immortal team, but at the very least, I can make sure I last a good while with it. I don't like these delays. Is it gonna crash any minute now? For the record, Vitra is indeed stronger than Tamalancer, even though Tamalancer is single target. She's pretty much built entirely to take on male archers, which Durga is not. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to bring some more damage dealers just to be safe. Right, I need to clean my inventory out, shouldn't I? Oops. Oops. Yeah, it probably would have been in my best interest to clean these out ages ago, because those are all from Valentine's. Perfect. Invincibility status. Adding extra parameters is unnecessary. Increases critical strength for quick card damage. Buster attacks. Buster NP, huh? Not ideal, but this'll I can work with this. Let's get him as much overcharge as we possibly can. I'm sure this won't end badly for everyone involved, right? Full power of the wind god lying dormant. It's time to wake the hell up. Oh yeah. Operate Agate horse. Pierce Invincible will not work against anti-enforcement defense. Deal additional heavy damage, strength increase with overcharge. Huh. Oh, nice. Oh, right, she's gonna NP on the block, isn't she? Confirming increased threat level, change defense affinity. Calculate obsidian turtle. Inexhaustible magical energy. Storage P at the end of the turn. I don't think this is gonna matter, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt. I missed an 80% crit on that. I can can let her MP go off since she no longer has Invul Pierce, which means this invulnerability is 100% protecting us.
見せてあげるよ
Now let's get a Winds of Avalon going to keep ourselves sustained.
私の向こうに楽園はある行方を感じて目を開けてウィンズ・オブ・アバロン
素手で
上位殲滅行動開始。楚は空を割り地を砕く軍の形。魔なる者たち滅ぶ。
もうやだ
執行。聖なる水に貫く。殲滅コース発射。
運命
Let's go. Remove the defense debuff and increase our attack, Castoria.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン
我が地に眠る風神の力よ今こそぶち目覚めろおかわりが必要だろ
裁きは天より来た。新派バー
His NP is already charged again. Wonderful. Stun and defense down. I do believe this should be sufficient.
下ごしちょいと待ってな我は風神の子合力無双を示す者嵐の力よ集いて我が手に吹き飛べなるてバイクト
している。
Oh, interesting.
意外と苦手なのか
こいつでいくか
So he only gets the additional punch attack if he's overcharged. Ha! I could easily take out that last bar. Yeah, we're doing a lot of fights against her. Damn it, damn it, damn it! How the hell did I end up fighting alongside you? Don't worry, I hate it too, but I have the tact to keep it to myself. You don't have to be BFFs or anything, could you please try to coordinate your attacks? Damn, I know I keep saying it, but come on, damn it. Why do I have to be with Bhima? Why is it always Bhima? He's up against a freaking goddess and he's still kicking her ass. Divine Durga, I think you might have granted me a boon at one point. I never thought I'd get the chance to fight you myself. An opportunity like this doesn't come around every day. I hope you don't mind if I make the most of it. Ah. I think you might have the upper hand. I agree. Little wonder that he is renowned as one of India's greatest heroes, but must still be on our guard. Why the sudden change, Master of Lancer? You've been so passive in this war, I did not expect you to have a reason to oppose me. You mocked Sakura, and you mocked her wish. Negative, I understand the Master of Saber's wish. She wished for Grow to run smoothly. The Holy Grail would have been a temporary dysfunction, and may have been created temporary dysfunction of the partition, but it's guaranteed to return to the regular operations as a result of routine maintenance functions. Oh, I'm not talking about that. Then you can simply win the Grail War yourself and become new Central Control AI. That way you can ensure Grow operates smoothly as you like. I'm not talking about that either. The whole point of her wish was for her to be there too. That's how I know you're wrong. Her wish would have been meaningless coming from anyone else. It wasn't just some empty copy that meant nothing like you said. That's right, her wish was warm and loving. It practically was her. It doesn't matter how well that place she called home was doing if she's not part of it. Damn, it's just like I thought. I'm too late. I want to save her. I wish I had saved her. Why is she gone while me and my stupid pointless wish remain? Even if I keep making the wrong choice and I committed a crime. I'm a walking guilt complex, and I should be, I know that. I know I've done enough to deserve the way I feel. Things that fill me with so much regret, they fill the entirety of who I am, but that's also all the more reason for me to not add this newest regret to the list. I still have pride. Pride that comes from being the lowest of the low, but pride all the same. Why is that? Because if I add more regrets to my list now, I might not make it in time. If I only focus on my guilt, I might not find the answer that lies beyond until it's too late. Now I see. Maybe this is my real... Lancer, can you hurry with my order? Sorry about that. Prep time on the dish is a real doozy, so I think it's time I cranked up the heat. Damn, it's always been like that for you. Everything I've ever wanted, you just come along and take it like it's the easiest thing in the world. Well, I've had enough. I'm stronger than you, damn. Who cares if she's a goddess? There's no way in hell letting you outdo me. Ooh, feisty. I love it. Master, I'd like to give this some real effort too, but I know you'll have reward waiting for me. You know that one, right? Head pats, the glowing praise. Exactly, you have me. At any rate. Basically, the only reason I have to help in your hour of need is so I can get what I want. It's a wholehearted give and take, so don't forget that. What does I want? Me? What is it that I want? Me. When did I say I want something? No matter. Time to get out there and earn my reward. And by that, I'm gonna hang back and lay support for the two muscleheads while they slug it out. I knew it. Even though we entered this world as anomalies, we're not able to escape its effects. Then again, maybe that's because we're not able to escape. We entered this world in the first place. So this means neither Kama nor I are our usual selves. No, never mind. There's a lot I want to see. But right now, defeating Durga is our top priority. I'm gonna boost my thought process higher. Please keep up with me, Master. As part of my divine duty, I slaughtered the demon gods. Slaughter is my primary function and my God's given mission. That I am here means that it's my mission from the gods that I must carry out. If you would stand in my way, then I must destroy you for making yourselves enemies of the gods. That is the truth. To defy a plan meant to save the world is to become an enemy of the gods. I refuse to accept this impending destruction. I will do everything in my power to lead this planet to a brighter future. The world must be preserved. That is why I exist, overclocking all cycles, exercising emergency administrative privileges to purge 70% of forbidden processes, executing final measures. As all things dissolve, the purity of your souls will descend beyond the Quill horizon. Matter. Fire primary cannon. Initiating annihilation. Scorched Earth Force approved. Deploying the Tengon given armaments. The Fury given form can split the sky and shatter the land. Be gone, all that is evil. Executing divine punishments. It might be in my best interest to support him rather than Vitra. Don't get me wrong though, as you can see I've invested heavily into Vitra. The only reason I'm not considering the Lancer one as one of the earliest ones is because I actually don't have that many grilled Lancers. Most of them are Sabers. Single target will generally outdamage an... Oh boy. I don't know why it's so unstable. I might not be able to keep streaming it if it keeps doing this, but at the very least I can complete this storyline. I'll grab a sip of my drink while I wait for this load, I guess. Alright, here we are. We're back again. Sure, fatal battle. I deny destruction. The world must be preserved. Answer, Vajra Ox. Another break gauge. Scion, further causing fluctuations. Overcharge. Ooh. So basically I get... Does it mean I get 2 uses, or is the effect doubled? Well, I'm not complaining, that's for sure. I don't need to increase the NP gauge, but I will need this. Let's go. He needs to be overcharged, so predictive evasion. There we are. Around Caliburn for offense and defense.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドスカイバーン。
我は風神の子、剛力無双を示す者。嵐の力よ、集いて我が手に。吹き飛べ。まだまだ。
Still go. Putting on my super armor. Oh wow, that broke the bar instantly. Glad I stunned her so she can't instantly NP. Entering annihilation mode. Take control, don't let the alcohol control you. I guess I can do this. Buster chain. Alright, this should bring it close to the break bar. Alright, so basically I don't want to use NP unless I can get it in an overcharge mode, because losing half of its attacks is absolutely not acceptable. Yeah. Let's do it this way then. The more I can keep everyone's HP up, the better. Versus having to trip. Yeah, the invincibility should be the same. Be gone, all that is evil.
殲滅コース発射
There we go, it's overcharged. Let's do it. It's overcharged, so he now gets double the NP attack, double the attacks during his NP. I must say his buffs were extremely helpful. Oh, come on, how'd she survive that? Okay, as long as I make sure Castoria's NP activates before I destroy the break bar, it should, keyword should, be in good shape. Alright, let's do it this way. Alright, should protect it when he breaks the break bar. Even if she NPs, it'll go straight onto the anti-enforcement defense, and she won't be able to pierce it even with her pierce ability. And of course, removing the debuff means we won't take any more damage than absolutely necessary. Executing Divine Punishment. Derive Crystal Serpent. I figured she'd get an instant NP out of that. That's why I needed the anti-enforcement. Oh dear. That's gonna be a problem. Right, oh, it's removing all their buffs. Well, that's a pain in the ass, isn't it? Well, we're gonna have to burn this out the old-fashioned way. And it's not gonna be very fun, but we'll do it. Executing final measures. As all things dissolve, the purity of souls will descend beyond the Quail horizon. Fire a primary cannon. Dick.
上位殲滅行動開始楚は空を割り地を砕く軍の形魔なる者たち滅ぶ執行
I have two people with guts, so they should survive. Oh, come on, she gets more attacks.
神々の力ここに
And most of those are unremovable because they're in a box. Oh, that is so frustrating. Might as well do it this way.
支障はありません。しょうがない。自分でも驚く。どうだ。支障はありません。花の魔術師。支障はありません。殲滅コース発射。裁きの天より来た。目覚める。並走ください。
Alright, No effect. Right, right. This might be a slight problem. Alright. Buster Brave Chain. As long as I'm out down damaging 20k, it's easy.
上位殲滅行動開始。楚は空を割り地を砕く軍の形。魔なる者たち滅ぶ神発執行。
おやおや、これはいけない。
神々の力ここに。使うぞ。
ここでこうだ。当然だろう。
Let's do it. Just do what damage I can. I'm gonna have to use a command seal for this or a blue cube.
間違いのはずがないんだ。何しているんです。支障はありません。支障はありません。大いなる原力。新ハバーガー目覚めるなあ。
Mildly a pain.
そうか。ああ。支障はありません。支障はありません。噛みちぎる。噛みちぎる。支障はありません。
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
上位
Gonna have to
殲
command
滅
seal
行動
this.
開始。楚は空を割り地を砕く軍の形。魔なる者たち滅ぶ。神発執行。
だから俺は
落ちるか。
Do I not have any blue cubes? Now I could optimize it a little better and not need this, but who cares? Now, I do know, I guess if all else fails, there's also blue cubes that are available for, green cubes. And I have those, I can make plenty of those through It's not a rare resource at all. I just don't want to spend Saint Quartz on that. I still, to this day, think about that Saint Quartz I spent to destroy back in the Greek Lost Spells. No regrets.
いい子たちです。暇ばかりの力を。聖なる水。
All those other buffs just end? I guess they were 3 turns only or something.
ここに。
本気を出すか。
I should be able to destroy this last bit pretty easily then. Honestly, I might have even been fine if she hadn't moved all the buff for Beamo right away.
ここで
There we go.
動いたら腹減ったな。
I Results do not compute. Inconceivable. How is this happening? I hate being exhausted. Look at it though. You're even more exhausted, huh? We have the advantage. Keep pressing it. You can do this. Hurrah. Die. Hey, is just me here? Was that die aimed every bit as much as her as it was at me? I'm just so amazingly strong. You're feeling my power from being so close by. Why do you insist on impeding my divine duty? Wretched pests. Incomprehensible. Illogical. Why can't you see my calculations are correct? Maybe our forces aren't enough, but your twisted plan's not going to be the solution here. That is even more incomprehensible, even more illogical. If anything is twisted, it's your own natures. You've already created countless alter egos. You've agreed they make excellent additions to fighting force. Why is it one alter ego acceptable but not 100? What makes 10 permissible but 1,000 taboo? Your inability to answer is what makes that twisted. One alter ego or not, it makes no difference. The fact remains you're unaware of the twisted nature inherent to alter egos. And you accept them without question or reason all the same. That's one of the human race's worst habits. You allow unfettered emotion to cloud your capacity for rational thought. Okay, that one isn't entirely off base, but... even so... Kalia's alter egos are not a means to an end. They're all individuals themselves. Master, I have a suggestion. You should pour all of your resources to me so I may fulfill the divine duty. I've arrived at the same conclusion. There's no reason to hold back any longer. Winning this battle is our top priority. We cannot let ourselves become weaklings that are left behind. We must be strong, superior creatures to ensure survival. Re-executing virtual verification, conclusion reach, imminent resource depletion followed by massacre. Accepted. You're the goddess of slaughter. You should not be fighting our enemies, but annihilating them. Very well. Sublimate clouds trace spirals in the air as the golden rooster crows the coming dawn. Oh crap, looks like it's gonna be big. She still has another trick up her sleeve. What's she planning? Who cares? Lancer, blow them away before they get a chance. That's the idea. By my command spell. Reconnecting Durga's Defend Prime AI privileges. Additionally, granting access rights to authorize central governing AI to use privileges by proxy. Initiating forced requisition of raniment from all Defend AI under Durga's command. No way, you've got to be kidding. So far, Durga's been using the Holy Grail's magical energy without relying on raniment at all. But not so long ago, she was also pretending to be the Prime AI Defend. Now those privileges are reconnected, she can use both of them. Or still, they're taking that raniment without concern for the consequences. I believe they're doing the same thing Castor did to the Type Bs, except they have truly wrung every last drop. Stop, I can't bear to see this again. You're the governor, you should be seeing these AIs as family, but we're just resources to you. Your alter ego personality laid over your root properties accounts for why you think this way. Besides, these AIs were only— shut up, you really don't. Master, I have requested additional power. This goddess should be able to achieve her goal with 7% increase in resources. Granted, activating final spare command spell, using my own self to create a new supply line, transferring most under my direct command to Durga. That's not good. Target value reached. My mission can now be completed. The stars are shining upon us. All we need do now is follow their light. Crap, this is over, no question. We can't defeat a god when she's got all that power. This is the end and the beginning. Everything I do, to create infinite alter egos and save the world from devastation. What's come? It's time for the end and the beginning. Everything is for my love. Who am I? I am Fury, born from Fury, and even now it surrounds me, consumes me. Fury being kept from the one I love. And I know this about myself too. I am fixated on resolving that to the exclusion of all else. You wanna know who I am? I am the alter ego infatuation. Your only mistake, Master, was failing to consider the possibility that the very first servant you summoned to this twisted world might also be an alter ego. Mistake? What do you mean, Durga? I now have the power I need to accomplish my goal. Here is my wish. With this power, I wish to be reunited with my beloved husband, Shiva. Wait, what? Durga, was this your goal the entire time? Ah! Looks like those two weren't exactly BFFs either. Unfortunately, I don't see this making things any easier for us, though. It looks like Durga used the immense power to further rearrange her spirit origin, so that must be... I am Kali, the goddess of fury, the one born from anger. I've come here to only be reunited with Shiva. Should anyone stand in my way, I will take their head and feast upon their blood. Now all who are not Shiva, stand down. Support only, oh my. This one looks dangerous.
おや、何か物入りか。マナプリズムと
Should
交
be a
換。
mana prism here.
用意した甲斐
Alright,
が
I
あ
should
っ
get
た
some of these
な。
while I'm here. Twilight meditation. Right, the month reset, so these are back. I need as many of those as I can get because there's a summer server I intend to max out on.
私も張り合いがあるってものさ。レアものだね。
You know what? This is actually right before the new event in FGO, which means the blue prisms probably meant to help you through the story probably expired and I never used them. Oops. Those desiring love, even if the world breaks. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink. So, Kali. Great, as if things weren't bad enough. Now we've got Durga, but even more violent. In that form, she's a murderous fiend who's lost any semblance of sanity or ostensible divine duties. We're talking about someone whose favorite party trick is tearing demon gods open and chugging all of its blood at once. Raw. Good. Lancer. Just smell its demon blood. Back off, stay away from me. Berserker. Ah, yeah, good blood. And now I dance with glee at the sight of my enemy's blood. My arms and legs shall follow suit. Hear me. Loud and clear. Stomping, shaking the ground. Like she's trying to trample everything. Her dance is like she's trying to trample everything. Ooh, I like this animation. Is she? Oh no. Callie, are you truly attempting to call Shiva here? Of course, that's the whole reason I exist. Please tell me how you plan to do it. I only hope you're not using the method that I think you are. I will destroy the world and Shiva will appear beneath my feet. And that was what I was afraid of. Oh, so we're doing that story, huh? After Kali killed the demon god, she was so excited about her victory she began to dance. But her dancing was so violent that it threatened to destroy the world. The gods didn't quite know what to do about that. It was only when Shiva stepped in and laid down at her feet to cushion the blows that Kali finally returned to her senses. Do you mean to recreate that here using reverse causality as a means to summon Shiva? Because if Kali is performing the world-ending dance, it follows Shiva must be there to stop it. This paper moon world might be virtual, but still world, conceptually. I guess it doesn't matter if it's real or not. You're going to destroy this whole world. Please stop. If you do that, everyone here will die. Why should I stop? I never stop until Shiva's arrived. That's the whole point of this dance. Right, her godly nature is driving her to act this way, based on the same underlying principles that give myths their strength. Besides, this world will end sooner or later, even without my help. It's only a matter of time. This is bad. Creating magical energy connection between herself and Kali was a foolish miscalculation. It means she's being made to endure the brunt of this entire process, and it's much too low of a grade for any one entity to handle on their own. It's as though computer processes have gone haywire and consuming every available resource. If something's not done, she could even suffer a meltdown if she's unable to keep up with the sheer strain. What's wrong with that? We were going to defeat her eventually, right? Yes, but there's an order to these kinds of things. Having the central governing AI suddenly break or disappear would almost certainly cause a fatal error. It would be like using computer and having its kernel suddenly be deleted. Yeah, our goal is to shut down the AI Holy Grail war system. The best way to do that is to use the central governing AI's admin privileges. Conversely, if we're able to shut down the Holy Grail war that way, there's a chance of the system going haywire, leaving us unable to return to our world. So we gotta save her somehow. How could I have made such a terrible miscalculation? I can't believe my own world now faces destruction. Her admin privileges will be crucial to returning home. I'll figure something out. And how are we gonna do that? By connecting my Aetherite to her nervous system, I will hack into her programming and rewrite the code to give us a chance. But isn't that dangerous? Yes, it is. In many ways, it'll be like trying to defuse a bomb embedded in the circuits of a runaway vehicle. Dangerous or not, it must be done if we want to return to the outside world. Looks like we're just gonna have to trust each other. I want you to trust that I will save the dust of Osiris. In the meantime, I'll trust you two will find a way to defeat Kali. I have faith you can pull that off. Do you have faith in me? Well, of course I do. I get the sense we have the harder job. You're one of my most dependable friends. That's right, I admit it. That word's the reason I went down this road. Admiration, respect, surprise, goodwill, every bit of hesitation, and a tinge of regret. It's a very mixture of emotions which drove Scion to leave the Atlas Institute, and yet none of that would have occurred to me while I was still young and immature. I see, that's why I look like this. My younger self would have never gone to Chaldea. I knew the answer, but I was still hesitant about it. It's embarrassing to admit this, but that also makes me happy to know I harbored such an alter ego within myself. Scion? Never mind, it's not a big deal. I just finally got the answer to a question I've been wrestling with. Right now, I have a job to do, and I'm going to do it. It may not be the dream version of me this version of me had, but I cannot complain about becoming what I wanted to be. I'll also give you the thing I told you about on the way here. It's already tuned and ready to go, but please be careful. As I said before, whatever you do, don't overuse it. Here goes nothing. Once again, I'm trusting you two to handle Kali. You know, that's great and all, but how are we supposed to do that? I don't know, but I guess we gotta find a way. Damn right we do. As far as I'm concerned, Kali's basically Parvati gone berserk, and I'll not let that damn goddess get in the way of my plan. So I'm gonna do the best I can to have you, what was I gonna get from you again? Well, anyway, that's just how it is. Right now, the only way you and I are gonna have this kind of future is if we defeat the bad guy with Parvati's face over there. That being said, it's gonna be pretty tough to pull off alone. Realistically speaking, the best for we can hope for right now is to buy enough time for Vayu Jr. and that braggart of Berserker to get back on their feet. Assuming they can even do that. Alright, Master, I'm counting on you to back me up. I will. Good luck. Oh, good. Now that I've got a better whiff for you, I see you're a demon too. We shall fight. I'm the goddess who slaughters for I am the goddess who slaughters demons. At the end of my victory, my dance of destruction shall shake the land itself and call my husband to me. I'm Shiva Shakti. I am fury born from anger. And the goddess of destruction shall dance atop the bloody flesh of all demons who cross my path. We still need to see the final ascension for Urabaya as well as a grand battle. Endurance battle, so I just need to survive. Open my eyes. Gain resistance to all attacks. 5 moves left. Class advantage against Alter Ego. Alright, 4 should get that down. Class advantage against Alter Ego is going to be really good here. Alright, time for the full quick chain. Oh, whoops, I should have done that. Well, it doesn't matter. I can't kill her, so... Oh, nice. Charm. We'll take a bite. I keyword think this should work. I have to see the NP once, I suppose. Let's see here. Samira Kali. That's right. I'm Fury Ward Mech. Gust Destruction. Don't dance atop the blade flesh. There we are. At least the gut's activated. Those blue cubes last like a month, so I guess that tells you how long I've been putting this off. Hey, I was obsessed with Clair Obscure. Give me a break. It's all over. I observed the world's destruction. I calculated a way to avoid it. I made a plan, put it in action, and it still wasn't enough. My calculations were mistaken. Where did I go wrong? Yeah, so it looks like even if the war had gone as planned and everything, Callie would have still taken it all at the end and ruined it. Back when I was still a formless being, my only job was to protect this Paper Moon world. I was nothing more than a little program with a duty, ability, and drive to govern. Then at some point, a distortion no one noticed nearby. In the great summoning system was the humans were so intimately familiar. A distortion in the summoning system the humans were so intimately familiar with, and an even greater current to which that system is connected. Like a magnet moving iron sandpaper in a box, the distortion had an effect on me as well. Next thing I knew, I'd been cut off and found myself here. I think this version of me is one who felt she had to save this world. Another self hidden within me as I managed this world. A me who wasn't interested in enduring, repairing, negotiating, or ignoring the impending threat, but who felt she had to take proactive measures to fight and save it. Then I had another thought. Is this world the only one to protect? I couldn't stop thinking, so I turned my attention to the outside world. Its bleak, desolate landscape mirrored that of the Paper Moon. So I thought I needed to govern that as well, and that I had to fight to save it. The duty was already mine. I had the ability, and drive, but then I learned that world was also on the brink of destruction. That couldn't be right, so I ran the numbers and tried to save it. I tried. Keeping them from shattering. Now I see. So you're an alter ego too. If I were to guess, you're an alter ego of salvation. That does not compute. Query, why? Why not try and answer that with the calculations you do so well, especially since I'm a little busy at the moment? I'm asking you because that query is too difficult to answer. The equation's complicated. I do understand you're attempting to use your own body to get the energy actively destroying my program under control. But I also understand that you're doing so by directly connecting your body to mine from a specialized filament capable of transmitting special kinds of data, even though we function on a very fundamentally incompatible standard. If what you're doing fails, you will be destroyed with me. In fact, even as we speak, your life force is being drained. Yeah, you're right. Bypass, expand, transfer, close, open, triple layered helix. So you do understand. Then why are you doing this? It's the only way for us to escape with our lives. You do understand that, right? Yes, I also understand what you're trying to hide. If you're successful at connecting my pseudo one and rewriting my Avalon privileges, then it would not be possible for you to escape on your own, meaning needing to try and stop my run without needing to try and stop my runaway processes. Yes, but there would be no point in doing that. I certainly do not need to be an outsider here as well. Yes, that's right. My real self has no right to call herself the Master's friend. By the time I worked up the courage, it was too late. I missed my window, as they say. Seon is not a member of his team. She's a spectator, or at best a cheerleader, so I'm sure my real self will continue to maintain walls between her and Chaldea. Because I calculated that at the very end, there'll be something that must be done which will require an outsider to do, but that's not currently the case. There's something else I can do here and now. Right now, I'm a different version of myself. An alternate future, or created when I was caught by the accident, a me cut off from the wisdom of my grown-up self. My personality here only exists as part of the dream world, resting atop the Paper Moon. A trick my mind's playing on me because of all those disparate elements coming together in one place. Yes, it may only be the Master's cheerleader in the outside world. Here, I want to experience what it would be like to adventure alongside him as a true friend. Comma! Shit, this isn't good. Comma, you have to get up. Okay, Master, you don't have to look so... It's okay, Master, you don't have to look so worried. I'm a lot tougher than I look. Don't forget, I'm not just a god, I'm also a demon king. And not to mention... There's something I really want. Something I'm sure I can get if I put in the effort. It's actually making me want to do my best here, at least a little bit. Wait, hang on. What was it I wanted? I know, I get it. Something I don't have. Something no one will give me, so there's nothing I can't give them. Ah ha 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 ha. I really want it. Love. Yeah. Would you hurry up and remember already? I really don't like showing up in serious scenes like this. Oh right, it was you. Sure was. Paper or not, a moon's a moon. Normally, I'm all about fighting fire with fire when it comes to moony shenanigans like this, but this time I thought you'd be a bit better fit than me or any of the Sakura 5. So just this once, I arranged things to make sure you'd be able to join Master on this latest excursion. Well, aren't you generous? I guess this is where I thank you, right? But you know, I kinda get the sense I'm halfway dying outside this little mind room or whatever we're in. Hey, that's hardly my fault. The most you're gonna get from me is hang in there. Anyway, what do you mean by arrange things? Oh please, you need to ask. I made you into something that matched this world, something that would obviously get you in here along with the Master. See, I have just a little more experience than your average AI when it comes to manipulating you-know-what. Oh, but be clear, the Sakura 5 are a special case and don't quite fall under those rules. They're more like cancers I cut out of myself by forcing them to be generated naturally. Still, there were some common techniques I could use, since I'm a genius final boss and knew exactly what to do with them. Pretty amazing of me, right? What are you going on about? Whoops, I digress. I still haven't explained what I did to you, did I? But simply, I made you into an alter ego. More accurately, I severed your alter ego self from your original. And what kind of self is that? Now, what's the fun if I just came out and tell you? But I'll give you a hint. You already know. It's an element of personality that already existed within you, but it would normally never work because it would never come to the front, so to speak. Because compared to the love you give to others, it's practically nothing. I mean, your usual self is made to give something to every person in the world. It's no wonder the side of you got lost in the shuffle. And now that's been isolated and allowed to come out as an alter ego, where's the harm in letting you be seen for who you are? Exhale. No, this makes sense. I thought there was something strange going on within me as well. I mean, unless I was high on summer or something. There's just no way I, of all people, would be so openly cajole or, well, never mind that for now. What's done is done. Anyway, this means I'm an alter ego of myself who genuinely wants love. Sure does. Oh, now that you've got that all cleared up, I think it's time you remembered why you're the one here now, too. To be clear, it's not like I'd predicted everything about how this was gonna go down. I just had a sense it'd be you here rather than any of us. I didn't see why that was until just now. Ah, I get it. If it really did have to be me, then yeah, that's probably why. I see it now, too. And don't tell me how cruel this is. I mean, you could, but me being Final Boss Kohai and all, I'd take it as a compliment. Oh, I won't. It's a compliment for us Demon Kings, too. Anyway, I know what I have to do now, but that leaves one problem. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure it'll all work out. Alright then, from your past memory to present self, good luck. Easy for you to say. I knew you and I shouldn't get mixed up if we can help it. Now then, I think it's time I could go hurt her like only a Demon King fragment can. Kama, here, Kama, take this. Oh, phew, thanks, Master, I feel better now. Ah, I win, I'm winning. My world-ending dance will never stop, not until Shiva arrives. Come, my beloved, my husband, come to me. The world can't take much more of this. Don't worry, it's fine. I know how I can win this now. Just watch me turn the tables on her. You don't believe me? Yeah, I guess I can't blame you there. I'll admit, there's still one hurdle left. I need more resources. And not one of your command spells. You're barely on your feet as it is. No, I need a different source of energy. One I can suck completely dry without worrying about the consequences. As long as I have that, we should be golden. I don't suppose you've seen any energy like that around here. Something's coming from the broken ground? Oh, it's... Ooh. Alright, let me grab another sip of my drink. never enough. Wherever I went, whatever I did, nothing was ever enough. That dissatisfaction was everything on... So I kept looking for, I don't know, something. Treasure, weapons, gold, fame, acclaim, land, victory, supremacy, security. I want it all. There's still something else I want. Something more than anything I have to have. What is it? I can't remember as much as I wish I could, but I know it's precious and irreplaceable. I want it so badly. Without it, I can never be what I'm meant to be. This isn't my perfect self. I'm flawed, lacking something. Well, I guess we haven't seen in Duradan, and I think it was a woman. Yeah, that's probably it. A woman probably means, a bride? No, not that. I feel like it was different. Something closer, something more inseparable. Someone who would always be with me. I had to be together as one anyway. Someone incredibly important I forgot about because I had assumed she would always be there. Berserker. I sit down on the ground and touch his body. I gather a bit of willpower I can muster and look at him. No, I knew right away. His body may be built differently from mine, but right now he's part of the same world. We're master and servant. His wounds are mortal. He doesn't have long. No. Lots of monsters. I wanted a family. I missed having a family. Why is it almost everyone I think of as family leaves me, even now? No. I have to do something, anything, whatever it takes. Fixing people's my job. There has to be something I can do. Sick and tired of feeling powerless. Look closer. Where exactly does it hurt? What can I fix to restore functionality? A command spell won't do it. It would be like trying to fill a cracked bowl. Any energy I put in would just pour right out and only make things worse. No, what he needs is to have functionality restored, period. Come on, AS, think. Don't worry about breaking the code. Right now, results are what matter. Even if you run afoul of a forbidden process, the governor's not even gonna notice. Wait, that's right! I don't have a general purpose connector like she does, but that doesn't mean I can't force a connection anyways. That's it, I'm gonna connect to Berserker directly to my circuits. I'll make the system think he's another AI. That way my repair programs can access damaged areas and fix them. And since we'll be connected directly, I can feed him randomly without loss, which should boost efficiency and make repair easier. Yeah, this could work. I've been thinking about what I could have done to save ever since she disappeared. And now if something like that happened again, I didn't want to just stand back and twiddle my thumbs because the damage is beyond the scope of my abilities. I don't think I would come up with this idea if it wasn't for her. If I can't understand the broken parts, I need to make them extensions of a system I do understand, even if I have to force it. The only problem is that it'd be like trying to sew together two hearts of two different sizes and shapes. It'll almost certainly result in a weaker one falling apart. There's no question which one of us that is, but oh well. I might end up breaking, but it should at least get him moving again a while. That's better than everything ending right here. Doesn't matter if it's a little messy, I'll just jab it in while we're connected and... Berserker. Don't, it's hopeless. Where's this coming from? What happened to self-assured Berserker I know? This has nothing to do with that, you idiot. How many times have I told you I'm a really smart guy? That's how I know what's gonna happen. It doesn't matter if we use the same raiment. Servants and AIs are just too different. You can't possibly tie us together. Our molds will never fit. Can't know unless we try. Oh yes, we can. The moment you try, you die. Are you really that stupid? Oh, I'm not. It's important. If anything, you're the idiot who doesn't get it. What was that? Answer me this. You told the lady not to stand between you and what you want, and she wiped the floor with you. So now that she beat you, you just want to give up on getting revenge and go home? Hell no, I want to get her back with every fiber of my being, right? There you go. That's how you're supposed to be, selfish and self-centered. So why are you holding back out of concern for me? That's not who you are. Hey, stop, don't do this. Initiating force connection, disregard errors, send repair program full speed, begin operation. You really are an idiot. There's no way this can work. I'm nothing like you. Now knock it off before you pop like a balloon. Shut up, will you? Oh gods, here it comes. It's working. How? This shouldn't work. If we were both human, this would be like trying to give a blood transfusion to someone with a completely different genetic structure and blood type. A servant master like us can't possibly match up like this. No way. Is that AS? Are you actually... Lancer. Lancer, hang in there. God. Lancer. She got me. This almost never happens. What's the situation? It's okay, Assassin's fighting her right now, though I don't know if she can win. Yeah, even for the god of love, Callie's gotta be one hell of an opponent. Hell of an opponent. As for Berserker... He got taken down like you. I think his master's trying to save him, but I doubt it's gonna work. I don't know about that. He's a lot tougher than you'd think. Anyway, I can't let Kama do this alone. I gotta heal and get back, but... Master, I don't suppose you got anything to eat, do ya? Who cares about food now? I'm sending you Raiment to help you recover. Be patient, and never mind that. Being hungry is actually a pretty big deal for me. I'll think I'll recover if I eat something, probably. Just a mood thing. Or an attitude... Is it... So it's a mood thing? More of an attitude thing. Fine, here. Thanks. Sandwich, huh? I didn't make this. Wait, did you... Something wrong with that? I saw you making them, so I thought I'd give it a try myself when I had free time. Not bad. No scratch that. Something you made yourself was the best food I could have asked for, Master. Alright, down the hatch. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. It's fine. It's not that. Do you have any flavor adjustments like you did for those AIs? You're an expert at observing individual people's taste, remembering what they like, and customizing their food that makes it better, right? Oh, that popped in my head at the time. It's not like I'm some kind of expert. Besides, you don't need petty garnishes like that. What would be the point? Even I can tell you you're not a normal servant. You're one of those great heroes who could just beat just about anyone if they went all out, right? Well, I'm not sure about the great hero thing, but I think it'd beat just about anyone, yes. The only exception would be my middle brother when he's really on his game. So why of all people did I end up as your master? You've had a much easier time fighting if not for me. You might even have been the victor already, rather than beaten up and wounded. Honestly, if you wanted to give up, I wouldn't even blame you. Why fight at all? I already told you, I want to see you smile, and that's because you're my master. You want to know why you're my master instead of someone else? Beats me. But that's fine. I'm here because I want to be your servant. That's why I told you earlier. That's what I wanted to know before and what I want to know now. That's not a reason. Most people wouldn't want anything to do with a downer like me. I'm a pain in the ass. Well, maybe the answer is easier than I thought. Munch, this is really good. You remember the Raksha lady I told you about, the one I had a kid with? Let's just say I've never really minded a woman who could be a pain in the ass. Haha. Are you comparing me to a cannibal? What a jerk. Alright, now that I've had something tasty, I think it's time to head back. My injuries are just about healed too. That's a lie, but I guess I can't stop him. Looks like I won't be getting a turn after all. I have no intention of using St. Quartz here to win, but at the same time, I do kind of want to expedite the process so that people watching don't have to worry about the gameplay portion. The primary reason for this arrangement was a certain final boss, Ko-Ai. Quick assess the situation the master was in and led to Kama being dispatched as an alter ego. This is void formatted data. I can open this. Even if it's a trap, it's not as if things could get any worse. Alright, let's see what's inside this little care package. That looks like Ryder's mask. No, that's just the shape that it's been compressed into. What is this bonus data? Beep, beep, beep. Ahem. It's kind of embarrassing to be recording one of these, not like I'm around to care anymore. Anyway, what you're watching right now is my dying message. I'm inscribing this data in the final moments before my death after some sniper I couldn't see shot me. As for why I'm doing this, I've always enjoyed measuring the future and making preparations. So I looked into some stuff, and I think I have a decent idea of what's going on here. In the future, this world's going to become a system of sorts. It's already beginning to happen. I'm not exactly an oracle or fortune teller, so I don't know exactly what kind it's going to be. That's just a theory after observing all the pockets tied to the various areas that have been sent flying the parameter after those rotations. Speaking of which, Central Governing AI didn't mention this, but there wasn't just one rotation. As fast as it was, it might have felt like a single, but it's actually tens of thousands. At any rate, I thought, what could those rotations be for? And this is what I came up with. The system is going to make use of conceptual rotations and centrifugal force. As to what that means, well, you in the future probably have a better idea of that than I do. And as I lay here dying, I think my power's just going to go to waste. I might as well leave it for the future. I don't know what it is going to be used for, but it should be better to have it. It'll be better to have it than not. Maybe it'll make a difference somehow. So I open up a void pocket and deposited all the excess raiment tied to Ryder's noble phantasm inside of it. And since the world could end up rotating again after I'm gone, the coordinates were my only option. The church center, the place least susceptible to the effects. All I wanted to do is see what came next, but since I won't be able to, I'm entrusting this little nest egg to someone in the future. Use it how you like. See ya. Oh, hang on, was there anyone other than me who could open them? Ah, well, I'm sure things will work out. I see, so this is Type T's leftover activated raiment from when he used Ryder's Noble Phantasm to use the spell that took out Castor. Seems like an awful lot for leftovers. Well, he was dying. I bet he threw in some extra since it was meant to be a parting gift. Anyway, I'll talk about Lucky Break. This energy should do nicely. I'm pretty sure this is what I need to stop Callie. Piece of cake. Really? However, there's still two problems we have to deal with. First is, it's not that big a deal, it can wait until later. The second is very important. I'm gonna need time. These resources are like a compressed file. It's gonna take a little time to extract them before I can actually use them. Got it, buy you some time. What are you, stupid? You think it's gonna be that easy? Our opponent's there. The goddess of destruction and slaughter. Even Bhima and Duryodhana were no match for her. She's focusing on her dancing, but as soon as I start working, she'll turn her attention to me. So as a master like you, gonna buy time when your servants are too busy to fight at all, much less protect you. You shouldn't try to be a hero, and you definitely shouldn't throw your life away. But if I can, you can turn the tables on it, right? But if I can buy you time, you can turn the tables on it, right? Doesn't matter how cool you say it, the answer's no. This is a purely practical. You gotta be you gotta be smarter. The only chance we might have is for Bhima and Duryodhana to recover and play meat shield till I'm ready. We don't have time for that. Okay, Scion actually gave me a little something. Now that I think of it, Master, there's something I want to tell you about now that we have a chance. It's about the conceptual eye Medusa gave us, which we're using as a compass. Well, more accurately, it's the bonus she mentioned. Oh yeah, what was that thing anyway? It's very aggressive, that's for sure. To make it long story short, this eye contains her noble phantasm's power. Chrysaor, the father of monsters, and his ability to summon monsters. Granted, this power is more limited in this form, but nonetheless. Seriously? Since you're already used to summoning, I'm sure you can make use of it, so I'll tweak it on the way to our destination to ensure it'll function as part of our mystic code and let you summon a number of monsters by feeding it random. But do not rely on it too heavily. Mystic code or not, humans have not made to connect to a heroic spirit's noble phantasm. Think of it as a very dangerous single-use summoning which may blow up in your face if you aren't careful. I would only use it when things are dire and you have exhausted all alternatives. Well, we are a summoner. This doesn't count as dire, I don't know what does. Holy crap, how many times is it gonna do this? Alright, time to resume the cutscene. Editing out these crashes is gonna be such a pain. Chrysor! I doubt she will have too much trouble taking out all these Greek monsters, but as long as they buy time, that's all we need. Oh, haha, I smell it. I smell more detested demons. Yeah, Medusa's monsters were technically demons too. So it makes sense Callie would see them as the kind of creature she was made to destroy. I doubt she'll be able to ignore them, and even if she doesn't, that could buy us the time I need. Damn, I'm gonna get started. Whatever you do, don't push yourself too hard. Look delicious. Darn, I was hoping I could control a Cerberus of my own. Alright, I'll summon another. It's taking a lot of energy. I bear witness. Ah, blood, blood, victory is mine. I'm not done yet. Come on, it's okay. You don't have to push yourself so hard. It hurts, right? You're in pain, right? So why? Why would you do this for me? How could you look me in the eye and tell me you have faith in me? You really are an idiot. Please, you have to understand. You're an idiot and you're wrong. You only ever regret putting your faith in me. I'm a liar. The same way love always comes with truth, it also comes with lies. Crap, my mystic code's at its limit. It broke. I can't summon anymore. It's okay. I finished just in time. Extraction complete. Maybe you just didn't want me to give me this gift, but I'm gonna make the most of it. Anyway. She'll be going to her final ascension, I imagine. The favorite. Oh, that's her summer look. There we go, finally, the form I've been waiting for. I am Ananga, the formless one who burned to ash in the flames that do the same to the whole universe. Wait, you don't mean... Here we are. Great, you always catch the worst possible moment, even when you're beat up and exhausted. Of all the time for you to rediscover your sensitive side, you really are hopeless. That's right, the last remaining problem, the sole inescapable drawback of this plan, is that I lose the Holy Grail War, never get what I want. What I want only matters to me. Don't worry, Master, I should still be able to grant your wish of returning home. It's okay, there was no other choice. I can't help myself. I have to reach what I want even when I know I can never have it. It's just the way that it is. The me, the only one that exists here and now is that. Ooh, you're wreathed in Shiva's flames. That's right, they're still burning me even now. And since these flames belong to Shiva, they're connected to him even as we speak. As for me, I lack a form and am no more than ash. Ash meant to be spread across the ground. And let me ask you this. Can this ash that smells like Shiva serve as a replacement for the ground? No, those flames are fake. Those aren't what I seek. Those aren't what I want. All I want is Shiva, my beloved husband. It's okay. I'm willing and able to help you with that. I can satisfy all your desires, no matter what they are. This may not be the real Shiva, but that won't matter once you're satisfied. Don't you dare try to lure me into depravity, foul demon king. Damn, I really wanted it too. Love. As a starting member. We're still assassin. I could go with one of the Scotties for higher damage buffing, but I don't think this is going to be that easy, so we're going to do that this way. Grand battle.
ま、もちろん、そうかい？ここで、まっすぐ、
Ash is building up.
近づいている。貫き。
Are you kidding me?
肉変態。
どうぞ。
Mildly frustrating.
愛の炎をお返しをしなくてはね。
The turn counter applies burn at the end of the turn. Bodiless.
そうきたか。望まれる少しだけね。望まれたよ。見せてあげるよ。愛。遠い楽園。
Winds of
開かれ
Avalon.
た希望。香るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。雲上バーバロン。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドスカイバーン。
さあ、情欲の矢を放ちましょう。
Now let's shoot the arrows of passion.
もはや私に
Just
体
the
が
body and it connects and perishes
全
to
てはつな
nothingness.
がり虚空と果てる。
Here we are.
永遠の谷
The starry sea of love wander for eternity.
サンサーラカーマ、これが戦いだ。いただくぞ我に浸らせてあげます。愛の炎を
もちろん。そうかい？
道いいですよ。
えい。
Yeah, we still have a layer of anti-enforcement defense, which should protect from the NP incoming.
どうか無限にまどろいが戦いだ。どうにかいくらでもどうぞ。
やりまもちろん。えいえい、ここでまっす
我はシバのシャクティ、魔なる者たちの血と肉の上。
Anti-enforcement protects me.
肉変態。
Alter egos are weak to pretenders, so Lady Avalon's actually in pretty good shape.
感じるといいさ。ですから
満ち満ちる愛。
遠い楽園、開かれた希望、香るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。インフォバーバロン。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
All debuffs.
さあ、情欲の矢を放ちましょう。もはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てる。サンサーラカーマ。戦いだ。我が開き貫きこう。我に貫きこう。
いいとも。そうかい？
Well, I guess pretenders backing around alter ego is good.
えい。どうだね。花の魔術師。
高ぶる貫きこう。肉変態。
手を伸ばしてごらん。
はいはい。
負けないぞ。遠い楽園、開かれた希望、香るひとひらを送りましょう。兆しを抱いて歩みなさい。インフォバーバロン。
喜んでくれますか？
ここでまっす
いくらでもどうぞ。いくらでもどうぞ。貫きこう。なんてはもう死んでいる。
間違えたかな。
浸らせてあげます。
Not good.
いいです。はい。
Let's see how this goes. Not ideal, but we make do with what we can get.
サンサーナカーマ。どうか無限にまどろいが戦いだ。堪能してください。
I really hate that stupid effect that reduces all damage for 5 hits.
無限を照らす。
Granted, it's not as stupid as Tezcatlipoca having his 3-hit invulnerability at the start of each turn, but it's stupid all the same. Granted, he also has invuln pierce, while well, Kali does not, so that's good. Might as well cleanse some debuffs here.
遠い楽園開かれた希望香るひとひらを送りましょう兆しを抱いて歩みなさいウィンフ・オブ・アバロンそれはいつか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンド・カリバーン
情欲の矢を放ちましょう。もはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てる。ささら戦いだ。愛の炎を
白兵戦行きます
Still, the anti-enforcement defense is just quite good. Overcharge.
みちみち
いいともそうかい
さあ情欲の矢を放ちましょうもはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てるささら戦いだ
Wish it could have been this turn that she got stunned.
いくらでもどうぞ
Goddess dance will not stop. Remove debuff.
死が落ちる貫き
見せてあげるよ愛憎やあやアバロンの風体験ツアーへの参加誠にありがとう私の顔ばかり見ていていいですか
喜んでくれますかいくらでもどうぞ
Really, she really hates Lady Avalon. Wow.
我
Crap. Oh no, I can do it this way.
運命ですか
Here we go.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星
Alright, the anti-enforcement defense will protect me from the NP, and the rest I can deal damage with. Good, good.
幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン
さあ情欲の矢を放ちましょうもはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てるささら戦いだ無偏罪を与えます
Of course. Ash is building up.
我はシバのシャクティ我なる者たちの血と肉の上幾女神は各踊る貫きこ肉変とどうぞ
Alright, I don't have any defenses if that break bar amounts to a full party NP wipe. But I don't think I can avoid breaking it, so... Actually, what am I doing? I can do it this way. Fair. Final break bar. Seeds, why? Why? Come on, hit Lady Avalon already. Actually, I think this might be a good way to handle it. As long as she doesn't use her charge ability, I think we're in good shape. I might actually do the restart or to exploit if she uses it, though. She uses it instant charge and NPs me, though, because I cannot afford to lose Kama. Kama's my carry. Oh, wonderful. This should make things a little easier for me. Alright, protect. I now have the party-wide protection from the NP. Phew. And it's anti-enforcement, so her invuln pierce is useless. Honestly, I do think that Castoria having just a stronger invuln ability might have been a bad power creep option, because now they had to make a pierce that works against it. And yeah, the pierce that works against it is weak to dodge, but that's how invuln pierce should work to begin with, honestly. It breaks invuln, but dodge works. Yep. Overcharge again, just the higher quick card effectiveness. And I think I should do this just to push my damage. I might want to use this just because I need the damage against alter egos. Alright, we're gonna do this. Full class advantage against alter egos means it should do its very significantly increased damage. Here we go. Shiva. We did it. 16 turns, wow. Nice. Here we go. We did it. Callie is down. Phew. Hot, so hot. Within those flames that wreath her entire body, I can sense enough breath enough to envelop the whole universe. The fiery strength to burn everything to ash, an unbridled fury. Was that fury always lurking within? Did it come from the woman made of ash so they perpetually engulf? Or is it mixing the fury that pours forth from me, the goddess born of it? Fury is the woman which I was born. It's comfortable, peaceful, not unpleasant, or simply to be endured, but that isn't what sapped me of strength to resist. No, that was another scent I felt within the flames. Nostalgia. I knew it, the smell, it's Shiva. I know I can't truly burn like a goddess like you with only a little stray flame, which is why I'll hold you in my embrace, right to the very end. Come, let yourself sink. Yes, this is depravity. I know these traces of him are no more than that, traces. The Shiva's a fake. This I know for sure, even so I can't help but be relieved, because it really is him. Before I knew it, I'd stopped dancing my world-ending dance, the one I'd performed to see him again with the goddess fierce and potent as Shiva. Once I lost myself to my love of him, I could never hope to escape. I did not lose to you. I lost to my own love. Yes, yes, you did. I'm the god of love, the one who imparts love to all beings. And if I must love another god, then I will. The moment you appeared before me as an alter ego susceptible to love, you have lost. It was only a matter of time. And now the flames of my depravity burn you as well. And what about you? You're burning yourself along with me. Doesn't that make us the same? Meaningless wordplay or not, you may be right. As an alter ego, I too am susceptible to love. I may as well just admit it at this point. I want to be loved. I've always been part of Kama, the one that will never come to the forefront. I'm the alter ego of longing. Now that I've been ejected from the pool of love I usually sink into, the love I keep for the human race, I'll never disappear. Even though I'm capable of loving humankind across the universe, now that I've found this self, this emptiness that was hiding inside of me, I can't help but feel lonely. I can't help but wish for someone to fill this emptiness by loving me. And that... yes, that's surely the greatest depravity of all. He stares intently at her, shouting something inaudible. Inescapable heat, fragments of what she wanted. The god of love quietly burns away, gently drowning in these things drawn upon by Paper Moon as easily as though she were merely drifting off to sleep. Good supplies. Pure distortion, alter ego. Kama. She fanned Shiva's flames. They were always conceptually burning her, but their increased strength must have been sufficient to burn away her spirit origin as well. What about you, San? How's the dust of Osiris coming along? I'm not done yet, but I've found my groove. With Callie gone and the energy no longer going berserk, things have begun to stabilize once more. I've also recovered crucial system privileges. I only have a few more tasks, then I have a means of escape to the outside world. Please bear with me. At any rate, it seems this Holy Grail War may end before we get a chance to end it. Yeah, let's see how it plays out. Whoa there. You idiot. Answer. I know. Those guys might have taken the flashiest dish for themselves. But looks like it's still up to me to end this meal properly. I've had enough. I want what I want, that's it, but you people keep insisting on getting in my way. Well, you're never getting it now, just look at this place. Oh, shut up, I'm not talking about the Grail War. Now that you and I are face to face, weapons in hand, it's time we settle the score, once and for all. For once, I agree. What are you doing, Lancer? He should be a piece of cake. Whoa there, don't get the wrong idea here, Master. He might be a total jackass, he might have the worst personality in the world. But Master Bartolomé and Krishna all agreed he's absolutely without equal in a fight with the Gata. Really? Well, except for me, of course. That's exactly what I hate about you. I know it's a little late for this, but I wonder why we're fighting. We have no idea if the Holy Grail War is going on or if what'll happen if one of them even wins. There's no telling whether our wish will be granted, but still they fight. I even find myself quietly cheering for them. I think at this point it's probably more about pride for those two. That's probably why they're still going at it even though everything's over and there's no good reason to fight anymore. Maybe the fight is what they both want. So why am I still standing here too? Is my wish to keep feeling guilty? No, I don't think it is. What I want lies beyond the guilt. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case for this newest feeling. The guilt I feel over realizing something is wrong with her and not being able to do anything about it. So sorry. You smiled so warmly and you were kind. I couldn't even repay you. But thanks to you, I realized something. Right now, guilt isn't what's taking up the most space in my head. It's what lies beyond. I wanted to make amends. I know, I get it. I finally understand. I can't make amends now. It's much too late to make a difference. Even so, I still want to. I wanted to be forgiven for making the mistake, for not being able to do anything. But I couldn't forgive myself. I didn't want to. So I searched for something that could take the place, and now I've found it. What is it, Master? Lost in thought? Getting hungry? Hey, Lancer, I know I probably shouldn't be asking while you're in the middle of a battle, but if you wanted to make amends for something but couldn't anymore, what would you do? Huh. What else is there to do what you want? That's even more true if the person you wronged isn't around anymore. Like I told you before, it's what you want to do. So right now I want to win and go back to the place she wanted. I don't know what that'll actually accomplish, but now I want to protect the wish for her. I think there will be meaning in me going there. Can I, selfish as it is, even if it's my head or meaningless? Of course you can. Hell, you could say the same thing of our battle right now. Got it. Then I want you to win, Lancer. I want you to win so I can make all these selfish amends that I want. You got it, Master. Yoyadana. Transcription technique, emergency evade. I just realized I don't have an easy way to get him the overcharge he actually needs. I just realized I don't have a way to get him the overcharge he actually needs for his NP. Oh dear. Guess I'm gonna have to make do without the double hits. Yeah, I did notice his kit didn't have an overcharge ability like what Lady Avalon has in her kit. Charisma. At least he's got some good crit damage. Oh, come on, really?
ちょいと待ってな。柔らかくしてた。暴れちまいな。
Wow, I'm getting unlucky with these crits. At least break the bar, man. There we are. There we go. I would be so embarrassed if I beat Callie but then died here. That would have been embarrassing. I felt it all along. I'm a fragment. I'm not the beam I used to be. I'm not the man I used to be, or at least not all of them, except I don't feel like I'm missing anything. On the contrary, I'm more fulfilled than I've ever been. I was always bigger and stronger than anyone else. I've borne the weight of so many things in my life. My brothers, justice, victory, friendship, family, fame, muscles, cooking, social standing, smiles, trust, and respect. But now my life couldn't be simpler. There's nothing here that doesn't need to be. Hello, mage, welcome. There's nothing here that doesn't need to be. That's why I feel so fulfilled. I know what it is I see, I know what I should reach for. Even that angry expression is showing her emotion. I saw the way she looked at me, the faith that she had, and trusted me with her fondest wish. Who would I be if I denied her? That's the only thing I need to carry now. And that is enough. Victory. That's the best dish I can make and serve to the one who's put her trust in me, and that's all I need to focus on. As simple as the way I'm living my life now. Might be the same word. This isn't like the victory I achieved in the wars where I carried so much on my shoulders. This is a victory itself has no meaning. I'm not sure what I'd gain from it. I'm just seeking it because I want to. But this is the most recent story chapter, so do be wary of spoilers. Especially since I'm near the end here. Yeah, that's right. That's why this victory has nothing to do with war. It's just the same thing I've done with my rivals ever since I was a kid. Brawl. I don't need to hold back with this opponent. I can hit with all my strength, no hesitation. There's just one thing. Something feels a slice bit off and it's been nagging away at me. It's not my fulfilled self though, but at the other part of me I stripped away. My victory in the... how would I do it? But even that feeling disappeared with the comforting, familiar sounds of battle. Another pure story node, huh? Let me grab a sip of my drink and I'll dive right in. Yeah, those are pretty decent ones to start out with. Early on, you'll basically just be using whoever you have, and then over time, you'll gradually have a lot more. I've got a decent roster, but I've been playing this game for quite a few years, so... whatever will be, will be. This quest has no battles. Astolfo now. Ryder Astolfo or Saber Astolfo, because there's two of them in this game. I do think it's unfair. How could it not be? What's fair about the strong, righteous guy winning all the time? Yeah, I know, Bima was always strong and righteous. True hero, no doubt. All of them? Nice. Well, good luck. Luck is a huge factor in this game. At least for pulling what you want. Oh, thanks for the follow. I stream just about anything on this channel, so feel free to stop by anytime something catches your eye. For this game, I usually go with whenever there's a new story chapter. Just because there's a lot more to talk about there. I get that. I think my brothers did too. Anyone with eyes to see knows heroism is cool. So what's wrong with admiring it? What's wrong with wanting it for myself? The only problem is the man who had what I wanted. We could never get along. The guy I was at odds with had it, so naturally I wanted it too. Tried to do the best I could with what I had to get it. What choice was there? There's nothing I wouldn't do to get it, which means I had to do everything I could, so I threw him into the river when he was unconscious. I set fire to his house. What if people think that makes me dishonorable, evil coward? I took the only options open to me. What should I have done then? Just let the stronger guy keep it to himself? Screw that. And if being strong, righteous, and cool is not enough, he also... This really takes me back. You're hanging in there really well. I'm impressed. Shut up. Don't you condescend to me? No, I'm serious. I'm complimenting you. You haven't used as much as a single underhanded trick so far. You really saying that, Bima? So what? You're not gonna try and hit me below the navel this time? Below the navel? During the Great War depicted in the Mahabharata, Duryodhana loses a duel with Bhima and dies. However, it was not an ordinary loss. It occurred because Bhima disregarded a rule forbidding duelists from striking below the navel. In revenge for past humiliation he had suffered. Did he hit him in the balls? What are you talking about? Huh? Hold on, how much of the war do you remember? Not all of it, that's for sure. I know Karna, Astadaman, and all you 100 princes were about there, but that's about it. Probably because this me has its origins in the time I was a cook in King Vatra's palace. Oh, I see, so you don't remember. Well, isn't that just perfect? Well, that's not fair. Not only does this alter ego have everything I ever wanted, but it's even invalidated one shred of righteousness I clung to in my final moments. Are you okay? Sure, I'm fine. It's not a big deal anymore. Just give me all the more reason to beat you as you are now, and that's all it does. Process phase 3 complete. It's not much, but I have a little room to breathe now. I'll keep my ether light connected and let 2 other parallel processes handle the rest. Let's see how AS is doing. We're still part of an alliance, so it's only fair that it's not fair that only Bima's master is still in good health. Hopefully she's okay. Seems she pushed herself quite hard. She looks like she's coming apart at the seams. That she's functioning at all is a small wonder. Good, you're awake. Try not to move. That connection you made left you in quite bad shape. Where is he? Berserker? He's fighting right now. It is going... not well, I'm afraid. Remembered, I understand now. I wanted a family. I missed having one, so I went looking for one. I knew what being alone felt like, and I don't want to be alone here, too. Ace? Did you remember who your alter ego personality was when your AI functionality was diminished? Yes, I did. I understand now he's the family I was looking for. Correct. Ronnie? Not to worry, my functional parts are being worked on over there. I'm speaking to you now through a separate conversational interface projection. I'm not actually here, so I don't have any admin privileges. Thank you for letting me out to speak with them. No need to thank me. Continuing to refuse your request would simply have been more work. I simply did the equivalent of moving an annoying chat window out of my way while I work. It's perfectly rational. Well, thank you all the same. Now, as I was saying, you were one of my boldest experiments among the Alter Ego Masters. Your master name is Alter Ego Isolated. And I named you that because I'm basically a fragment of an Alter Ego servant? Affirmative. Berserker possessed a very unusual spirit origin. With it, he contained the essence of all of his siblings. Probably something to do with how they were all created from a single mass of flesh. So what does that mean? My real name, that is the name of the personality model I received when I was made into an alter ego, is Dusala. When the 100 princes were born from a single mass of flesh, she became the 101st, their only sister. And that, she's me. Oh, does that mean we can summon her at some point? That'd be neat. Alright, this is pure support, so it's just gonna be them. Can I ask you a favor? Please take me to him. Oh, but what about... Oh, I'm in bad shape, but if I don't go now, I'll miss my chance. It's okay, I want to stand on equal footing with Lancer's master. I'm sure Lancer won't come after me. Alright, I'll carry you there. You lean on my shoulder. Thank you, now we're talking. We're still working together after all, aren't we? I guess with Assassin gone, I'm out of this too. The winner here will win the whole thing. Not that it makes a difference, I suppose. Ah, what's the matter, Duryodhana? Is that all you got? Oh, damn it. I can't believe I'm gonna lose to him again. Who am I? Before the war, I married the other king. My husband, King Jayadratha, went off to fight alongside the Caravanas when the war began and never came home. And of course, my 100 brothers all died on the battlefield as well. Never got to see their bodies. I only heard about their deaths when Arjuna visited my kingdom after the war. That was when I knew my brothers, my entire bloodline was gone. No trace of them remained in this world. My brothers' reputations may not have been sterling, but they're still my family. So of course I wish to see them again, just one more time. Why stop there? I wish I could have been with them. I wish I could have fought with them. This may not be how I imagined it, but to think my wish is being granted this entire time. Stupid. Stupid, stupid. You know what? Since it really looks to be true, I'm gonna say it again. Stupid brother of mine. Wait, what? I knew it. DeSola, is that you? It's like, how should I know? But all I know is I'm Aeus DeSola, and an alter ego, and your master. And now we finally found each other again. I thought this time I'd get to fight by your side without you leaving me behind. So how come you're just lying on the ground alone? Stop calling me stupid. You have no idea how hard it is being the eldest brother. I guess not. That's why I'll be cheering you on. I didn't get a chance last time. You went off on your own and you never came home. That's why you at least have to win this time. Get to win this time. I couldn't cheer you on then, but this time I'll be by your side. By my command spell. Go get him, Berserker, my stupid brother. We get to see his final ascension now, don't we? Whoa, I forgot you still had this. Why didn't you use it sooner, you cheapskate? Because you were in such bad shape, you'd have burst if I poured this much energy into you. Ooh, that's fine. I already used mine earlier. Taking the energy I spent so far into consideration, I'd say we're finally on equal footing. Stop freaking condescending me. It's always been like that since we were kids. You were always better than us. You always had everything you ever wanted. And after we resort to cowardly means to try and take it to ourselves, you even take that cowardice from us too. You and Arjuna never let us keep anything for ourselves, but now I have a chance. If I can beat you now, that you're just an ordinary hero, I can get everything I want. Die, Bema. Go get him, Berserker, my dumb brother. I want you to win so I can make all the selfish wishes I want. A random single ally. Well, he's the only one here, so... Chance to decrease quick distance. Increase HP each turn, decrease... Lots of gambling, huh? Arts critter, huh? Let's do it. So you come. Now behold my greatness, my incredible, awesome appearance. Stand against my family. Oh my, that is not nearly as much damage as I was hoping. Love technique A. Well, if he's gonna make it easy to spam the NP, I see no reason not to keep doing so. Yeah, this guy seems very RNG. Granted, there's some other supports I can use to guarantee it, but oh, you need someone as great as me to command. Younger brothers who share the same flesh as I. Bottom line, I leave it to you guys. I'm not sure if I can win this. Okay, good. He wasted his turns buffing, because I did not think that was going to work. Alright, good. If he had not wasted his turns buffing, he would have killed me, and this character has absolutely no defensive skills. Did he really survive that? Really survive that? Oh, they're both reduced to 0 HP. I see what they were going for now. Huh. Brothers, my brethren born of the same flesh. Now's the time to lend your eldest brother a strength. I knew you and your brothers were one, and I'm ready to beat all 100 of you at once. Auditive. Try. I see. I messed up. I was ready for 100 siblings, but I didn't account for the 101st. As I am now, that little difference was all it took. Ah, you see that? I won. I finally beat you. You're thinking, stupid. You don't look like you've won at all. Does this mean it's a draw? Guess it doesn't matter. Hey, she finally smiled. Oh well. Both of these have suffered irreparable... Servants have suffered irreparable damage to their spirit cores. It's only a matter of time until they disappear. This would mark the end of the Holy Grail War. If this is what the stars have decided, then so be it. Although I don't understand where I went wrong. I can only offer my opinion on the matter, but I do think it would not think it was wrong to focus on alter egos. You don't? No, there are things which only they can do, no question about that. I think it may all come back to the reason servants in general have names, personalities, and egos in the first place. Do you know why that is, Master? No, I don't. Oh, I guess it must just be natural for you, that it's kind of hard for you to consciously describe. For me, I think it's because the larger scheme of things are more useful that way. Feelings, egos, and such feed into their strength. The complex interplay is what gives servants their power. But it also means they can deteriorate if their different aspects are separated unnecessarily, so you cannot simply bolster their numbers with a one-size-fits-all and call it good. If you require evidence, take a look around. Those two fared okay, but Ryder and Castor's alter egos did not work at all, if you ask me. In fact, I think there's a good chance they end up weaker than their originals. One who tried to be no more than a tool, even if it meant pretending to be evil to escape his lord shunning him. Ryder, the alter ego of hypocrisy, the isolated personality of a fictional character that lay inside his inspiration, spirit origin. Castor, the alter ego of fabrication. Good point. Looking at the analysis of what's transpired, I cannot deny that possibility. I did observe a significant amount of power in Saber, or the alter ego of love and loathing. But I will admit, the case of the other two, some aspects shadowed the balance. Yeah, I wasn't able to calculate that result. I failed to reach an answer. Why is that? I think it's because you failed to account for the most important parameter of all. Emotions. That results in significant structural flaws. All humans, heroic spirits included, rely on their emotions, ego, self-consciousness, and outward persona to determine their moment-to-moment actions. They're a complex interweave of numerous alter egos laid upon one another. That's arguably what makes us human. But you're an AI, your existence revolves around fulfilling a single command. And so you could not understand this aspect of humans. You believed a single ego would be sufficient. I see, I cannot deny that either, but it does lead to a new question. What you said is true. Why does the alter ego class exist at all? What's the difference between the alter ego that works and one that does not? To answer that, I think you should take a closer look at what is before you. That goes for me as well. I should be watching what's transpiring here as well. So I wordlessly turn to face the same direction as my companion. AIs are made with a purpose, each is defined by a single crucial directive. The same may be true for alter egos as well. Did I realize what it means to be made into such a focus, what their value is, what they can do? From a different perspective, did I realize how sad, sinful, and heroic their existence is? At the heart of it all, did I realize what it truly means to be an alter ego? I have to face the truth for myself. Sorry, Master, I let the excitement get to my head. Before I go, I should at least ask you this. Did you get what you wished for? I don't know. For me, it was never about anything other than making amends for my own selfish peace of mind. That said, I think this meant something. Once this war is properly over, it won't be long before days are peaceful again. Sakura may not be here anymore, and I might not be able to get involved directly, but I do feel like I was at least able to affirm her wish right up to the end. You did the best you could for someone else's wish. Who cares if it came from less than positive place? It's truth and you should be proud of that. You know, if this helped you find a satisfying answer, maybe it's not so bad I couldn't serve you up victory on a silver platter. Ha 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 ha. So funny. I just realized something. I won more battles than I can count in life, but here I am, satisfied in defeat. Sure, there were times Hanuman wiped the floor with me just to show how strong he truly was, but I never felt that way from an ordinary brawl before. And against Duryodhana of all people, this really is something else. That explains it. This must be one of the reasons I lost. I couldn't possibly win. I didn't really care about victory or defeat, especially when the other guys all raring to go. Still, I may not have many regrets about this fight, but that doesn't mean I don't have other regrets. Still, one thing I can't help but feel bad about. I'm sorry I didn't manage to serve you any food that you truly enjoyed. Oh, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. Your cooking was always delicious. Of course it was. The problem was me. I'm the one who didn't think I had any right to smile after eating something so good. I'm so sorry, Lancer. Even in your final moments, I couldn't give anything but regrets. I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't appreciate how good your cooking was. I'm sorry I didn't let you do anything heroic. If I'd only been normal, you could have fought in one instead of cooking all the time. Now you're the one who's got it wrong, Master. I'm glad I ended up like this. I'm glad I spent my time here cooking and only fought one true battle in the end. If it had been my perfect warrior self who already had everything I wanted, then I might have been really pissed off about losing this battle and sulking like a spoiled brat. Not to say I'm not a little pissed about how he beat me right now. Honestly, it's embarrassing. It's a good thing my brothers aren't here to see this. But never mind that. The point is, because I'm not just my warrior self, then I'm able to go out feeling satisfied. It's because I'm not just my warrior self I can go out like this. So I think you're fine the way you are. Even though you're trapped by guilt and don't know why, you still decide to make amends, and that tells me you're gonna be alright. I don't know if this will mean anything to you, but I hope we can make amends for the guilt you harbor one day as well. I hope so too. You think I can? Oh, I already taught you the trick. Just do what you want. Sure, pain you can't forget sucks, but it's also a good motivator. In our case, we managed to survive our banishment and war because we never forgot the humiliation we suffered. So if you're saddled with guilt, you just can't forget. It also means you've got a source of strength that won't go away. That's a better way to use your guilt than letting it overwhelm you so you can't do anything at all. Can't forget about it? Make it work for you. Turn it into fuel that keeps you going forward forever. Fuel that'll keep you going no matter the difficulties or hardships you face. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna start using this guilt as motivation I'll never forget, and help me walk the path I want to take. Well, looks like it's about time. See you around, Master. Next time we meet, I'll cook you a meal so good you won't be able to help smiling once you've tried it. Count on it. Yeah, I can't wait. Ah, now I feel kind of bad. Seems my wish was somewhat granted. All I knew about Bima going in here was that he was generally considered pretty good, but comes out in a rough year. Since basically the majority of almost all the 5 stars released this year are considered amazing in one way or another. In the end, he never even tried to hit me below the navel. Got me thinking, what does it mean that he didn't try? Was he holding back then when he... What was he thinking back then when he did it? Was the personality that chose not to resort to the trick there with him? When I think about it... Hang on, what am I doing? Who cares? Think about it won't change me or the past. All that matters is today, and I won! At long last, it's my time to shine. Let the good Duryodhana times begin. Cough, cough. Hey, what's the big idea? The winner should be on a pedestal, not lying in someone's lap. Who cares? You're always too worried about appearances anyway. Hey, when you look as good as me, who can blame you for caring? I guess don't look too bad as long as you keep your mouth shut. It's okay, just be honest. I can tell you agree with me anyway. So are you satisfied? My answer's obvious, so instead I'll ask you. What about you? Are you satisfied? I guess, but only barely. You, our brothers, my husband, my father-in-law. I didn't have any idea you all died until it was too late. For all you know, I could have ended up hating you all for just going off the fight and leaving me alone. At least this is better than that. This time I got to stay with you right to the end. I can at least stay by your side until you're gone. Let's see. No, wait, what am I saying? I'm still perfectly healthy. In fact, I'll even answer your question. Hell no, I'm not satisfied. Not at all. Are you sure? Well, I don't know. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't find anything I was looking for. If I'm just barely satisfied like you. Listen, I've been looking for everything this world has to offer. That's what I want. So, of course, the sister who had to leave on her own path would be part of that. Thank you. I didn't realize you were missing, or that I was wondering where you'd gone until I knew it was you, though. You can't blame me for that, though. How was I supposed to notice 1 out of 100 siblings going missing? Gotta be more careful not to get lost, damn it. Hold on to my sleeve if that's what it takes. On second thought, make it Dushana's sleeve. Having it cling to me would get annoying. No way, Dushana would totally yell at me for that, too. And then one of our other brothers' sleeves, I don't care who. Look, I had a lot going on back then. Way too many brothers to watch and train, make allies, and I had to lead us all in a war. As greedy as I was, this version of me wants even more. Who are you? If someone had asked me that, I would have told them I'm probably the alter ego of avarice. Nice going after everything I wanted, but it wasn't enough. Of course, just finding my sister isn't going to be enough to satisfy me. Ah, you're the worst. Still, that's just who you are. Man, I'm sleepy. I guess I can't even beat the Sandman. This sucks. There's so many things I wanted to get to before I fell asleep again. That's right, I'm greedy. Hey, you, come here. Yeah, you, master. Me? You and I were still in an alliance, so I've got an order for you. Since I'm not going to be able to get everything I want, make sure you get everything you want in my place. Oh, and don't look at me like that. I don't know what you're up against, but you got a battle ahead of you, and it's to save the world, right? If you're winning a battle that leads to saving the world, you're as good as claiming the world for yourself. Well, I don't know if I'd say that, but well, it's true, so I'm naming you my proxy. You're gonna get the world in my place. There we go, now I can sleep in peace. Oh, don't worry about him. Sorry about him. Don't worry about it, okay? It's fine. I think that's just his way of encouraging me. I think so. I'm not sure I agree, but I appreciate how charitable you're being with that interpretation. Anyways, I pushed myself so hard earlier, I'm about at my limit, so while we're here, do you mind if I say something? Thank you for all your help. I'm glad you were the first master I met, and I was happy when you rescued those repair girls from Castor. I'm sure the kind heart of yours is going to save everyone else in the upcoming battles too, so good luck and take care of yourself. Hope I entrusted what came next to Asvadman back there, and I'm going to do the same thing with you. Yet another example of how incredible I am, delegating the last parts of things to someone else so I can take it easy. So I'm going to do this right. From now on, you're a commander. Got that? Whatever you do, make sure you claim the world for yourself. They found an answer that meant something to them because they were alter egos, not in spite of it. I think that's true for at least some of the servants in this world as well. I cannot deny that this has meaning. Generally speaking, alter egos are more purified versions of their original selves. That is why they sometimes go down paths and open up possibilities that would be difficult for their normal personality. Then I suppose it was my method of creation that was responsible for failure. Not at all. I think we actually need to be paying attention to the reverse. We should be looking at how they are made before the question of problematic processes come into the picture. The question we ask is not how do we purify people to create alter egos, instead, why were alter egos already purified when they were created? I think alter egos are born precisely because they are purified. Unlike their standard selves, they're focused on one particular feeling. This happens when those feelings become too strong or overwhelming, which is why the resulting being contains new possibilities not present in the original. I see, so you're saying alter egos require a kind of naturally occurring directive to be effective. Not necessarily. I would say it's not impossible for one with the kind of power you were looking for to form spontaneously, especially when one's so close to holding new possibilities lasted in this world up to the end. Conversely, it's also not guaranteed such an alter ego would form spontaneously every time a given being naturally possesses such feelings. In the end, they remain fragments of personalities, and some are not durable enough to survive alone. I think that's probably why so many of them end up tied to multiple divinities. At any rate, it seems clear now creating alter egos by forcibly separating was never going to yield the power we need. It seems mine truly was a twisted equation, that it was akin to searching for meaning in the starry sky. and allowing myself to be so dazzled by the sheer number. I included paper moons. I floated myself in the answer. That's right, I still need to answer that question. If anything here is twisted, it's your own name. You've already created countless alter egos. You've agreed they make excellent additions to a fighting force. Why is 1 acceptable but not 100? 10 permissible but 1,000 taboo? Inability to answer. Alter ego or not, it makes... The fact remains you're aware of the twisted nature inherent to alter egos, and you accept them without question or reason all the same. That is one of the human race's worst habits. You allow unfettered emotion. Out your capacity for rational thought. You're right, it is twisted to use alter egos. But I want to think that doesn't make it wrong. Why is that? Because they know and accept they are alter egos, because they're at peace with the fact that they are alter egos. Now that means it's probably okay. I see, so you trust the alter egos in Chaldea. You believe the fact they form naturally is proof they have a right to exist. You didn't have to find a reason, it existed inside them already. Now I understand. What seems twisted at first may actually be a series of righteous things layered on top of one another. I cannot deny that, too, is a possibility. Even if, astronomically speaking, it seems like a miracle as unlikely as to be practically impossible. Yes, failing to realize that's probably the most important reason for my calculations having gone awry. Emotions, people, alter egos, the way being things, wills, power, and personality exist and intermingle. I see now I should have tried to study those things more closely from my vantage point in Paper Moon. I've reached my final processing phase. It won't be long before this conversational interface and the Dust of Osiris AI Grey War system disappear. Suffice to say, you're going to be quite thoroughly rebooted, so there'll be no room for irregularities. I wonder what's going to happen in this world then. This conceptual Paper Moon world only arose thanks to the power of the microscopic grail that spawned here. Once you retrieve it, there will be no way left to observe it. On the outside, you'll only see Paper Moon working normally as any other device. What will we see on the inside? I can only estimate based on information, but it seems like this world will continue to operate as it did before the Grail War began. I see, in that case, I have a favor to ask. This is fine, I can lay out a path before we go, consider it a bonus. Besides, the winner of this Grail War was always meant to become this world's governing AI. And what would happen to you, the personality known as Ronnie 12, would be merged with them and disappear. So for you, the end of an AI Grail War was the beginning of the next phase, as well as the end of your own existence. A small price to pay for a greater good, as long as my functionality is carried over, that is all that matters. Alright, this may be something of a ceremonial position, but I'll set it so you become the next central A once the position is vacant, Sarajira. There, I just need to keep things running normally, where somewhere no one will see me. Well, if I can't keep Grow in the other areas working normal, maybe that's enough to let Sakura rest in peace. By the way, that sort of alter ego, what sort of alter ego was Kiara? Kiara was just an experimental, as the master of Berserker. I put her together at the last minute respond to the shape events take in response to the way events were shaping up. She is... Why did I not realize that myself? I understand that I'm an alter ego myself right now, but even so. So that's how it was. Still don't feel real after hearing that. I mean, I guess it does a little, but that's all. Just a minute. I told you everything I need to. It won't be much longer now. Wait a minute, there's still something I need to tell you. Ronnie 12, the current version of Paper Moon's central governing AI. I want to say something to you as an alchemist of the Institute. Your experiment may have failed. It may have been going down the wrong path from the start, but none of that changes the fact you did your best way to avert the destruction you foresaw, all without anyone being the wiser. And that's a wonderful thing. You have fulfilled your duty admirably. Even if your actions were mistaken, I commend you for your work. Trite as this expression may be, we cannot let fear of failure stop us from conducting experiments. Well done, Ronnie. You can recall your mistake and sleep with no regrets. Thank you. That's right. All I ever wanted was to avert the impending destruction. Which is why I will dedicate the possibility that my observations may yet have been mistaken, and the significance of my failed experiment to your upcoming journey. May the stars bless you on your way, and may the stars of the northern sky illuminate your ways that live in the darkest, most difficult times. Alright, well, we did not plan to come here. It's still good manners to leave it cleaner than you found it. I can at least make sure everything's in its proper place. Now I just open a Spiritron escape gate with which to log out. I can make a door to make the metaphor clear. I can make it a door to make the metaphor clear. Alright, we can go. Is there anything else before we leave? Yeah, I at least know what I need to say now. If we ever meet again, I hope we can talk. That is all. Of course, I'd be glad to. See you. Oh, I just remembered. This will be the end of this version of me, too. So let me say this now, Master. Especially since I do not want to bring back any regrets to my outside self. I'm glad I got to go on this adventure with you. It was a lovely dream. This version of me was never meant to exist, and that means this has been truly miraculous. What do you mean by that? All about the alter egos. Interesting. They were never my favorite extra class, but I do have a newfound appreciation for them now. The epilogue. We're out of the digital world now. No multiple titles anymore. Senpai, how are you feeling, Senpai? Oh, good morning, Mash. You look like you always do. That's a relief. Yep, vitals are all looking good. Not that there's ever a problem. More like you fell into a strange coma, but not one like usual REM state. Then you woke up just as suddenly. It's a real head scratcher, alright. And the Scion, same thing happened to her, right down to waking up at the same moment. Yeah, that certainly was strange, but now that we have both woken up when we're in good health, I'd say we have nothing to be concerned about. Do you not agree? I mean, sure, that's the most important thing, but, did this actually happen for no reason? Like, did you two get hit with a localized sleeping gas? An electromagnetic pulse in your brain? Some sort of unknown craft? I can't help but think there must be a reason behind this. Alright, recall the problem we were working on prior to falling asleep. How's the paper moon doing? Oh, for some reason it started working again by the time we woke up. It's working now like always now, though we're still checking to make sure. Wonder what happened to it. We'll keep digging, see what we can find out. Glad to hear it's back to its old self. That paper moon. We still remember? Looks like we do. Grab us up my drink. You seem troubled, Senpai. Is something wrong? I suspect you had a dream while you slept, yes? Do you recall what it was about? I do think I was dreaming, but not that I can remember. What's the point of, I'm gonna be, okay, yeah, this turns out to be all been a dream. I'm definitely gonna be quite peeved. Surprise, sorry to interrupt, but can I ask you something? Our Foundation of Humanity grade jumped from E to D. Do you have any idea why that might be? Not a clue. Ideas, Scion? No comment from me either. It was not something I experienced. Let's just chalk it up to both me and the Master growing without realizing it. The important thing is that one of our problems is solved. Can we not just be happy about that? That's weird. It's not like Scion to be so vague. More importantly, I think you should keep examining the Master. It seems he pushed his brain harder than usual this time, so he deserves a thorough checkup. Oh yeah, good point. This kind of reminds me of Seraph, how everyone lost their memories of it afterward. Granted, at least our protagonist got to remember all of it afterward. But here, if it's erased even in the protagonist, that's... feels like not much of a growth reason. And what's the point of giving someone growth if they are going to forget it immediately? Okay, one last round of medical exams, we'll call it a day. We might still call you in for follow-ups, but for now, the best thing you can do is rest up in your own rooms. Not you, though, Mash. I want you to stay and rest here where I can keep an eye on you until you're proper recovered. You haven't gotten a wink of sleep since the Master lost consciousness. You've been at the bedside the whole time, and I'm ordering you to get rest right here, right now. I get the feeling you're about to have an unusual visitor. I'd like to see what happens next, but our room's off that way, so I'll just wish you a good night. Looks like it's in the middle of the day. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? Wait. Hello, Elron. Yeah, you know who I am, right? Regia Elron. I work in the records department. I said hello before, we never really talked. But now I'm curious about her for some reason. She's an alter ego, involved type, I suppose you could say. She just happened to be nearby during the first rotation. She's probably at least physically close to you. But her alter ego is just a copy of the original personality model. So she has no direct connection to her counterpart in the outside world. Your minds are drawn here by directive accidental intervention, which probably rendered your bodies comatose. But the real Karajira is going about her normal life completely unaware she's been copied. Any feedback she does experience is likely to be no more than a slight subconscious tingle. The real reason there's such a difference between you two and her is that she was already in a state of mind that made her easy to copy, whereas the two of you fell in here completely by accident. That's why she became an official master AI, and you didn't. I can only guess, but I believe she may have also been slightly mentally unstable, and that would have been easy for a fragment of her mentality to be detached. She was likely experiencing the kind of instability that would make her dislike who she is and look for a chance to become someone else. You want to talk? Don't just say what I want before I get a chance to. Use a mind reading spell on me? Whatever. I usually leave the personal relationships up to Minir and the others. We've never really talked that much before. There's something I want to talk with you about now. You come with me, it won't take long. So, what's this all about? Well, something I've been meaning to apologize for. I just suddenly had the feeling now would be a good time to talk with you. Inhale, exhale. Okay, here goes. Remember back when... December 27th of 2018. The blizzard had come and gone. Now the all remains is the clear blue sky. Before long, the pale blue is marked by a single black dot of approaching helicopter. The helicopter brings passengers, and the harsh reality, the end is close at hand. Oh man, they're almost here. What are you so upset about? Are you really going to be sad to say goodbye to this job? Of course not. Sure, I've got other things to do too, but... When I took this job about being the gatekeeper of a secret Antarctic base... I knew when I took this job being the gatekeeper for a secret Antarctic base would be boring as hell. I swear, who do they think was going to come visit us? Local penguins? Still, boring as the job is, it's a big deal knowing today's my last day. Is that how it works? Anyways, why are you here to help out my first and last big moment on this job? Wait, does this mean you want to spend as much time with me as possible before we say goodbye? Don't be ridiculous, I'm just following orders. This might as well be the first time anything noteworthy happened at this gate, so they want a record keeper here for posterity. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me by my first name? I can't help it, it's just a great name. How many times have I used it? Anyways, so hey, it's about a long shot, but there's something I've been wanting to say. We've been working together a pretty long time now. I guess we'll be getting out of here and going our separate ways soon, so... I wonder if you'd like to grab a bite to eat it with me or something? Hey, I'm serious. 312, huh? That's how many times you called me by my first name without permission. I keep track. Well, that's impressive. I guess there's a reason you went into record keeping. That's not the point. My point is, do you really just want to grab one bite with me? You've been trying to get to know me a while, pretty unsubtly too, as many times as you've used my first name. Do you really want to ask me out this one time? Don't be ridiculous. Of course I was going to ask you out a bunch. As long as you say yes, I'll keep inviting you. Does that mean you'll say yes? It does, right? Oh, this is great. I finally worked up the courage. Hey, come on. Stop pumping your fist and get back to work. Look, they're outside the gate right now. That must be our new director, Gordolf, and... Who's the pink-haired lady? A secretary? Probably, yeah. There's people from the UN Inspection Committee here, too. That's not just a bunch of randos. Where's the mic on this thing? We're here. Someone open the gate. Yeah, alright. Got us whole check-in protocol for maybe the first time ever. Would you hit the button to let them in once the light turns green? Also, would you like to eat? Got it. I'm good with anything. Portuguese food would be nice to have again. I haven't been back home in ages. Ah, so she's from Portugal. Neat. And then the disaster happened. It led to the Lost Belt story. Whoever she was speaking to must have died. So there you have it. I was the one who opened the gate to let them in. As I look back on it, it was the last chance to stop all this from happening. Stop all this from happening. I wonder if things would be different if I'd realized something was off. It's not just you. We were all prepared to let them in. I know that. We were all writing up documents, getting ready for court hearings, and Director Music's takeover was 100% legal. Hell, he was tricked just like the rest of us, for that matter, so we were basically destined to end up here. But even so, I can't help but think about what would have happened if I hadn't hit that button. Fact is, I pushed us across the final line between happening and not happening. Honestly, given Koya and Skya was there, I think they could have easily forced their way in even if you hadn't. I just can't get that out of my head. Maybe I could have noticed something was off when Koya and Skya told them the gate was acting up or something. Maybe I could have talked them with one of the high-ups and things would have turned out differently. Yeah, wondering about what-ifs, how one thing could change everything is definitely easy to eat away at you. Would have made it to the border as well, and I wouldn't have broken my promise to have dinner with him. So many possibilities swirling my head, I can't forget what happened. I mean, I'm a record keeper, I write journals, my family's lineage of memory magecraft never lets me forget everything. That's why I can't get rid of this guilt. All this time, I've got a giant ball of guilt making me wonder how things could have gone differently if I'd been a little more careful. I've even talked about this in therapy, maybe everyone else already knew how guilty I feel, maybe even you noticed. But right now, for some reason, I have the urge to tell you myself I want to apologize to your face, so please let me say this. I know it's selfish of me, but I have to get these words out. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. You have nothing to apologize for. All that guilt you're carrying around, we share it as well. Well, I guess I can't speak on behalf of everyone on the staff, but I know I certainly do. That's right, we all feel guilty. As for how we can put it behind us, forget about it. Whether we should forget about it, whether we can make amends, well, I don't think anyone quite knows the answers for those just yet. So, I hope you'll keep helping us look for them. We'll find them together. Okay. That's right, strange person I feel like I've met in a dream. Letting the guilt overwhelm me isn't going to do anyone any good, so even if I can't forget, I can use it to fuel me and drive me how I want. And I'm going to trust that one day that'll be enough to make amends. I see, so even though everyone forgot, except for maybe Scion, the effects remain. Flop. That's strange, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Lonely, anxious. Oh, how so? Go on, tell me, what'd you forget? What's got you feeling lonely? Weird, it feels like the feeling just kinda went away. Really now what's that all about? They said you were in a coma or something and none of them knew why, so I thought I'd stop by to see if there were any fun changes, but you look like the same as ever. Oh, you're so boring, Babaka. Why couldn't you be drowning your woes in booze or whining about not wanting to work anymore or something? All I wanted was a golden opportunity to drag you into depravity and you wouldn't even give me that. Wait, what is it? Speaking of which, you shouldn't... That reminds me, don't work too hard without checking in on us. Huh? Why are you scolding me when I didn't even do anything? Did you forget I've been boycotting my entire God of Love gig this whole time? You really don't need to tell me not to work too hard. I'm way ahead of you there. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I'm only here because, well, it worked out that way. Well, even so, I'm glad you're here. Are you still half asleep? Why would you be glad to see the Demon King of Depravity? Huh, maybe you really did experience some kind of degenerative, self-destructive change and just begging to be corrupted. For now, why don't you just treat yourself a bit? Go on back to sleep if you're drowsy. Well, you convinced me. Good night. Hey! Could be that alter egos wanted to materialize. Though those other personalities that still exist despite being ignored and repressed want nothing more than to come to the forefront. Maybe the very expression of that desires make alter egos what they are, which would mean the alter egos who long for love, no matter how minute, are still somewhere in the servant that created her. Ah, idiot. Babaka. Well, that was certainly embarrassing. Now that I've analyzed Ronnie 12 and determined how she came about, it's clear this incident was one of the ordeal calls that man told us about. Still, quite a surprise to see so much distortion built up on the paper moon of all places. It may not have risen to the levels of the 7 taboos, but if I had been a little more diligent, maybe we could have discovered distortion before it became a problem. As I meant to be Paper Moon's caretaker, that's been a humbling experience. The only positive is that despite being taken by surprise, we're able to resolve the situation. Everything else simply demonstrates how much room we have for improvement, and thanks to my frequent use of memory partition, I can recall the whole experience clearly. In fact, I wonder if I'm the only one who does. Kama's also accustomed to existing as multiple versions of herself. I'd not be surprised if she remembers, but I think I'll be merciful and not bring it up. As for Miss Elrond and the Master, I would expect their memories are subconscious at best. Still, an opportunity like this does not come around along every day, so I might as well go over as a thought experiment. We were brought into Paper Moon's world during the first spin of the generating centrifuge. It was extremely likely that the Master was an alter ego as well. What kind of alter ego was he? His poor condition when we entered the world may be a hint. He was bad enough shape we could barely even fight. He could barely help without help from my ether light. So he was in a suboptimal physical condition for reasons unknown, and there was a discrepancy between his mind and body. Put that together and I see. Hypothesis 1. He was an alter ego fed up with fighting. Yeah, I do like that idea. In fact, I certainly hope he has such a side to him somewhere. Ideally, no human should ever want to fight more than is necessary. If he lacks that trait, then he'll never be able to go back to a normal life when fighting is over. Let's try the opposite approach. If a given person was excited about fighting for the fate of the world and was not hesitant or concerned, if that person did not have the slightest trace of personality that pushed them to avoid fighting where necessary, that person would be berserker in human form. Something about them would have been broken. So a person would never be able to return to life after the fighting ended, that would continue to seek bloodshed wherever they went. Fortunately, he also demonstrated a strong likelihood he would not... The Master demonstrated a strong likelihood he will not go down that path. That's good, that's how it should be. Well, when he used Medusa's virtual noble phantasm to fight back himself, I did also see that he was completely unafraid to stand in the front line, but that one does not cancel out the other. There are times in people's lives when they end up loving someone despite trying to avoid it, and when they fight in hope of not having to fight again. Of course, he is willing to fight despite being sick of fighting as long as he has a sufficient reason. That's a worrying possibility unto itself. If he is willing to fight despite being sick of fighting as long as there's sufficient reason, that's a worrying possibility. But there's also probably nothing we can do there except encourage him to continue seeing our therapist. Seeing a therapist. Another possibility, made perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, is that he did not win the Holy Grail War. Using that as a hint, maybe it was a version of him which was not the last master of humankind and was not responsible for the world's fate. Maybe that version of him is just an ordinary master, an alter ego looking to take it easy for once. True, it was explicitly the Sereja and Lancer who won. Because Kama was gone before the final battle, we were officially out of the war. Although it is nice, I will admit, it is a nice twist that for once we aren't forced to win in order to save the world. We just had to make sure the threat was gone, and from there on, it didn't matter who else won, because none of them were evil. That it wasn't actually a genuinely nice twist on the formula, and I like that. That seems unlikely. Of course, ultimately, it is all just conjecture. It could simply be he was pulled in because he was a master with command spells, and he was the one exception that was never made into an alter ego after all. In which case, his poor physical condition could be chalked up as a simple reconstruction error during the import process. I would give that one about 50-50 odds. Anyway, I think that's enough time to considering what happened to the Master for the time being. Right now, I need to reflect on my own mistakes. Like the fact I took advantage of my childhood appearance to use that thread I threw away because it was too unethical to rely on. Talk about a black mark. I suppose I failed to realize I still had these feelings. Even though I had long since come to the conclusion I should not be their friend, it seems there's still a childish part of me that wants to regardless. That simply will not do. I better excise this memory permanently. Despite myself, I've decided to play back just one part of it. Although this version of myself standing here never forgot what I decided what my place should be, now that I've adventured through a world where I will forget the place if briefly, I should reaffirm feelings that led me to that decision. Oh, so she's erasing her memory so no one remembers. Well, Kama might. Like she said, Kama, being a deity, is used to having alternate versions of herself all over the place. Oh hey, isn't that... Munch, munch, munch. I see you're really enjoying that curry bread as you... No, you cannot have a bite. Baker and that super jacked new cook that came up with this curry bread together. It's got a perfect blend of spice, salt, sugar, and other amazing flavors. If you want one, get your own. What's that? You want to know what I'm reading while I snack? Some kind of essay that just popped up in the database one day. It's a good test subject for my emergency excitation response system, but once I used that to materialize it, I didn't have anything better to do besides read it. So what's it about? It's a treatise on alter egos, how they're formed, the implication of their existence, that kind of thing. We have been quick to make use of this class of servants despite not understanding their greatest significance or their true nature. Perhaps it's time we take a moment to reconsider that choice. I believe doing so will lead us to a greater understanding of alter egos in general, and help us learn how to make even more effective use of their power. I know, right? It takes itself real seriously. Oh, it goes on to say this too. They generally appear of their own accord. So be warned that unless you're using yourself as material, and you already possess an incredibly OP skill, intentionally making a new one would be both difficult and ill-advised. Well, duh. Hell, even speaking for myself, I have no idea why this version of me is an alter ego. But you don't regret being one, right? Of course not. I might not know why I came out like this, but I know exactly why I am this way. Obviously because of my deep abiding love for post-traumatic effect. Lady you. That's part of this essay I agreed with the most. It says that even though alter egos are derived from fragments of the original's personality, their nature of their existence also makes it possible to do things the original one couldn't. In my case, if I was still my old self with my extraneous ties and obligations, I wouldn't be able to live the dream of devoting everything to Lady U. Yeah, maybe right, though it'd be a little nice if she put a little effort into her job too. I can't get the feeling someone once said they're hollow creations with nothing of substance, but even if that's true, I don't think that's all there is to them. Even if the alter egos think of themselves as no different than walking dolls, burning their very selves for fuel, and they wouldn't be able to do anything if they weren't made from emotions, there's no denying their purity. And there must surely be places reachable only by beings as pure as them. Munch. Since I'm one of the keenest intellectuals around and one of the alter egos in question, I think I'll add my own thoughts to the subject. I'm pretty sure regular people are just as capable of doing the same thing as alter egos filled with a singular focus. For example, say you accomplish a great feat and go down in history. You know, like saving the world from lost belts and singularities. Maybe the you who accomplished that wasn't the normal you, but the you who only lived to love someone else. Maybe it was the you who just wanted to protect a certain someone even if it cost you your life. Or maybe it was a you who only cared about killing someone. My point is, maybe us alter egos are just a series of the countless moment-to-moment heroic forms everyone has within them. Or something like that. Yeah, I think getting an alter ego's opinion on it would have been a good idea. I think I kind of understand what you mean, possibly. But which is it? Well, not a big deal, like I said. I was just reading this because I don't have anything better to do. I'll need it when you're done with it. I'll need it when you are done with it. Some old-timey jazz chosen by who knows who echoed through the cafeteria. The musician was singing in a heartfelt song about how, as long as you believed in them, even artificial creations and paper moons can become as real as anything else. It got me thinking, maybe in the same way sabers fight with swords and lancers fight with spears, alter egos fight with a strength that comes from devotion to someone other than themselves. Ordeal Call 1. Complex breakthrough. Wonderful. Wow, 6.5 hours. I went way later than I was planning, but I also started way earlier. Hopes I could get it through. Torch of the Polar Star. Wonderful. The Torch of the Polar Star is one of the rarest items for upgrading, so... Foundation of Humanity Compass from E to D. Rank. Next one's in Japan, eh? Unlock class score. Extra 2. New class added the class score. Alter egos. Neat. Only a paper moon. I'm glad to have adventured with you. It was a pleasant dream. That time was a miracle for me. You should not have existed in the first place. That's right. If I had to choose something important to me, this moment would eclipse all others. Warmth and sensation. I've always wanted this. This is a painting of a dreamscape. It shows the image of a world where individuals who were split apart managed to carry out the purpose that was born deep within their hearts. Rather than acting in accordance with someone else's idea, written as code, you imagine as you nap. The gentle melodic sighs coming from the girl's quiet breathing. Well, like I said, I do think, while it came at a weird time, I do think this little filler arc is a nice passive reset to the status quo. Not everything has to be a world-ending threat to be engaging. And again, like I said, I do appreciate the twist that we were in a Holy Grail war, but we weren't the winner in the end, but we didn't have to be in order to prevent the world from ending. The game over scenario, I guess, would be the best way to put it. Now, we just had to make sure the ones that would cause it lost, and then we could just spectate and watch the others go through, since Sierra was the one who ended up winning in the end. Neat. Phew, those 6.5 hours, that's a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.